fighting for. 3 days ago, we started with 120 of the greatest players from 6 different regions from around the world, and now we're down to just 60. Their journey started back in January, and this is everything that they've been fighting for right now. Only one team will be crowned our newest ALGS LAN winner, but all 20 teams will be fighting for their share of $1 million. So crowd, make some noise, because this is the ALGS. Let's bring out our 20 teams. Alliance from EMEA, long live Alliance. The 2023 World Champions, TSM! Starting their legacy is Legends Gaming! Creating their own legends, KINOTROPE Gaming! The dojo in disguise, it's disguise!
Let's go भाई, टीम्स आ रही हैं. DSG.
They're wet, they're full of sweat, it's not moist esports! Get ready with the next one. From PLQs to LAN Grand Finals, it's Cloud9!
Cloud9. Okay.
They're taking off. It's Spacestation Gaming. Another chance at greatness. It's Luminosity. Representing Europe, it's OMiT!
OMiT अच्छी खेली थी भाई, अच्छी खेल रही है. हाँ भाई, ये भाई टीम भाई थोड़ा नीचे चल रही थी जब मैं देखा था. Let's go.
With former world champion Sharky, it's Virtus Pro. Viva Mexico! It's Liquid Alienware. The Scrim Griefers, it's 2 rats, 1 controller!
Okay.
The 2022 World Champions, it's DarkZero!
2022. Nice. DarkZero.
From the land down under, it's Serenity!
आज तो ग्राउंड भरा होना चाहिए भाई, आज ग्राउंड भरा होगा पूरा.
Representing in Japan, it's Fnatic!
It's Fnatic. Japan. Nice.
Three of the most dangerous. It's Reject Winnity! The X Fire Beavers, it's Aurora! Taking it to the next level, it's Elevate Gaming! Now that we have our 20 teams, let's see what they're fighting for. The ALGS Land Trophy. And now here comes the trophy. Here it is.
Oh my cosplay. Mraz Loba and the new character. And the trophies.
Like the Black Eyed Peas in the 2000s. Let's get it started. Crowd, make some noise!
Oh भाई आज जीत देखते हैं कौन जीतता
Take
है.
it away.
Thank you so much, Galen Sinner. Everybody in Los Angeles has been alive and well. You see it in front of you. That trophy, what they've been fighting for. 10 grueling weeks of our ALGS Split 1. All the travel, 40 teams from around the world, vying for $1 million in prizing. But that trophy right there, that might be the best prize here. I am so excited to get this started. We have a live crowd in Los Angeles, and we have an exciting day of match point. And you know that when we say match point, it is going to be something special. That is what the ALGS brings. And I see you all there watching at home, whether on Twitch, on YouTube. We love you, we appreciate you, and we are so glad that you're joining us on this special Sunday. My name is Ray Day. I'm joined by three of my fantastic comrades here, Glitter Explosion, Dia, and of course Spider Tiff. Glitter, this is the moment that everybody works for.
I mean, we've seen an incredible competition here so far, and after all of that, today is going to be absolutely insane. We heard so many people cheering, whether that was for Liquid or for Fnatic. People want to see what's going to happen with the storylines we've been driving for literally half a decade.
And in many ways, Dia, we've been driving these stories, but sometimes these stories have been driving us. We've been trying to talk about certain teams, but other teams have poked their head into the front and made us focus on them. This has truly been a regional event where anybody can win.
And that's been one of the most fantastic things about Split 1 playoffs here in year 4 is that, and while many have commented on it, we're seeing a really unprecedented level of parity between regions. People have been talking about how they believe, especially since this is a North American land, that North America may be underperforming, but that's simply not true. We're just seeing other regions really be able to bat at the level. Everybody finally being on what seems like an even playing field, and I would dare say, Randy, we're likely seeing a different champion as a result.
You know, people tune in and they expect us to talk TSM, to talk DarkZero, to talk these teams that have done it before in the past. But one of the most important things that may go unnoticed, Tiff, is there are going to be a lot of teams we don't talk about today. There will be teams that do not hoist that trophy, and that is part of it. You got to be willing to take it all, but you've also got to risk it and say, this wasn't our day. We just don't know who that's going to be yet.
We really don't, but I think this is where you need to lay your heart on the line. There are thousands of fans surrounding the Galen Center inside here, just waiting to see, will their team, will their favorite honor go towards them? And at the end of the day, like Dia, I believe it's going to go to a different region. Someone asked me just a moment ago, who do you think is truly going to win this and how many maps? And my brain split in 20 different pieces. Anyone can do it, Rain Day.
It's really not possible to follow. I mean, I literally have no idea who is going to take it. Predictions were so hard today. And who are we predicting? Well, let's take a look at the teams who will be participating this afternoon in our match point finals. They've worked so hard through our group stages, through our elimination brackets, our winners brackets to get here. Well, here they are, the 20 teams that will be vying for not only their share of $1 million, but that coveted trophy and the chance to call themselves the champion of the Split 1 playoffs. Aurora, DarkZero, Fnatic, Liquid Alienware, Not Moist, 07. You heard them all introduced there, but just seeing them on paper, the names DSG, Alliance, OMiT, SSG, and of course, TSM. These are just some of our participants that will be on display today. And guess what? I mentioned it before. This is what they're playing for. If you get first place, that's a cool $300,000 this evening. And I'm sure that they will be going out to dinner if they do win that one. We've seen it in Birmingham and London. They get some nice feasts there. But 160K for second place. So even if you don't win match point, but you do find yourself later in the position where you've done well and gotten points, that money's going to be yours.
Absolutely, and that's not an amount, chump change amount, right? People are fighting to essentially be in that top 4 or 5. Obviously, everybody going home with a little bit of something in their pockets, having made it this far in the competition because it was already difficult enough to get here, but everybody wants the glory and the title.
That's right. Sometimes, like I said, I think it might be the most coveted prize, some of the bragging rights and just hoisting that trophy. That is what these players play for. You can't put in this amount of work and only care about the money. But we got to start focusing in on some of these teams that will be participating. And you know what? I'm the host. I get to start.
Yeah,
I'm just going to go into what I want to talk about because EMEA has shown up at this LAN in a way that we have not necessarily seen before. When you look at OMiT, 2R1C, we hear a couple of fans in the background getting excited about it. EMEA has had love, 07 as well. I mean, first off, looking at OMiT, Lufka, Flash Light, this was a team that struggled, that contested most of the time heading into Split 1, barely made it here, and have had a lot of success at this tournament. We've actually got a tweet from Blast talking about his experience. This still doesn't feel real, none of it. Yesterday, I was just the M&K Pro who was stuck in Pro League, missing the mark, and today, I'm the controller player who is in grand finals of the playoffs, making huge clutches. I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone, honestly. And I think that is the sentiment across not only our pros that we're seeing here, but all the teams we're about to highlight today. Gratitude. What a moment. It feels unreal to be here. And I think for a team like OMiT, they've got a strong chance. Another team to focus on, 2R1C. Oh my God, the pop-offs that occurred yesterday. I saw them in the elevator. They were in good spirits heading down to breakfast.
Let's go.
They're playing Lifeline. They're mixing things up, and I think that's given them a lot of confidence. They're playing their way, and sometimes when you do that and you go a little bit against the grain, you find something special.
Coach है हमारा.
With Aurora, and we're now seeing it.
हर एक टीम का कोच है ये.
Will they be an underdog? Certainly, to win this all. But if they do it, it might be one of the greatest wins that we will see in ALGS history. Now, speaking of a team that would have a lot of crowd support, a lot of fans behind them, it is, of course, none other than 07. Nasty, Ampy, Nags. You can hear them
It's
lighting
07.
up. This moment right here was what got them here. In winners, they needed to
They
get
stun
a
one.
win in order
Stun
to
किया.
move on and guarantee a spot in Sunday. And guess what they did? On your screen right here, clutched it up, and they sent us into an 07 salute to close it out. It was amazing to see. The crowd got hyped, and to me, this is there it is. They got the 07 salute. I mean, Glitter, you've been watching them as well. Just a touch point. Nasky, he feels like he is on one this trip.
Yeah, the best they've ever looked. Sometimes we watch them struggle and have to really make their way through that Elim bracket too. Right now, I feel like they've just found a really solid rhythm for the squad.
Well, you know, this is a regional tournament. We call it the Apex Legends Global Series for a reason. I've talked a lot. Lauren, I'm going to let you highlight some teams from North America, another region that is certainly expected to do well today.
And I'm glad you finished with 07 in yours because I'm going to touch on that and the effect it had in just a little bit. But to start things off, we have to talk about our only 2 ever title holders in the entire competitive
2022
circuit. Of course,
DarkZero.
DZ and TSM, but starting off with DZ, they've literally had one of the most insane performances we've ever seen in the early stages of this LAN. They were breaking records, and if you somehow missed that, 248 points in that group stage, where 121 of those were in one series alone. They have also showed us time and time again just how consistently they can close out those wins with the 4 back-to-backs from one day to the next, and that is going to be one of the most important parts that we've also seen them do for the title when it comes to this match point format. And then the other side of that dynasty coin, of course, it is TSM. And we have to talk about them. Yeah,
No,
sure,
it's
they had a
TSM.
slow start here so far, but they have not missed a single
It's
finals
Reps.
yet to date. And they have always been the type of team
Imperial
that absolutely thrived in those type of pressure situations.
And
So we knew that there was a very high chance they were going to be here in match point finals regardless, but right now it's 3 for TSM, it's 3 for DZ if we're looking at those epic preseason invitational moments, and this would be an opportunity for them to really get a leg up. And we had that epic line from Hodzic yesterday where he said,
let's go किसके साथ चलते हैं भाई DarkZero, TSM, the 07.
Can they be felled? And one of those teams looking to do that, it's going to be Elevated. This is what I'm talking about with that 07 moment.
07
Elevate
salute.
have had an insanely strong run here so far. They played
Jack
strong to
Marja.
make it all the way through to the winner's bracket, and it was 07 with the clutch at the end that were able to knock them down into that elimination 2 bracket, even though they were both tied at 31 points. My favorite thing about Elevate, though, is that I feel like they probably had a lot of doubters coming into this event, and it was on them to prove everybody wrong and why they deserve to be here. Well, Zach, he's been around since the very beginning of this scene, and this time around, we've seen his Mazer moments turn into Mazer magic.
It's an amazing thing to be able, thank you Glitter, of highlighting those teams, turn a synonym of your last name that was maybe for some funny comical, mistakes into moments that actually matter for your team. So great highlights, DZ, TSM, Elevate, certainly going to be...
Just chill out,
called
TSM
the,
fans, your
APAC
team
South
is
a region
gonna
you've been focusing on.
dead. Oh, wait.
You know, it's funny you say that.
Oh,
Every day,
come on.
APAC South has given us some of the best teams in the world, some of the best teams even in North America to this day. Virtus Pro
PSG
very well
is
could
greater
be
than
some
TSM.
of the next. Pricey, Wei, and Sharky have really been crushing the competition throughout the course of
It's
the
pricey.
past couple of days. And Virtus Pro, after coming 5th in APAC South, have very slowly been revving up and actually finding a lot of wins in the course of, say, the group stage. Now, while in winners and the elimination bracket, they managed to cleanly slide through, I'd say without making too much of a splash. The very fact that they found as many wins as they did is something to look out for on Match Point Finals. For a team that you can look out for that we've in fact already seen in Match Point Finals, however, I've got to be talking about Legends Gaming. Going into this LAN, they changed up their roster, unable to take Easy Flash Kid to LAN. It's Strafing Flame, it's Koifel, and it's Player K. Koifel, of course, coming out of North America, subbing in for them as a controller player and disrupting what was a triple M and K squad. They've really come together and just in the nick of time, barely squeezing through the elimination bracket and making it here to finals. I would be remiss not to mention one more really special squad coming out of APAC South. I'm, of course, talking about no one other than Serenity. They've got a fantastic look about them, and Serenity have a really unique advantage in this finals lobby as one of the most successful zone teams at LAN. A lot of the other squads that Glitter have talked about so far are really focused on being on the edge, on fragging out, and
स्टेप बाय स्टेप सभी को
of
दिखा रहे हैं
all
यहाँ
of
पे
the
ये लोग
teams that have made finals
सारी
are those
teams
that find the most success when they commit to hard zone and are able to play from there. They are making that play style work in a situation where no other squad has yet been able to with the Split 1 playoffs. And I've got to mention as well, this is the first time with Tilted Winnie as their coach that we are seeing a woman on stage succeed in competitive since Poland.
Fantastic shout out, Dia. APAC South is trailblazing, certainly. They're becoming almost the pride of North America. I love how you mentioned that. DZ and Moist having a lot of fun there. But TIFF, there's a region, they go by APAC, but they just have a different letter afterwards. That has been
Once a day I
dominant,
sit
to say the least, and perform
there
so well. We all think they could be winners this time.
You know, I've been
on
a
that
massive
seat.
fan of APAC North and what they bring to the table, and they had a big initial momentum boost ahead of the year 4. They had a lot of roster swaps, but one that has stayed true from now after we added Songjun, you have Reject. Obli, Songjun, and Karampu have been phenomenal throughout all of our groups, through the brackets. And when you think back to it, Obli himself had tweeted, he's like, you know, I'm not actually
Snowro.
impressed with where I found myself in my level of competitive nature here today. I'm like, at the end of the day, you just need to win one. And that's here today to make sure that you are hoisting the trophy at the end of the day. You think back to the winners bracket, they came second, but also, more importantly, the regional finals of APAC North. This is the team that decimated it, ending it in 4 games. Now, granted, some other people got to play out for placement, but this team hit the back-to-back-to-back wins, and, well, let's see if they can do it here today. But I want to talk about another squad, and that's gonna be KINOTROPE. A lot of fans here in the Galen Center for Mia K, One Tappy,
Mia
and
K.
Arufa. Think back to our elimination rounds that we had witnessed. This squad featured
हाँ भाई
back-to-back
इस टीम ने
wins
बड़ा
with
क्लच
a
किया है भाई
massive
बहुत
Arufa clutch up, that slide around to win it all. I really love what we're witnessing from this squad. When you
टॉप
think about the
पोजीशन
journey
लेके
that
मतलब
they've
कि
had,
जो
you
टॉप
might
एरिया
know the
होता है
names
ना
One Tappy
अच्छी पोजीशन लेके
and
अच्छा
Mia K previously for
एंड
Riddle
को
Order,
मतलब कि
but they've
गेम को
kind of
अच्छा
all come
फिनिश किया
together to throw down. Now, we got to think about this. What are we going to see? They did lose out in Leica, who went on to play for another team. We'll talk about that in a moment, which was in charge a lot of the fragging power of that original team. And, well, with Deep Learning as their coach, who carried forward, I'm excited to see what they bring together. So, here's the deal. There's one squad in particular that our crowd went wild for, and I think it's all time that we know why. Fnatic. I don't know if it's a Yuka
It's
supremacy
Fnatic.
or if it's a Fnatic supremacy. Some fans came up to me today and they were like, here's the deal. Fnatic is
Oh,
taking it
nice
between
shot.
Yuka, Satsuki, and
Oh
Leica.
my god, oh my god.
Leica, they were mentioning specifically saying this addition to the trio has just cranked them up into a whole other dimension. Looking back at the winners bracket yesterday, while we get to see a massive work here on screen, that double Kraber to win it all. That wasn't just the only game they won yesterday in the winners bracket. Like, come on, they had a 3rd place with 18
भाई वो शॉट अच्छा था जो
eliminations
बैंगलोर
to
को डाला
outscore everyone, then to hit that win with 12 kills, and then back-to-back second
Let's
places
go,
in what quite
Japan.
possibly could have been one of the most stacked lobbies that we had here this week in the Galen Center. Look, they could do it, guys. We're gonna see another region potentially hoist that trophy.
This is one for the record books. It already has been, with DarkZero performing the biggest group stage we've ever seen, winning in incredible fashion. APAC North dominating the winners bracket. Fnatic starting with 10+ points in our match point finals. All of these had led us to our picks for today, the talent picks. And at home, you should be predicting as well. Who do you think is going to win? We've been keeping track of it, and let's talk about it. TSM, I've got to go for them. I'm going down with the ship, and they're either going to sail me to Bora Bora or we're going to crash in the ocean. I don't mind.
Bora Bora sounds nice, right?
It's a beautiful place I've been. Glitter, you're going to DarkZero, and I think this is a great choice too. They look like a team that is on a mission of redemption, and they're so close to completing it.
It literally just boiled down to how terrifying they looked throughout the entire competition so far, even into winners bracket, which we always talk about how that's a preview of what we can expect here in match point finals. I could not pick DZ.
Aurora, TIFF, it makes so much sense. They have dominated Pro League. They've been dominating here. If they do it today, this will be an epic win and the return of the Grim Reaper Hardeki officially.
It will be an epic win solely because they have not won a single match here this week. So if they win the match that is needed,
DarkZero,
it will be the one that makes them
not
hoist
Moist,
that trophy.
KINOTROPE
And
is
now, Reject
gaming.
Winnity, last one, Dia. You've got them winning. It could happen.
This
Reject
team,
Winnity.
as Kip said, has already won match point, has won it the fastest in the world. They've already performed incredibly at LAN, and APAC North is looking good. Reject is looking the best.
Well, competitive Reddit, you also went for DarkZero. We'll see who is right at the end of the day. We can only guess at this point. And you know how it goes in match point finals. You got to get 50 points, and then you got to win, or we go again. Los Angeles, can you make some noise?
Los Angeles, finally. Let's start.
Kick us off here at the Galen Center. It's two of the best in esports. It's Onset and Gaskin.
Let's go. It's match 1. Where he is. Okay. OMiT, DSG, C9. Is OMiT? No.
As we head into our match point finals, Dan, the question is still to be answered. TSM, DarkZero, in this lobby, two teams who have claimed every title.
It's TSM there, yeah.
So much history
OMiT,
within just those two teams,
TSM,
but so many
LG.
facts that may go against them when we look at what has happened previously at LANs. Remember, we have never seen a team win.
Let's
from the
go.
elimination bracket. Can
Start ho
TSM
gaya
change
bhai.
that? As we are underway, we
Match
are
first.
on the dropship and we are straight into Stormpoint. And let me tell you, it is so loud in here. This crowd is hot for our match point finals today. We start on Stormpoint, which is where we've ended most of our tournaments that we've had in the Apex Legends Global Series since its introduction. But today, it's our starting point, and we do have some contests to talk about. Here's our first one of the day. It's EA
Okay.
versus 07. Yeah, this is going to be a big one.
Team hai bhai yahan par.
At the start
Let's go.
of this tournament, at the start of this day, and Elevate already getting some high
30.
ground here. Whether they can actually try
भाई
and
क्या
engage
heartbeat हो
into
रही होगी
the
इन लोगों की
guess we're
तेज.
trying to get some sidelines, but 07 just playing together at the moment, playing low and not separating too much.
07.
Both teams understanding the POI and the elevation differences that there are, so both teams have picked the horizon to make sure that they can negate that. It looks like the extreme height, like we saw, had been taken from the dropship by E8, but it's 07 who are looting kind of the perimeter of things right now. Nobody wanting to engage down, and this is something we saw yesterday. Yeah, this is the only POI that is potentially contested as well. Everyone else has found somewhere to call home here on Stormpoint, so lacking early fights, you'd have to imagine, and understandable when you look at how stacked this lobby is. But now, you can see Nasky trying to get some opening damage to allow Amphi just to push up a little bit. But on White Armors, you've always got to be careful, because it can just be ripped through instantly. We're going to see the push come in here from E8 as well. They want to engage, they want to pressure. Thermite's going to slow the push down for a second. Pretty good weaponry to work with here for E8. But it's all about that opening knock.
It's 07 and E8.
If you can get that first knock and get out, it's so vital for you. Head glitch is being used here. You can also see
ये लोग पोजीशंस लिए हुए एक अंदर है इसी के.
maybe for someone to try and overextend for that just to get those evos up. Yeah, both teams are going to have eyes on it, but also this is taking a long time. 2R1C and OMiT are close.
Oh, nice shot bhai, nice shot.
This is where you need your conduit. Well, it looks like the push is going to come in and Nasky will
It's 07.
However, the
Take
trade
down
will
हुआ.
also be followed up as Nax. With that Havoc is going to do a good amount of damage. Now, Amphi, Nax trying to work together at the moment. But Amphi will go down, so now Elevate find themselves eliminated. And it will be
वो panic होगा भाई.
coming for the third party. This took far too long, this contest. That's what I said. 2R1C heard what was happening and they just moved.
Oh, 07 eliminated.
It's free. They would have been looking at that drop spots, looking at where teams were going to be potentially fighting, and they will
By
pick up the
E8
pieces.
07.
So maybe a lesson for both teams there to try and get that fight done a little bit quicker, as we can take a look at the map and where we're going to be heading down towards the areas around.
Two team, दो team निकल गई है. E8 और 07.
Liquid Alienware
There's someone cry.
replaying on that northern side up towards Jurassic, and DarkZero are moving right down to the southern side. Yeah, very interesting to look at that contest and just take a second to kind of dissect exactly what happened. I think you've got to give 2R1C a lot of credit, right? They would have known that that fight was going down, like you said. They would have done the preparation to know that if certain timings went their way, there might be an easy
Okay,
third-party opportunity
DarkZero.
for them. And not only does it clear their rotation,
Oh my
it
god
also
भाई.
guarantees them some points. DarkZero under a little bit of pressure on the southern side of zone, as you said. Jim Burton down to about 10 HP, but he's got plenty of time here to pop this back. Yeah, DarkZero wanted that Evo Harvester, but they've been kind of stopped in their tracks by Virtus Pro, and it's going to have to be a plan B here, you imagine. So Zero needs to think about things.
Oh
and
boy,
who
nice
else
shot.
to be on the other side here, but Sharky and the rest of Virtus Pro saying, actually, DarkZero, we know how to hold the southern side. They should be in a good spot for the remainder of this game, providing DarkZero don't decide just to full send onto them. Sharky doing his best. Kovacs in pressure at the moment as he sends all the spiders out, the spider cave.
Oh, his sentinel is there.
VP just holding out DarkZero. This is such a strong spot to hold for the long game here. Just cutting off all the rotates down on the southern side. And if you can control that height over pylon a little bit later on, you give yourself such a good walk into where that zone is going to be if everyone does stack up there. So that's why you're seeing DarkZero take this rotation from the middle towards the south. They want to try and get past them. They want
निकलेंगे
to
निकलेंगे यहाँ से
I was
निकलेंगे.
wondering why
Yes.
they were just going to try something else here. They can go all the way around if they would like. It seems like Trident is going to be the option, just to reposition for now. Have to be careful every time you hop into that Trident, the later the game gets, because you can just take so much damage and you really will be a focus point. Now we can look at around the rest of the map. We did see Not Moist make their way to Pylon very quickly, as have now LG. Alliance have also found somewhere to call home, just behind that extremely large tree. Maybe too large.
Question to be answered by many. Not Moist then, inside of Pylon right now. And this is an interesting thing. We were talking about this before the games got underway today. What pace are these lobbies going to play out, right? Is it going to be a lot of teams who are spending time collecting Evo, trying to force their way in a little bit later and take fights with purple and red armors? Or is it going to be a lobby where everybody is taking the opportunity, if a POI and a zone is near them, to look for those prio spots? Well, I think we're getting our answer at the moment. A lot of teams already in zone down, and that makes working your way in from Edge a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, there was a lot of questions we asked coming into this one. You know, how many matches are we going to get today? That's always the biggest question. And historically, the most we've ever had on LAN is 11, all the way back at the pre-invitational at Poland, as OMiT make their way in. They slam into the center of Pylon, and it looks like they've been able to do the job. Lufka almost went down.
It's OMiT almost down, almost.
Scenario, because there was a lot of teams focused on them.
Well, a lot of support for this team when they walked out today on that main stage. Liquid Alienware. They're in one of the pyramid buildings just outside of Pylon at the moment, kind of overlooking the central structure. And if it does pull this way, which we have seen before, this is a really, really strong position to hold. However, if you lose the doors of this building to a couple of frag grenades, whatever it might be, it becomes increasingly difficult to hold. They don't have the Watson in there as well to eat up any grenades that get thrown in. You can kind of get sucked into a position where you are so vulnerable to any of those explosives.
Yeah, this next zone in 25 seconds is
Lifeline.
a big one for all these
Okay.
teams that have already heavily committed, but it's 2R1C again in
All three of them
Jurassic
is there.
Park. Away from Jurassic
Oh.
earlier to third party against those 7, and now they're looking to try and take a fight yet again. Team just backing off ever so slightly here.
We can see they're full of confidence at the moment. And why
Oh my god, oh my god. It's one down.
This is RC they're going up against. And now it's a situation where it doesn't look quite as strong, and 2R1C will be eliminated.
2 reds, 1 controller.
Is there any other teams though? That's the real question. Anyone hearing what just happened? It looks like Aurora actually are very close to this, but the gold reds could be massive. Now reject Winnity.
Oh, it's third body, it's third body.
Healthy here, but Aurora are closing in, and we know what Aurora
No,
can
no,
do when they're in these
abhi
scenarios. They
I
can
don't
surround
think so.
this team
Abhi
now.
जाना सही रहेगा.
Can reject Winnity go back to back holding this place?
Oh, nice shot.
Looking for the opening pick for his team. He's got to get out of here for just a second though. The armor swap is there, but it's not going to be a full one. They do get the first
OMG,
though,
it's 1 down.
as Aurora goes in with that havoc. So now reject Winnity find themselves down to a 2. However, with the Watson, they can just slow down this push.
Oh my god, it's reject.
And they can stick that res as well.
They can stick the res. Serenity are in the area.
Oh, come
They
on.
have to push it. They have to commit. Sangjun goes down yet again, thanks to Hardeki's damage. But Aurora have 2 teams to worry about now. It is not a simple push for them.
The more this gets stalled out, the more likely the RC.
Oh yes, oh come on. SRN. शायद survive कर सकते हैं. No bro. Now third party again.
Yeah, Serenity so aggressive. They know that Aurora are weak, and they are going to go in. They are going to shred it.
Oh, nice.
Right now, Serenity have done the initial damage. Can they follow up? They're still
So OMG, oh my god.
so close. Legacy with a slither of HP.
Oh my god.
Just survives, and Serenity will get the job done. No other teams in the area.
It's 1
so
HP.
close of surviving there for Aurora. That is heartbreak.
Gold knock is going to be big for getting the teammates up, but wow, that's how close these fights are going to be today. 1 HP.
It's 1 team fight, and it's 1 third party. Again third party, and again third party. It's hat trick.
A little bit more south than a lot of these teams initially thought, and that's why you're seeing
By third party get
a very, very strong position. VP Still holding the position we saw from them a little bit earlier as well.
इस OMiT, LG, SSG तो ये सब हैं, TSM है अभी, DarkZero है अभी.
As well, with edge teams arriving late to POIs, when you do hear a little bit of commotion, if there is that opportunity,
It's TSM there.
you
Okay.
have to take it because these points could be everything to get yourself towards match
क्या कर
point.
लिए हैं ये लोग?
Remember, you have to get to 50 points.
Hamlock.
That then puts you match point eligible, and then you win one match after that, and you will be the victors here
And
today.
Havoc.
Now this fight here, or potential engagement I should say, is completely isolated on the northern side of this zone. It's between Cito and Cascade Falls. It's going to be between Fnatic and Disguised, and I'm pretty sure that Disguised don't want any of this. And yep, there's the answer that we were looking for. Straight in the Trident, straight out there. They want to try and extend this game a little bit more. It's Fnatic who were
It's
in
DSG,
fantastic fighting
DSG.
form yesterday. They probably looked at, probably thought, hey, this could well be them on their rotate, and it's just not a fight we want in our first game.
Disguise gonna be
Oh,
one of
with
the last
Sentinel.
to rotate alongside Fnatic. But if they continue heading east, they are going to find it a bit problematic with TSM and Legends already in this area you see now on your screen. And TSM don't need to push Legends, they have the better position, they can literally gatekeep them and force them to come to them via the zone. And they have spotted Legends Gaming now on the cross. And it's whether they can get enough damage to get a knock.
Koiful
Oh no,
taking a
no.
little bit of zone damage as well. Gets that
Koiful. Oh, Koiful is down, no. One down. Now they push.
Takes him down. So now Legends Gaming in all sorts of trouble.
No, नहीं करेंगे भाई. Excited नहीं होंगे भाई वो.
TSM looking to get the re-knock here. It looks like the res has come
You
in.
know,
They're not wanting to overextend
ये
and
लोग
understand
zone पर
moving
हैं.
right into that zone. Well, they will think that this is an opportunity for KP here. If they could just get an opportunity to re-knock, to do damage, then the zonies can do a lot of flesh damage.
Heal.
Who are trying to rotate at the
Koiful
moment,
heal.
but a bit of a scary moment on both sides.
Oh.
TSM might be the gatekeepers at the moment, but they may become the gate kept, depending on how they plan their rotation. If they move further east, KINOTROPE are going to be waiting for them, and Slayer out of nowhere gets taken down, but it's going to be a straight 1-for-1. It's KINOTROPE on
LG
this
sweet.
side.
It looks like Slayer managed to get back inside, but here comes Funk. Oh, what a strike
OMG.
from the young man.
Yeah, this is a controller player.
On the main stage,
Definitely.
showing that maybe Championship Sunday is going to bring the best out of him.
This is perfect over TSM. I said they might get held out, but
Oh,
now this
TSM
is
is
the
there.
distraction they needed, because they'll hear all of this. They can push up, they can take this POI off them if they would like. But maybe they'll play this one a little bit safe. And all the meanwhile, by the way, TSM has to still consider what could be happening behind them.
ना pressure नहीं होगा इनके पास.
Right now is Koiful
Already
down to the
win
ring again.
2
So,
trophies.
Legends Gaming, who they were holding out a few moments ago, are struggling just a little bit here to stabilize and get back into the game. Just looking at our mini-map, it looks like they will be able to get inside a zone, but it's a long, long way for them to move. Elsewhere on the southern side of the zone, this is DarkZero. And remember, they were trying to work their way in from the west of Storm Point on this southern side for quite some time. They went all the way around now, and they are on the opposite side to VP, who were holding them out a little bit earlier. But speaking of holding out, TSM are going to do a job here on Disguised.
Yeah, Disguise, they
Oh.
came in late. We saw they were on a big rotation onto the eastern side. TSM can hold them out here and can use the zone to their advantage. But
Oh,
remember,
TSG,
on the other side,
TSM.
Wraithfall could do something.
Has designed for somewhere to find somewhere, to put the other end of that portal down to get his teammates safe. Can he out-rotate TSM here and get ahead of them? And it looks like the answer might be yes. Some good damage coming in on both sides. But oh, my spray!
Oh come on, it's 2 down.
It's a 1v1, and oh, it'll be TSM out!
Holy, is TSG also out.
However,
Oh my
the damage
god.
levels exchange means both teams will fall. As now we look over to the other side of Pylon now. This is Jurassic.
OMG.
Entrances to where everybody is starting to stack up.
And none of these teams are in the zone, by the way. There's 4 of them outside Jurassic, all kind of fighting. Looks like Legends are going to leave, so it's going to be Serenity and Fnatic just as the last 2 teams to maybe have a little scrap. It could be a straight 3v3, depending on how they take it, but Legends will be watching over it.
A couple of ults are available, though. You can see for Serenity, one that isn't is going to be Beast of the Hunt, but the caustic gas certainly is. You can see they're trying to use it here to hold Fnatic out.
Oh.
Comfortable for them.
It's
And
Fnatic.
it looks like UKF is going to be that final player alive. He goes for the Sky Nade. He's hoping it's going to be a banger. It's pretty good, but it might not be
Oh
enough
my.
here.
trying to find any sort of damage through the
Oh,
smoke.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
not necessarily
Damage दे
working
रही है
out for right
भाई.
now. All the meanwhile, all these teams who were in pylon earlier can watch over all of this commotion and try and pick up some KP.
Fnatic will be eliminated. UKF not
Contact
able to
element
clutch
होगी.
up for his team in the way that you would imagine. Reviving with that goal, knockdown's going to be good, but they can't.
It's ult, bang ult.
She's now overextending to try and clean these pieces up.
Yeah, it's Legends Gaming. It was the team that left earlier, but
Why?
also doing damage from a distance. Serenity down to 2, but Legacy again on maybe just a slither of HP to work with. And Legends really want to be able to thirst this one, get the possibility of an Evo Shield swap. But now they're back up to a full 3, so at least they can calm down for a little bit. Serenity have just got out of dodge there. They didn't want to take that fight, and they leave the body behind.
You got to say Legends Gaming have done a really good job of even getting in towards this zone. We saw them just a few moments ago being held out by TSM. Well, they wrap all the way around, they find a place to play, and then they third party the fight that was going on the northern side of the zone that you can see. But we mentioned how the zone looked like it was going to pull away from Pylon towards the south. That's exactly what's happened. And at the bottom, right near where that zone is going to be pulling, is the two teams that we saw just kind of jostling with each other a little bit earlier on, right? VP and DarkZero, both of them in the best spots on the map.
Yeah, DarkZero very intelligently, right at the start of this game, avoiding Virtus.pro, not taking that fight directly because they knew what a power position it could be and that they could share the bottom of this circle. So both of them will be
DarkZero, win easy.
are really going to be
Okay.
the ones to watch when we get to that last circle. Cloud9, another team that can be a real threat, but Serenity, Legends, OMiT, SSG, not Moist, Alliance, they've all
DarkZero.
got to move now. Circle's coming in.
Luminosity will be eliminated. We're now into our top 10. Half of the lobby has fallen. As Zone 4 starts to close, Serenity
Oh
trying
my
to go
God.
forward, trying to work their way towards zone. Everyone who's on this side of the zone at the moment is probably thinking kills is our way for points. Not Moist in the kill feed,
They all-
as are SSG and Signing. He found himself a wingman. As player K is looking for bodies.
Oh, SSG are doing so much. Serenity will eventually fall. Legends still staying together, still wolfpacking at the moment and surviving. Alliance go down. OMiT the next to fall. 7 squads suddenly, just like that, with a snap of your fingers. Now Strafing Flame, he'll actually take out the remainder of SSG. Just 6 squads here.
6 squads remaining. Everyone who banked on Pylon now has to leave, and you can see what a problem that is. There's only room enough for a certain amount of players at the end. One team who's doing a pretty good job here on this northern side is going to be not Moist, but here comes Legend Gaming. And
Oh my God,
just
oh
a
my
few
God.
moments ago, it looked like this was going to be a horrible game for them. Well, now they're in the mix.
In the mix.
Oh.
Final kills, yes they can, but sadly, there is always one more. And it's
Hell,
Cloud9
come on,
that
again,
found the
again,
victory
third party.
until yesterday, and now they find themselves in
Top
the
3,
final
top 3.
here in the
So who
grand
is C9?
final of match 1. Now DarkZero,
And-
Virtus.pro, and Cloud9, your last 3 teams here in match 1. VP on the southwest, DarkZero on the southeast, but Cloud9 are the first team that have to move from the north.
Everybody full, everybody healthy. Alt Excel is going to be popped here as well. You can see that the utility is going to be a big thing, and from where all of those fights have taken place, you
Oh,
would imagine that
DarkZero,
every single player
C9.
on these teams with the Alt
And
Excels,
VP.
with the fact that they haven't had to directly engage VP and DarkZero, should have their ultimates available. Like you say quite rightly though, the more treacherous path here is going to be for Cloud9.
Oh, they both have a good position. Is VP and DarkZero. Let's see.
DarkZero getting very aggressive on the Virtus.pro.
Oh
They
my
might
God.
see those blue shields and say, actually, maybe we just
They
do
also
it
put
quite
ult.
quickly before
They
the
also
team arrive. It's purples versus blues.
I think it's even more than that. I think they're trying to burn their ults. I think they're trying to almost fake it out here, and you can see that Sharky was forced to back down here and use that Bangalore ultimate, which he now would not have available a little bit later on.
Oh,
DarkZero,
no.
always thinking one step
ये
ahead.
लोग पुश ना कर दे. वो आ गए हैं. DarkZero पर आ गए हैं. DarkZero पर आ गए हैं.
Saw that there was action happening, and now they're getting aggressive. They
What's
really
going
think
on?
they were in the worst position
No, no,
on that
back
northern
हो गए हैं.
side,
Back हो गए
fighting
हैं.
up the hill, but they're backing off. They say, actually, no knocks in the kill feed. A silly push. Let's just take our time. Everyone at the moment very hesitant to get engaged, and quite rightly so. You don't want to be the first team to lose someone.
I think this is just every single team showing that they don't want to be the first to engage, right? They want to see if there's an advantage. If there's not, they go straight back. They play it slow, they play it safe. Jen's not going to have his Rolling Thunder available. Price's used his ultimate as well. So now you start to question, hey, Cloud9, they might be the only team with their ults available, thanks to the fact that VP and DarkZero had that little kind of dance on the top of the hillside here.
Yeah, Nox grenade can make a big difference.
Oh.
An amped up Sentinel. DarkZero
Sentinels
need to be well
are-
aware of the positions they're taking. They know they're a little bit vulnerable now. There's that small gap between the trees that Price is just trying to find the angle to get a shot.
Oh my
And all
god.
it takes is one headshot.
Oh, just
to really
wait,
make a
wait,
difference
buddy.
and maybe encourage C9 to push up this hill.
Fascinating, isn't it, that we
You
have
have
Sharky on one side.
Sentinel is easy for you.
Long-term Apex South fans would probably think that that was impossible at one point. They were almost joined at the hip when it came to
Oh my
working
god.
together, to sharing success. But now it's opposite sides, opposite colors. And DarkZero,
DarkZero in critical situation.
This palm tree is serving them well.
It does seem like Cloud9 and Virtus Pro are both focused on DarkZero right now, and when DarkZero recognize that, they might have to just commit to fighting one of them and try and play for second place. It's such a horrible thing to have to do, but sometimes when you get that realization, you might have to.
Well, DarkZero
Oh, whoa, whoa.
damage, those shots from Naughty. Well, Naughty by name, Naughty by nature. It's going to be Science who goes down in first here.
May not be an
I don't
opportunity
think
to
so.
get a result,
DarkZero
but
survive
we'll
kar
see now.
payegi.
Bangalore ultimate comes down, Rolling Thunder will do
No,
a lot of
no,
damage.
no, no,
Sorcerer's
no.
gonna fall because of it, and actually it's advantage for
DarkZero ka do.
DarkZero swinging this, they
Oh my
break
god.
second,
A
they
solo.
think this is their opportunity. DarkZero will be eliminated though.
It's 3v1. It's 3v1.
Somehow managed to hold it off, but this is just opening the door for VP.
It's 3v1.
Sharky's return to
Oh. Come on.
with a win.
It's C9.
What a moment that is for Virtus Pro. An excellent day yesterday, and it carries on.
Nice
here
play,
today.
nice play.
15 points on the board just from that match alone. They can start to maybe think about, well, we're in the mix of this one. Taking down the likes of DarkZero, right? It's not like they were gifted a victory. They had to work tooth and nail. They had to work so hard for it. Such a slow final circle as well, with three teams all so scared to push one another.
Oh, they're
Someone
happy.
else would blink first.
Why not?
For the hardcore fan of Apex Legends, that endgame had everything. Looking to manage those ultimates. What utility do you have available? How does the zone influence who has to move first? What decisions have to be made? Can you burn the other teams? It was just brilliant. And it's VP, who after everything had pretty much been thrown at them, were the team who survived the longest, who managed to hold strongest to let the zone make the plays for them. They make that play in the end. They clean up the damage. But what a wonderful bit of endgame navigation, and I think patience as well from them.
Other teams who picked up a lot of points, Cloud9, of course, getting to that late game. SSG were up there because of the amount of kills they were able to get from Pylon. They were having a field day with all of the teams arriving from the northern side. They were just picking everyone off one by one. And those kills could be massive with their chances of getting to match point first. It wasn't the biggest of victories from Virtus Pro. We have seen bigger wins, which means they're not going to be as close to match point as maybe some teams have been historically
VP.
after finding a victory.
Oh my
in
god, they
match one.
cleared the
But it
message.
certainly has given us an indication of how tight these lobbies are going to be. Very slow and methodical to begin with, and then just having to make those last-minute decisions when the zone forces you into one another.
Yeah, I think it's going to be some incredible end zones today. That's one thing that we can guarantee, right? Everybody is looking to get a prior position, looking to get into zone early. And by doing
बहुत
so, that means
aggressive
that when we get those
aggressive
big
था भाई
games,
first match.
it's all about the grey matter, what's going on between the ears, those decisions that you make that decide
Now they
if you're going to
full.
come out as the champions. A fascinating first game.
Be full stadium.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, there
You'll
was
be
just so much different ways you could have played it as well, and it all goes back to the very start when we saw the rotation from Virtus Pro and from DarkZero to ensure that they had that southern side, and it really paid off for both of them in the end. But sadly for DarkZero, they just got focused by both squads in that final three.
DarkZero just couldn't hold off the push in the end, tried to play for those kills and almost managed to get it done, but C9 held strong and VP clean up. But it's time for us to jump into a break now. When we get back, map number 2 of our match point finals is coming your way. DarkZero got to move first here, and you can see that's why they're trying to do damage. Those shots from Naughty. DarkZero will be eliminated though, and it'll be C9 who somehow managed to hold it off, but this is just opening the door for VP to come in. Sharky's return to the finals.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Every world is the same. You give them one
ओके C9 भाई अच्छी पोजीशन पर थी, काफी अच्छी पोजीशन पर। थोड़ा जोन बेनिफिट भी था उनके लिए। मैप रीडिंग और लक दोनों मैटर करते इस गेम में। इस गेम में भाई ना ही एम मैटर, मतलब वो उतना ज़्यादा कुछ प्रायोरिटी नहीं होता है कि एम मैटर। मैप रीडिंग एंड लक, यू हैव बोथ देन यू विन इट। चलो सोलो मैच आने वाला है भाई। सोलो ट्रायोस ड्यू तो था ही गेम में, सोलो बैक आ रहा है। मैं उसे फर्स्ट टाइम ट्राई करूंगा, लेट्स सी। Let's go for match 2.
ALGS playoffs. Game 1 is in the books. Everybody, I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm here casting alone because I can't find my partner anywhere. We gotta see where he's at. Let me know if anybody.
Top 3 team is C9 first match, and
that split 1 trophy. What a huge game it's been so far. But I think. Is that a whisper in my ear?
C9
Do I hear
and
Gino? I can't find him. Where are you, Gino?
Wait, you can't see me?
No, okay. Now I understand. Now I get it. But Virtus Pro, everybody's looking at them right now. You are cheering in the back. VP come out on top with game number 1 dub.
It was an awesome effort by the boys, as Onset and Gaskin were mentioning. Getting into the south in that particular pylon zone, just absolutely crucial to them taking out the win. Let's have a look at the match results now and get a sense of where the teams are standing after that first game, as we've still got one more on Storm Point today. It will be that 2-2-2.
One more Storm Point.
As you can see, there's only 3 kills for them in the
it's VP, Cloud, C9, and the DarkZero.
Spacestation Gaming.
Stop 3. When you land over by barometer before you make that southern rotation. C9 coming through with 4 KP. You see Not Moist though lighting up the kill feed with 7 KP, and even Spacestation.
Yes, Serenity also 8 points for them. We saw them take a couple of clutch fights, putting down juggernauts like Aurora. Only 2 KP for them after that scuffle down in Jurassic. That was a very impressive fight, and I mean, we just have to give it to those boys who, they come out of APAC South, they don't have any experience at LAN basically, and it's a middling position in Pro League, and yet here they are slugging it out, taking wins against Aurora, one of, if not the best fighting team in the game.
That's crazy. You also have to consider the starting points for some of these teams as we take a look at the series results, because we know that VP, they started with 2 extra points going into the day. They finished with 17 total points after that first game dub, and then Serenity right behind him with those 16 total points.
Yeah, and that's why our match point finals here at LAN tend to be, maybe 1 game shorter on average, you'd say, because people do start off with some points already from those advanced standings. Obviously, Serenity starting off with 8. Virtus Pro also had a couple, and then you've got teams like Reject and Fnatic who just balled out in the winners bracket. Not doing so much in that first game, but that doesn't matter. They've given themselves a chance to stay in the competition by doing so well on day 3.
That's why it's so important when you have teams that finish in the top 3 in that winners bracket that had those 8 starting points. And it's cool to see how teams, even like DZ, coming in with 7 points too. And of course, with some of these players playing out here with their own peripherals, I also want to give a huge shout out
C9
and big
DarkZero
thanks to our sponsor,
Legends
Battle Beaver,
Gaming.
the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Swing by the Battle Beaver booth here at the event where you can pick up your own limited edition ALGS Split 1 custom controller available only this weekend. Battle Beaver is also offering quick repair services for competitors here at this very venue. If your PS4 or PS5 controller is drifting, make sure to stop by and check out their drift calibration test.
I'm sure there's plenty of controller fans in the audience here. As I look around, the Galen Center is more full than it has been all week. So many fans here. Some, I can see, have been here the whole time, every single day. Love the support from the community that we're getting here in LA. The match picks come in now. We start to see our second game shaping up. That initial contest, we saw that from 07 struggling in game one. They've had plenty of time. That's the thing.
Bangalore, Caustic, Bloodhound, so no one take up.
And discuss.
And that also
Rampart is again a strong point.
I mean, we saw it during our group stages. But game number 2, everybody, LA, are you ready? Seeing every seat here filled up in the stadium gives me goosebumps, Genome. You can only imagine what these players are feeling right now. Money on the line, let's go. 50-50 that we were expecting to see. E8 versus 07 commences again.
ओकोमनी last time यहीं पर आई थी ना ये team. E8. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, revive them, revive them. Oh, come on.
07 getting some revenge.
So much
Last time भाई इन्होंने मारा था. ये रैव नहीं कर रहे हो. Oh my god. 07.
And this is the thing about Sunday and match point, Vicky, is that every game you get zero.
It's epic moment, buddy.
Right? You got to think, oh, we're further and further behind. We're one game off what we should have been. That's how these players think about getting to match point.
Especially when you consider this lobby, kill-hungry teams like Aurora, DarkZero, Disguise, teams that easily clean up that KP, that could find themselves in that 50-point threshold for match points.
Oh my god.
But it is about that dub, that
भाई
consistency.
क्या movement था भाई वो.
As we take a look at the legend picks at the top, Bloodhound, of course, at that 95%.
ये revenge ले लिया उन लोगों ने 07 E8
This
से.
is the legend composition that we've seen basically all throughout the season.
It is. It seems to be even higher than we saw in previous stages of the tournament, though. A couple of fun ones coming through with Wraith. I mean, you know, still a couple of teams picking the lifeline as well. Aurora have stuck without throughout the tournament. I mean, I know a lot of people actually counted that out. They said, yeah, look, lifeline's a bit fun. You can play it during Pro League, but when things come down to it during LAN, you know, they're going to blink. They're going to try something else. Maybe they'll go back to that Bang Blood Caustic like everyone else is in the meta.
TSM
Aurora
de.
have not
Okay.
stomped through some of the competition in
DarkZero.
now.
Stop.
They've finally made it into the finals.
Last match, top 3.
Here as we take a look at DarkZero, a team in the distance before DarkZero took that zipline had taken an evac tower. So now with DarkZero being here, they're going to be able to get some more information, not only from the survey beacon, but from the ring console as well. Great utility, but then you could also expect other teams that have been rotating away from Cedo, OMiT, going through the Vault Tunnel. There's also an Evil Harvester on the southwest side. Alliance, another team taking to the skies currently as they try to find where they want to situate themselves.
If I play Alias,
this circle will be
I take 2 controller.
And we know that through the trenches, a lot of these teams find themselves funneled outside of checkpoint where we see
It's
most of the
DSG,
chaos, whereas teams on that
it's
northern side
DarkZero.
being at a north pad
Oh my
will have
god.
a little bit of an easier rotation if they want to wrap around by the rocks.
I mean, the first game certainly had us leaning towards teams rotating hard and fast. I mean, you had VP as well as Cloud9 who start very southern. They were straight into pylon there and managed to really get quite a few placement points from that.
Okay,
So
3 teams हैं यहाँ
we're
पर.
seeing that from our teams on the north. As,
4 team.
For once we're getting the zones moving around a bit, Vicky, which we really are hoping to see today after, you know, a couple of trials in a row, getting a couple of Echo HQ zones in a row. It was very tough for teams on the other side at points throughout the LAN so far.
I mean, what else can you expect when the scriptwriters are waiting for this?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Havoc drops down, gets a crack originally on that conduit. Who's tried it, providing some extra cover. They use
Oh, it's not a good position. It's one down.
Looks like the black hole calming in. Even the Trident taxing along there to give him some extra cover.
Oh my god.
They're back here. It's Leica now. It's going to be able to finish off 07. They're live, short-lived for this game number 2.
I think that's the singular most unlucky black hole I've ever seen in my life. I mean, they were reloading when the black hole went in, right? That's actually super crucial because if you've got ammo, these pros are so locked in. You know, they've seen it a billion times now. They will always just crack it.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Actually blocking that off.
It's blood down. 1 HP. Is it both of them? It's TSG.
With that arc star to finish the job. Now 1 left here from Alliance.
It's gonna have to turtle.
Definitely the push.
But there's so many other teams in the vicinity here. Well, Fnatic Aurora might keep going on. Get the finisher onto
Nice, nice. Let's go.
Even the Wildlife want to get involved in that fight to try to third party, but around this area you still have Legends, Reject, Winnity, LG, DarkZero off to the side here. Disguiso are safer right now with these caustic traps. It could reset and get some extra meds if they need with those death boxes.
Yeah, look, the shots are going out, but it's all PvE at the moment. Disguise not too worried. All right. Shots fired from starboard and aft here.
Oh, this scene.
They're just charging down.
Oh man, they're chasing after 9 impulse. Are you kidding me? He is hasta la vista for real, dipping as the solo.
Yeah, they actually dropped off, so there's the Aurora members completely in different postcodes right now. So you've got Hardeki over there in Cenote Caves, while his teammates still back in Barometer.
Fnatic breaking their necks and trying to find out where those last 2 members of Aurora are. Liquid now popping the Beast of the Hunt here. Yanya having to pop the shield back though, but with the Beast of the Hunt letting him see right through not only those smokes, but even the caustic gas that was sent out. He was forced to
Oh my god, oh my god.
split up, only leaving him alone.
You leave the place.
The team that we were looking at as they made their rotate away from Cascade Falls, now going right through
It's
the
OMiT.
point side.
Dominate.
No other team in the vicinity want to try to third party this unless LG on the low ground may want to take that zip line.
Yeah, no one else has really wanted to go through checkpoint. As you say, LG probably going to be trying to gatekeep those teams as they sit above checkpoint. Fnatic do start coming in on the southern side now, as we see just in the distance there. Coming directly underneath OMiT. Sounds like they're in the Trident on that rotate. Okay, OMiT.
भाई वो क्या सीन था भाई, क्या चेज कर रहे थे वो लोग ट्राइडेंट से. It's Fnatic. Surprise them.
Even with the live like care package over to the side, I mean they were not expecting them to maybe still be here. Lefka still incredibly low here. They're gonna be able to avoid the Bangalore ult as the building is right behind them. While taking this fight though, they could then re-engage while looking at them from the height and get into a better angle.
Okay, so they have survived the initial onslaught, but they're still on the low ground.
And right behind them, by the way, it's going to be Liquid Alienware, who are slowly approaching checkpoint. Fnatic has to end this quickly, or they will be pinched.
Okay. Bloodhound and ult.
The solo creeping back in. Maybe he's hoping he can get the banners in all of this chaos. See the bang ults coming out now.
And on the other side of checkpoint, it is
Oh my god, oh my god.
Fnatic, while they keep going with this fight, they jump down from the high ground. Right
Why?
Liquid get eliminated finally. Now another Bloodhound scanning comes in. C9 are right behind them.
Oh, it's C9, it's C9.
Southern side of the zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was just a coincidence. Fnatic wanted to disengage against OMiT, or maybe they caught him on the scan as he was coming in underneath from the Bloodhound, and then just decided to grab the free kill. But in doing so, they have let Cloud9 onto the other side, and OMiT probably aren't going to be super happy about this either. But they've still got time, Vicky. There's still probably another 4 or 5 minutes as they can stay in here for the next 2 zones for these teams to sort things out.
And while C9 have moved in, Fnatic say, all right, we're done with this here. They're going to start now rotating on the outskirts of checkpoint before finding themselves on that north side. C9 just waiting here in this building. Fnatic may be wondering, with this reposition,
Fnatic बच गई भाई, बहुत बच.
trying to get this early KP if they can, as this is that second game. Any little
एक कोच खड़ा है पीछे देखो इसके, Cloud9 के.
this match point format.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I've heard from players just over and over again this weekend is how they really needed to sort of get that first fight under their belt, that first win, to really start believing in themselves again and just relax a bit, I think, too. And Fnatic, obviously, not a great start to today, and I feel like those expectations almost reset.
KINOTROPE gaming.
On match point finals.
We should inspect that area.
I definitely agree, especially with the pressure.
इन्होंने भी काफी अच्छे मैच निकाले थे भाई.
Teams like KINOTROPE, a team that has definitely impressed me with the consistency of winning. Already getting that crack, you see that triple take as they do try to close in the gap. They were trying to contest them on this rotate, knowing that this team was going to start on that south side. But do they really want to commit here? 2 rats, 1 controller. With Chaco having that red Evo though, the Beast of the Hut activated from him. See if they can get that height.
He's got the hammers, but no Mozam. The grenades go a little bit too long as KINOTROPE here try and get in a little bit closer to 2 R.
Oh
man, the
oh my god, oh my god.
Controlling so much space. Missy gonna be able to get 2 knocks. Backing away. Chaco gets a swing with the hit.
Oh my god, oh my god.
KINOTROPE get eliminated, but this fight took too long.
They've taken way too long. Spacestation gonna come in and clean
Oh,
this
it's
up.
the third party.
This man has held a trophy before and he is not
Oh my.
Regardless though, whichever team comes out on top as they try to chase down that straggler. So many other teams are already in that final circle. It's just a matter of time. Spacestation get the crack, but they're gonna have to go a little far to get that one first.
Oh.
Nowhere to hide though.
It's Aurora.
The zone's just on the other side of that. It'll be extremely hard for 2R1C to survive a Bloodhound scan, and of course they don't. It's havoc after havoc coming in from SSG to finish that one off. Aurora, the latest addition to checkpoint.
With 3 KP here too, as we take a look at this map and where it's going to be pulling. LG have been settled here on this north side of checkpoint, on that low ground that we know, in the crevice here. But we saw them rotate here incredibly early, and that also helps. I mean, they have the replicator right there too. But Legends Gaming looking at them on the inside.
Yeah, so look, you were on the money, Vicky. Just north of the choke. That means everyone else from the north has to come in. We also saw Aurora
DarkZero.
On the south side. They actually took out Fnatic. Meanwhile, OMiT and Cloud9 in a staring contest still at checkpoint.
Oh, you can't miss those. Having to back away, even though he had popped the Beast of the Hunt. Not Moist now. MT getting off angle.
Oh, they have shields.
Let's jump into a listening with Moist to see what their next move is.
Oh come on, bhai.
I'm selling. I had to eat that. Someone hold. I'm needing the front door. I'm healing. We're just in. We can't afford to stay here though. We are just in though. We need to force this then.
Now you see how they communicate.
Yeah, take another one. Actually, hold on. Let me put a barrel down on the front. Alright, popping ulti cell. There's a car going around. Scan when you can. Scan the Bloodhound. Scan them when you can. I'm scanning. There's one on roof. Look. I'm taking space. I got scan. I'm batting. I'm avoiding scan. Alright, back it up then. They're getting on roof.
So as you heard there, Moist coming. We're still in.
Yeah, ready हो जाएगा, ultra ready हो जाएगा.
Can play a bit of this bunker here.
It's DarkZero.
Trying to make a move. Virtus Pro and DarkZero, they came to blows at the end of game 1. It's going to be a bit of an earlier fight this time.
And playing off that northwest side here, where neither of these teams are.
भाई last match इन्होंने निकाला था VP ने. पहला match.
Before they can try to see if they can see DarkZero in vision, and even if DarkZero want to fully commit to this, we know that Reject, Winnity are right behind them.
Reject Winnity actually in a fantastic spot with where this next zone will pull. Serenity and Moist looks like they're right on top of each other. You can see these two teams just trading barrels back and forth. OMiT, we're actually looking to swing all the way around the outside here, up behind where we just
भाई
saw
दो
Moist.
scenes थे
They
भाई
again
इसमें.
decided against it and went back into checkpoint. I think a very good choice actually. It's almost like a 50-50. If they can beat Cloud9 in checkpoint, they win and they just walk in down the hill.
But even if they do, they still have to go through the ties or LG.
अरे डाल देना चाहिए भाई इसे अपना. Nice, 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 nice.
Grenade here on top. That's it. They want to try and climb in, but you can see they're just watching it. They were hoping this gas grenade was going to push Serenity on.
No, no, no.
Jesko, the caustic, is still very much able to watch the climb. While he's doing that, there is no chance Moist can get up.
And that's huge here. That's the caustic matchup, and he drops down with
Oh my God.
expected. The beam. Now the follow-up as they have the number advantage. They lose out on legacy here, but it's going to be the two-man advantage here for Serenity for climbing up to find out where that other player is. The scan comes in finally.
DarkZero are coming in off the back of this, though. You can see Serenity, sure, they got that first beat.
Oh, it's all dead. Like DarkZero.
How prepared are they, though, for their countrymen?
Oh my god, oh my god. Easy push now. Scanner down.
With the kill leader title as well for this match.
Scanner down.
They're going to drop down into the high ground for right now as Jen gets a shield swap.
Yeah, of course they go.
Player on the high ground here for Serenity. Can he make miracles happen? I mean, this is DZ we are talking about. Reject Winnity now moving in for the third party.
Yeah, in third party. Oh my god, oh my god. Zone के बाहर है, zone के बाहर है.
Try and go for the death box. It's not smoked off. They take a big chunk of damage here. Jen, is there a shield swap available? They just
Oh my god.
smoke. They know he can only be one or two bullets more. The zone pushes them towards.
Oh, DarkZero eliminated भाई.
Go down to reject.
Huge too. They were seen through the vision thanks to that Beast of the Hunt, and with this circle closing in, Gino, we know that C9 and OMiT are in trouble as they exit out of checkpoint.
This fight has been brewing for the better part of 10 minutes now. They've had so much time to set up for it. But which one is going to come out on top? LG and Legends ahead of them, and Cloud9 will drop.
मुझे नहीं लगता उनको पुश करने जाना चाहिए, होल्ड करना होगा. उस साइड नहीं जाना होगा. अभी पोजीशन सही है.
Well, LG have rotated on the outskirts. You can see the scan coming in. RC have now found Disguise who have that slight low ground. While maintaining the high ground, though, there's still so many teams in the air, but Reject Winnity
Okay,
have the circle.
on top 5 TSG.
Reject Winnity playing around that rock. This is such a killer spot for them to be in, especially with the Watson. They can start to set those fences up there, as you can see on the top of your screen.
Okay, it's TSM.
Crucial to blocking off
Legends.
this final zone. A lot of these other teams will probably just pile in through the trenches.
Oh, they have low ammo.
5 squads left here. Hal shooting in the dark through that smoke. 2 of these last 5 remaining squads have the Watson. We know what Disguise is running with Design being on that Wraith. But they are going to take their time as the circle is going to be closing in the next 5 seconds here. They get the scan, they send out the arc stars, they can't ignore the team to their left. Oh no, that one sole player behind the pin. They get
Oh, they know.
Unless they can force him out completely, the other team's going to do that.
Look at this overhead. Seeing everything from above, obviously. Caustic barrel over to their left, but this is why it's so important to have this gold RE45 in Rep's hands.
No one really wants to peek their head out because Reject Winnity is just going to bite it off. But Disguise looks like they've set up a portal. If they can find the right spot to take that, the right timing, maybe they can get on top of the APAC North team.
If they can make miracles happen, I mean, Legends, I mean, if it's not the barrels, if it's not the arc stars, they are literally pinned to the circle closing in.
I mean, Reject, they've got their eyes on it. If they're very smart, they might even get time to set up some fences around that portal.
Oh, but look at OMiT's positioning right now with Legends gaining.
वही OMiT वही मैं कह रहा था भाई. पोजीशन सही है इन लोगों की. वहाँ से ये लोग आए ना. No, OMiT नहीं थी, वो आग पे थी.
Oh, for the second time in 2 games.
It's TSM. Oh, OMiT, TSM.
The ultimates available to these teams right now, incredibly important. How much utility have they used and how much have they been able to keep for this last fight? Reject with the best position theoretically should have had the most, but you can see the bang-on was already being used by St. June. But I don't see any ultimate accelerants being shuffled around, so it could just be.
I think इनको ऐसी सिचुएशन में लोगों को एक फ्यूज लेना चाहिए भाई अपने टीम में.
Perhaps blasts. Does he have the Nox grenade? That could be massive. It's an open space. TSM still in that corner though.
Fuse catalyst.
But even if he had the Nox grenade here too, I mean, Crumpy's on that Watson, so that gen could really come in clutch.
So he's just used it to try and smoke TSM. Can he fumigate them out of this corner? I don't think he's quite managed to.
See if he can suffocate him here too. Still playing on that little lip. And that scan, the circle closing in right behind him for this final round. They also have to look over to their left. Yes, we saw that Moby being called in, but that's for some extra cover for OMiT to work with. Well, reject Winnity. The Kings on Pride Walk.
Let's see if it's which line's gonna come out on top this time. We did see there from Blasts. He didn't opt for the parabolic force, but he might have been hoping for it because a couple of long-range courses.
TSM, okay.
TSM there could have been deadly. That said, they have to stick in that corner to try and heal up a little bit while they.
Oh, they're down.
They lose one along the way.
I mean, they found a crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their position.
Zarzi.
They were pinched.
फिनिश कर दिया भाई.
Get eliminated and reject Winnity. Clean up shop. Taking game number 2 on Storm points.
Solid 9 kills as well. It's a 21-point game there from Reject Winnity. Adding that to a lot of those advanced standing points they have, they are now going to be head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. I mean, brilliantly played, right? From mid-game all the way until the end there, Vicky. They knew exactly the right time to push back against DarkZero. DarkZero obviously did a lot of the dirty work for them, getting rid of Serenity. And then once they'd done that, their back was clear. They only had to worry about the trenches in front of them. And as you saw, all those other teams were just, it's a war of attrition down there. And they were up on the rock, lording above the rest of this lobby.
Reject Winnity is reject all the teams.
Reject Winnity going into this finals game have had a total of 4 wins. Make this the 5th one. Keeping that consistency, that would put them right below DZ with their 6 total wins going into this final day.
And you got to remember, you know, these guys didn't come through the elimination bracket, right? They were wins in all of the hardest groups, in the hardest bracket stage, in the winners bracket. None of those were given to them on a platter.
Guess it also helps when you land over by checkpoint and you made that quick rotate and you called it in advance here too, but it was about putting themselves in that position, not as early as we saw other teams like LG who rotated north side of checkpoint within what, the end of that final circle. I mean, we know this because LG rotates really quickly, but teams like Reject Winnity put themselves on the northern side, the north path side, so then make that rotate in, so that way they could not be involved in a lot of the fighting that really wouldn't allow you to get into cover in that final circle.
Yeah, and I think, you know, trying to highlight where they came from as well is important when you look at the fact that Reject started in checkpoint. Quick rotate for them nets them 21 points in game 2. OMiT very much nearby. They come from Cascades and get 16 points. TSM, honestly, the 12 points for them is actually, I would argue, more impressive considering they had to make it all the way over from Lightning Rod. I mean, you know, this POI that they've struggled to keep under their control for a very long time now, but finally here in the finals at LAN, at the Split 1 playoffs, they have it to themselves and they can play their own game. See you later, Red Rams.
Feeling a lot more comfortable here for TSM to breathe. Looking over on the other side, Fnatic, your team coming in with some extra points. Now finishing with 5 KP in that 15th place spot. A little difficult here in that second game, but remember, Gino, this is match point finals. After 2 games, we'll be transitioning into that next map. So, you know, finding that storm point stride and then moving over to World's Edge for that quick adjustment.
I mean, 07 can be happy that they won that contest, but it's a blessing and a curse, right? They don't necessarily get to play a very quick rotate style game, which honestly, when they've had the opportunity to do that, they've looked great. and they have been, you know, one of the most impressive teams in terms of, just their macro and how quickly they can get from A to B.
I actually want to look at a team comparison. Talking about TSM here, I want to look at the Reject v TSM, with TSM best place in the year being 3rd place. Reject coming in with those 12 placement points after taking that dub. It's huge here when Reject is also going into this final day with those 9 extra points before getting that dub.
Yeah, exactly. The Reject and Fnatic were both looking so good yesterday, and it's fantastic to see them continue some of that form here. TSM have made a half of themselves, right? Coming from losers in the elimination brackets. They start with 0 points, and they're going to have to claw their way up, but we know they can do it. They've done it before. I don't think they've ever done it with 0 advanced standing points, though, right? They really are starting from 0 this time.
I mean, it's the fact that we haven't seen a team win match point finals coming in from that elimination side. So it's so hard. That's why having these advanced points are so strong. As you can see right here, the series results, Reject Winnity now lead the pack with 33 points, with DarkZero right behind them, 22 points. But once again, Genome, looking at both these sides with TSM being in that 11th place spot, we are going to make that transition shortly from one map to the other.
That's a big deal for some of these teams. OMiT, I mean, you know, they're sitting there at 18. They will most likely be running into a contest with KINOTROPE down at Tree on World's Edge. So, yeah, they're probably happy about the fact that they managed to accrue some points here on Storm Point as they move across to the map that they will probably struggle a lot more on.
You know what I love, Genome, too? Aside from the crowd, we got some amazing, familiar faces out here in LA. It's been a good time. Shout out to Disguise Toast, Lily Pichu. What's good, guys? Welcome to the ALGS. 2 games down. Who knows how many to go in this match point finals? When we come back from this break, we got some World's Edge action for game number 3.
I mean, they found the crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and Reject Winnity clean up shop. The break is over. As we look over LA, the city of angels, where we get to crown a winner for this Split 1 playoffs. Take a look at these lovely fans sitting here in the Galen Center. And it's been a fantastic time here, Genome, after already 2 games down on Storm Points. Can't wait to see the action that waits for us here on World's Edge.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting hyped every morning as we walked into the venue and just looking at the crowd that was lining up, waiting to get in, the crowd that just couldn't wait for some high-level Apex. It's it's something you just don't get anywhere else, right? I mean, look, Pro League's great and all, but we know it's LAN where these guys come out to play and you see the best Apex you just don't see anywhere else.
Literally the best of the best from all around the world. That's what LAN does. It brings the community together to hail one of these champions. As we move on once again to match number 3. For those of you guys just tuning in, this is match point finals. The first team to hit 50 points will be at match point. But to be crowned the victor, they have to take the win right after that. And we've seen a lot of these teams in this lobby, specifically Genome, that find more of that success story on World's Edge versus Stormpoint.
World Edge.
Yep, some of these teams are definitely going to be looking towards one map or the other. I mean, you know, sometimes it just comes back down to where the circle pulls. Sometimes it comes down to whether a team decides
इसमें काफी ओपन फाइट होने वाली है भाई, काफी ओपन फाइट होने वाली है.
Something we're going to be seeing on both maps here today. Not a huge amount. 07, as you can see, they
भाई इसमें रैम्पार्ट लेना तो बनता है भाई.
now that we've switched over.
I don't think so.
Elevate, they've remember some struggles they had at certain points where teams got tired of being contested and said, hey, we're actually gonna ruffle you up off the drop ship and come into Epicenter and take that away, so they're just left with Survey Cam. Certainly something that these teams don't want. Aurora now playing from Skyhook East. They've had to give that up to DarkZero, who play Trials, and Skyhook West, probably the best POI on this map right now.
And denying Aurora to get that gold knockdown too. Of course, with the lifeline mid-season changes though, we know that they will be able to get that gold knock guaranteed off that care pack. But that's if you get that perk already downloaded, which we know that Skyhook most likely having that Evil Harvester. But a nice little flyby here with the Skies, of course, landing Thermal.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, you bring that up because, you know, they've often been getting 2 of the gold knocks, as we see some of the other teams picking Lifeline here, which Fnatic was the other one, and 2R1C switching over to that as well.
Okay.
But yeah, having the double, you know, knocks is really good for multiple reasons, and one of them is just that it doesn't matter which way the team fight goes, anyone can get aggressive, and we know all of Aurora likes to get aggressive, and it just gives them options on those quick resets.
There's only 5 characters,
different characters,
full match.
On that lifeline, usually you would say you need to be anchoring a bit more, you need to be holding back, but I mean, if you look at the data, Hardeki has been the one taking a lot of the brunt and not being able to bring people back.
Watson इसलिए सही है कि वो 2 अल्टीमेट एक्सीडेंट रख सकती है भाई टीम, और उसका अल्ट काफी बेनिफिट भी दे सकता है भाई शील्ड्स अप करने के, और नेड्स ही नहीं आएंगे
on that lifeline instead and switch those roles around. Crazy to say it, but Aurora could be even better.
Considering that Oirain always also chips in with that co-IGL as well. I mean, the last thing you want in your games is to see your lifeline be the first one to go down. See how that's adjusted here as Spacestation. No doubt made their appearance over Climatizer and KINOTROPE being there.
There we go. We alluded to it before. E8. They've lost Epicenter again. This time it goes over to KINOTROPE Gaming. They intimated that they were going to land a tree and contest OMiT, but instead they force Elevate away to try and take Survey Camp, and then as you can see, the northern tunnels as well. I'd love to know if Aurora perhaps were looking to loot northern tunnels, whether that's caused a bit of a knock-on effect over there in that north side of the map. Either way, Elevate have once again had their loot cut in half.
And KINOTROPE, even though they are landing in Epi, they don't have to force out that 50-50 with a bit of lackluster loot that we know it as in Epi, but they are circle blessed for now on that north side, so they'll have a bit of an easier rotation.
First match win.
Virtus Pro, another team, is going to have a relatively easy rotation here. They might even just opt to stay within Fragment, actually, with this zone looking like there's a chance it comes back to Fragment, but maybe it could go to Overlook as well. This one, central World's Edge zones, actually quite hard to call. So where these teams decide to play is very much going to be up to how much they're trusting the calls of that IGL
in this one. I mean, let's recap similar circles that we have seen throughout the weekend. In a similar circle like this, we've seen it pull over to the bins on that eastern side of Fragment, even on that bit of a lip that we saw Fnatic pop off on earlier on 2. 07 making actually a very similar rotation that I was just referring to. Are already going to be able to get onto the high ground, but you see the pings, you see another team in the distance also taking the balloon.
It's a tough spot to rotate through, though. We keep pointing out how flat, barren, open this particular area of the map is. You might want to set up here early, right? Like, even if you were saying, this exact spot that I'm standing on is where the zone is going to end, that doesn't mean you necessarily want to play from there, because you're just so exposed to so many other teams that will be coming in and around.
Saw it play a factor in that previous game. TSM with the scan, seeing another team over by No Name. I believe that could be Virtus Pro, who are forced back.
All this on.
Underneath that slight broken bridge. Yeah, it is. Virtus Pro now find themselves in this building, but we know that in a circle like this, it could pull way outside of Fragment East, and all these teams just fall.
This tunnel seems to be like the #1 spot for creeping around. But it's kind of tough at the moment because everyone's got a Bloodhound, and by the time you sort of crawled your way up half the staircase, boom, they are continually scanning their back. And I guess the other thing that, oh, Sharky gets a kill onto Strafing Flame.
What?
It looks like they were trying to set up a rotate, perhaps?
I mean, catching him off guard, going up that evac tower right in front of them. Served on the silver platter as VP now going to be able to capitalize off that easy KP.
Unless it was maybe just a distraction that Strafing Flame pulled as he was trying to get away. Kind of hard to tell. Sure, someone will go back through the VODs and give us the exact comms one day, but for now we'll just have to wonder. Legends Gaming down to 2.
Oh, whoa, they missed the shots.
Zap, the last one alive, dropping down with the Beast of the Hunt. Trying to take some shots, but they're not alone here. With 07 wrapping around, Elevate get eliminated. Another kill on the board for 07, but this is the team that we saw wrapping up behind them. Fnatic, the nail in the coffin for this fight. And this is the same exact zone that they felt so comfortable in when we saw them play yesterday.
Fourth place with 20 points, a lot of them from yesterday. I mean, yeah, it's a hard place to play from. You can see the teams that got here early were not necessarily rewarded for that. Your team fighting abilities will come into question every single time you play that zone. So DarkZero, they're looking on the back of Aurora here on the edge of the circle. Let's see if they're thinking about taking this fight or perhaps going a little deeper into the zone.
I gotta get Juicer first. Don't tunnel. I just saw them. They might be doing a wrap for Epi as well.
Yeah, for bridge.
Center roof sacks, 1 meter.
Yeah, one second.
What is res in Monument?
Yeah, they're definitely just gonna go like all around the climate bridge.
Really wanted Epi on solo.
Snazzy, as Voltor would say. As on a goose.
Don't see anyone.
Can maybe get Monument console. There's a juice next to it as well.
Okay, so they force Aurora all the way into the zone. And DarkZero will be just sitting over there by themselves for the moment, waiting to see where the next circle pull goes.
Ooh,
meanwhile, lots of fighting over here in both Fragment and in Monument.
A little bit of a whiplash here. I mean, the last team that wants to get jumped and creep walked on is OMiT, because they're actually one of the teams that don't have a Bloodhound, so they don't have that scan with the conduit instead, because we know that they were maybe expecting that 50-50 from happening.
So they've run the contest composition, but then they haven't had the contest, and that's going to be hurting them towards the end of the game. It'll be fascinating. We'll have to keep our eye on them and their composition for the second game of World's Edge. It's almost like a bit of a poker read at that point, right? Do you play the composition you want to play out the game in? Because you have to pick it before you get into the dropship. It's a really tough decision for them. will KINOTROPE go epi again?
And also, by the way, loading into these games, these teams could see those compositions. That's actually something that I found out from Alliance themselves when they jump disguise.
They try sometimes, but you can fool them as well, right? Because you set your composition, they can have a look at that, but they can't determine if you change that once you get to the Legend select screen. It's a tricky thing.
Mind games always started before the lobby even starts itself here. OMiT, middle of this rotate, had used the Radiant transfer. They're looking at Legends who are still inside of Fragment. More of these teams like Moist, right alongside Liquid.
Yeah, so Moist are in the tunnel now, but
अगर भाई इस मैच में OMiT जीत गई, oh my god, मैं तो भाई OMiT को ही
if Moist decide to go that way, they could be in trouble. We've seen so many teams. Doesn't matter how good you are. As soon as you try and take that fight, they'll delay, there'll be caustic barrels, and in the meantime, all of those shots will attract attention from Geyser. So Liquid on the backside could spell death for Moist, unless they try and go out the left entrance, in which case they might be okay. In the meantime, DZ have moved up and gone all the way above Fnatic.
Little tight on that rotate there too for the teams that have to rotate on that south side now with less than 10 seconds on the clock before that circle closes in. But DZ holding this position is beautiful. We heard their comms earlier. They wanted to rotate through Epi side so that way they could have the high ground advantage. But after this, do they want to commit to the zip line? Do they want to wrap around? We see RC right below them here. Fnatic on the other side that have not given up those bins high ground that overlooks the action that could happen over by Fragment.
Still a
couple of teams over in Ghost Town, 2R1C. They've surprised quite a few people in this tournament as well. I mean, just going through the teams that we've got here in our final lobby, I think not a huge amount of people would have predicted Serenity. And certainly, I don't think would have predicted 2R1C walking into the finals with those 6 advanced standing points.
Love being able to see teams make moves like that. Just like we see Disguise now, taking that design portal, scan coming in, trying to make moves themselves. Timmy does have that Beast of the Hunt, but they see that this team is on the high ground. How to engage here? You see more of these teams congregate in this northern part because there's not only an Evil Harvester, but a ring console there too. Aurora is right alongside them. And Night Impulse taking a split angle, holding this height while also keeping Hard in his line of sight.
So sure, Aurora took their time to get in, but they have done it in a way that's allowed Hardeki to get up to red armor. Of course, that's the guaranteed Evo cache that comes through the gift wrapped package. And as long as they've managed to get here with a decent amount of meds, which as you can see, they do have, I think Aurora will be okay for now. Disguise.
Oh my god.
The only
मैं खेलता हूँ भाई, मैं भी ऐसी स्कोप रखता हूँ भाई.
And have been this entire Pro League season. Liquid finally getting out and actually rotating on the
Oh my god, I missed this gun.
from that Geyser tunnel. They didn't want to get stuck
This
there.
flat line.
As now they're going to be able to see this team that's right across from them. We know that there was like, what, 3 teams, 2 teams that have rotated from Fragment sides. OMiT, VP, Legends Gaming, and on the edge, it's Alliance. Love this overview so that way you guys can see how many squads are more so trying to play safe by the side. Aurora even trying to see if they can gatekeep Disguise on that rotate.
Yeah, you can see not Moist have had to come all the way from the zone underneath there, and that zone, I can tell you, is pulling towards that right side above Overlook.
And since they're coming out of the circle, guess who they are right behind? It is Liquid. As they had started to engage initially, they had popped the Beast of the Hunt over by No Name. It is 2 Rats on Controller neighboring them in that building, while TSM on the north side by the fence line here of No Name are also wanting to get involved. C9 finally rotating out of that tunnel side that exits from Geyser. But while more of these squads take their time, we have 5 to 6 teams here that are going to come in from the south.
You can see MT 20 seconds until he gets his next smoke back. Obviously with the recent nerfs, Bangalore, her rotational utility is worse than ever. How are they going to get out of this one? They've got a bang ult. Let's see how they use that and listen in to the comms.
I'm ready when you are. Clicking. It's not great, but you don't have to do. They're under there.
I'm dogging. I got a bat, I got a bat, I got a bat. I'm batting, I'm batting.
Okay, okay.
I'm batting as well.
Horizon queuing up.
Say OMiT. I think OMiT है क्या?
Break all, break
Oh,
all,
wait.
break all, break all, break all.
हाँ OMiT ही है.
Cross it empty, cross it empty.
Nice. Let's slide again. I'm gonna jump out of the team.
Oh my god.
Stop it, stop it, stop it. I have to go under tracks. I have to go under tracks or I'm gonna die.
Oh, nice knock, nice knock.
I'm dead. You best to live.
Oh my.
The evil shield is
Did I?
empty. He cannot swap as Waltzy is the last one alive.
Support
from
OMiT.
Numbers, and
Come
Omega
on,
are trying
OMiT.
to race him on the other side of the circle while VP
ये down हो जाएगा भाई
also
healing
makes
से.
their move. With the smoke, they close in the
कौन सा down
distance.
हो
They're
जाएगा?
trying to climb up the little lip of the mountain, but they know that there's still a player right behind them. Can Waltzy get out?
It's not a fantastic spot for VP, but luckily for them, there were 4 or 5 squads just holding each other in at the back of Fragment.
Oh my god.
VP now engaging on the fight. In trouble. Waltzy can get away from trouble here too. That is Liquid. On the other side, while Waltzy steals a kill away. 18 squads left, and Pricey's the last one alive for Virtus Pro.
Oh, stop.
Oh, on reload, on reload.
And VP just trying to live on that lip. It was a, as we called out, a late rotate and getting hemmed in by the other squads coming out of Fragment. It's going to be a second game for VP.
Legends Gaming just fully sent it on Waltzy too, by the way, as you can see in your feed. Moise get eliminated with Reject Winnity not giving up this spot here.
Oh. Hemlock, weapon of choice for so many pros at the moment. You can see why at mid to long range is incredibly effective. And unlike a lot of the other weapons that are good, a lot of marksmen's in that range, it doesn't actually fall off that hard at short range. That's one of the big reasons why pros are using it at the moment. And I think unlike in the flatline meta, you're also not having to burn an entire clip at a time.
Comes in clutch here, as you can see, Strafing Flame now moving in.
Oh my god, they don't climb.
Eliminated. Look at all those death boxes at Legends' feet. To be able to loot up to par with 11 squads left, but as they do rotate from that south side, LG are looking at them in the distance. C9 sharing some of that
aggressive mode
space. But LG are going to be playing up the low ground while C9 are on that high ground closer to that replicator. Evac towers called in, while RC coming from the high ground, but this circle is completely shifting towards the rocks. Huge shots here with the 30-30.
Grabs 2 onto Alliance as they try to evacuate, but they're eviscerated instead.
Where are you going? DarkZero getting involved in the fight, while Fnatic, neighboring disguise, design in the lava is going to be able to queue away into safety. Wrapping long. And trying to avoid them in their line of sight while holding this mountain, knowing that there's other teams on the other side of the tracks. Aurora playing off the low ground. Spacestation probably the best spot in this final circle.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, but Aurora are creeping on the back of them, as you can see to the right.
Oh no, DSG.
Disguised,
Oh my god.
struggling. I mean, is a portal really as good as Smokes and a Rolling Thunder? It doesn't seem so. Every time that Disguised
dominance हो गए क्या दोनों DSG के?
it feels like they really could use that cover.
Dominance तो ले
At least
सकता है भाई.
Design stays alive. Aurora, a duo on the north side, right next to Space Station. DarkZero clean up that last player from Legends Gaming here. Another top finish for DarkZero, sitting in second place with 27 points.
DarkZero have a little bit of space to themselves. It's LG and Cloud9 nearby. Serenity
Oh come on,
down
DSG
in the
only
bottom.
one.
You can see Fnatic do not have a lot of space to play with. As soon as they come out, you can bet that Jesco is going to be pulling the pin on the Nox grenade. SSG, as we talked about, in a fantastic spot up a little higher, but they have actually lost zone in the next ring. They're split holding at the moment, trying to put pressure on both Cloud9 and Aurora. DZ, go up high. They've already done some initial damage onto Cloud9.
You see the bang ult being called into. Huge shot from sides here. Doesn't have the turbo on that Havoc. Shooting through the dark of those smokes. You see the nades coming out. And trying to get out of fray while trying to wrap around this mountain here too. But so many nades hurtle in their direction. It's going to be C9 that had that slight high ground. And C9 with the blue evil shields working at a disadvantage. They get the crack, but Fnatic get eliminated in your feeds. And Zero wants to capitalize off of this, but DC, solo only Jen, really holding it down as the anchor.
It's
Oh my god.
Sykes now with the Havoc has to come back and clutch this up, but he's not.
Oh, he died.
A bang ult saves Cloud9.
And the circle! It be your own sometimes as a circle closed in right behind his back when he was
Put your traps, put your traps. Come on.
And now Chaotic
अबे traps क्यों डाल रहा है?
from C9 and he's getting Spacestation.
DarkZero
अरे भाई इसने ट्रैप्स क्यों डाले?
but I think they really just had to push through and push
दो
right
ट्रैप्स थे इसके पास. ब्रेक कर देता उनको.
of that for them, but unfortunately also the end for Cloud9. SSG have moved down here, and that's Aurora, I believe. They're peeking their heads out over at. You've got Serenity and LG still alive as well, but it's a lot of difference in elevation between these final spots.
Even going to be bigger here with our last 4 remaining teams, Aurora, Spacestation, LG, Serenity. But a big thing I'm looking at, Genome, is going to be Aurora with that lifeline. What can it do in a circle like this? Well, LG stuck in the middle, calling in a Moby for some cover. Serenity just mounting, go climbing on the other side of the mountain. But LG are just pinched in a pretty tough spot. And while Serenity are on the edge, let's jump into a listening with Serenity.
Fuck it. Fuck it up. Go.
There is that team on the other side.
Yeah, we need, just look at it. Expect blue container guy. He's gonna beam us.
Yeah.
Fuck, I slid.
I'm going now.
Yeah, go. They broke it, they broke it, they broke it.
Oh, the break.
That's fine. We can play slow, we can play slow. These guys on the rough.
I have bang on now.
We might need to slide to the... Do you think the other side of that and then shoot left?
Making contact with enemy.
Yeah.
Full three there. Do you have full scope? No.
No.
Well, Bugi's taken over the reins here in Serenity.
Nice
Obviously played
ult.
for Blackhand last year. Now he is the IGL and he has this team's fate in his hands. He's been doing a damn good job with it so far.
They called in the bangle early here too.
उन्होंने भी मार दिया.
Ultimates for all of those teams coming out.
SSG. High chances. SSG निकाल लेगी.
Not giving up this high ground as Zainu putting in some extra pressure.
99% SSG निकालने वाला.
Spots left. Serenity get eliminated.
Don't go down. Okay.
Aurora, the only team without a caustic. That's one of the reasons why
तो
they
LG,
can't push up
Aurora.
the high ground towards SSG. The other is they can just poke it.
अरोरा का एक ही बंदा बचा है.
Poke their heads out and destroy you at any time. LG, however, has the wingman.
Don't
if there's
go
one
down.
thing that can change their fortune, maybe that gun is it. The final 3v3.
LG have been popping off here. 4 kills going in favor for Funk. The circle's closing in right behind them. See the ult getting called in here too, but the knock.
Oh, ult उसके पास ult है भाई.
Ready to go. See if LG could test them here on this opening. They drop down.
Oh my, nice. भाई बहुत सही भाई. Woo.
From the low ground, wait for Spacestation.
Oh my god, how?
For free. That is now elevated LG to second place overall.
वो एक बंदा सही जंप किया था भाई. थोड़ा पेशेंस रखना था उनको. पेशेंस नहीं था उनके पास. SSG.
End zone there from LG. 10 kills to their name. A smile comes out from Sweet. It
Panic
really
कर गए
felt
वो.
like that game was in SSG's hands. I can't lie, Vicky. The drop down. One of the big reasons we're seeing Havoc so much right now is because of how much damage per mag it has. You
SSG
saw
through.
the drop down. We got one clip and still half a mag going into the second member of LG. At that point, the fight should have been over. But it seemed like
Who is
LG,
top 3?
instead
Who
of
is top
coming
3?
at them from the
I
other side,
update.
they try and fight it from the zone.
Tell
The
you who is top
surprise
5.
attack, it worked for one, but they started taking too much zone damage, and then it was just an incredible turnaround.
Hand in hand with LG also having that Nox grenade gas ready to go for that final circle. Some extra
LG.
pressure for them to work with here. A team going into this final lobby with 0 advanced points.
SSG
Now
and
elevating themselves after 3 games alone. Huge plays here for
all the break
Luminosity. But after those 3 games here, Genome, I want to see what the desk has to say because there's a lot to break down after those games.
I'm sure many fans in the building, fans watching at home are saying it's about time. Luminosity Gaming, Slayer, Funk, And of course, Sweet Dreams grab the win over SSG and catapult themselves into the top of the leaderboards. What a moment that was, and what a story it would be for those watching at home. LG's run through the elimination bracket. If they were to win, they would be the first team to win a match point finals and take home a trophy from the elimination bracket. It has never been done in Apex Esports before, Lauren, and that's a great sign for LG fans across the world.
Yeah, and we were just talking about it when we were watching those final moments there, Rain. We've been waiting for LG to kind of wake up. We know the types of performances
First
that they
match
can have, and that
second
was a fight
RC,
where they
third one
showed why they're now in our match point finals, and they
Okay.
always have.
And that's the thing, you know, when you look at it, Tiff, you have a player that we've highlighted so much in our content in our year, last year in Sweet Dreams, has the process of getting off of NRG, trying to reassemble that squad. Gildersons finds his place, and now he's trying to create a new legacy. And you know what, in a weird way, this may be the perfect fit for him and a perfect fresh start.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think Sweet Slayer and Funk are a really interesting team. Now, when you think about historical performances when it came to when this team was priorly, Sweet was
Classic
under NRG,
TSM
right?
losing early.
They had to approach the entire regular season last year and
Comeback करेंगे वो सब
completely
team comeback
reassess their
करेगा.
macro. And then you just have another roster swap. You implode. You take essentially the core part of that team away and
The popular
leave the
team जैसे जो है वो
heart,
है
which is the
Dark
brains
Zone,
of the
sorry,
operation in this point for LG, and they pair it with two people who are inexperienced on land. This is their first time
DarkZero
getting on
and
this stage, and I honestly think that running
DSG,
through the elimination round 2 bracket and
DS,
just barely scraping by
pretty popular.
allowed them to get more reps in.
Yeah.
And it's of course no surprise to me that they're finally waking up here. They were in 15th place coming into map number 3. And now they're in the top 5.
Massive game, and that will tell in the results as well. As you bring them up on your screen, we could see that one
Yes,
big game can
SSG,
change
Aurora,
the course of a tournament.
Serenity and
LG,
C9.
10 kills and a first place finish, earning 12 points, will equal 22 total points in that one. Bump themselves up from 15th all the way to, I think, near first place. SSG, nothing to slouch at, though. And Fnatic, a big kill game, though not great placement, just out inside the top 10. One of our favorites to win it all. As we look at the back half of this DIA as well, not everybody has a great game in game 3 as well. Our 10 through 20 teams, they'll have a chance to go back at it as we continue on World's Edge in game 4.
It is the reality of our first map swap. A lot of teams already had a lot of nerves coming into the day. You only get 2 games on Storm Point before being, for many of them, completely destabilized moving into World's Edge. Getting into a rhythm is arguably the hardest part of our match point finals because they happen so quickly. The pace of the, not games necessarily, but certainly the pace of the day is very high.
And if you're used to that pace as well, I think sometimes, to what you had said, Tiff, going through the elimination bracket helps you to keep the awareness of, like, everything is do or die. When you're in the winners, you know you have a second chance. When you're fighting for the winners, you know you're already in a good position in groups, so you're probably going to make it. But through the elimination bracket, you get to this point where you're like, if I don't do it now, I could be out. And that does help in a race to the finish match point finals.
It 100% does, and you're very spot on with what you were saying. I was speaking to a couple of the coaches prior coming into this, and I'll go ahead and shout it out right now. Alliance, during their run, they had to take aside and just say, guys, we're only a mere 7 points outside. Lock it in, let's do it. And now I'm looking at them on the bottom half of this leaderboard, and it's not over just yet. If there's one thing that we've learned when it comes to land, when it comes to match point finals, TSM did it in a back-to-back-to-back, which means nothing is out of the ordinary. Anything
वही
can
तो
happen.
भाई
Anything can happen,
हैट्रिक
but
मार
at
दी
the
थी
end
भाई
of the day,
TSM
I
ने.
know fans, I know people watching at home. I mean, even
Back
us,
कर लिया.
I'm skeptical to think that it can happen again. We're waiting to be proven. You have to have a little bit of hope, a little bit of faith, and maybe not see, but still believe. We'll see if that happens for Alliance, sitting now with 5 points. Definitely going to have to pick it up. But as we take a look at our past 3 games, a lot of action went by and transpired. Glitter, game 1 got us off to the races.
Yeah, and this was a fun one to kind of kick everything off here because right out the bat, we did get a contest between Elevate and 07 that kind of just devolved into
हाँ ये
more
first
chaos
match था,
with
first
2
match
R1
था
seed
ये.
joining it. But then when we make our way all the way to the end, it was entirely within VP's hands. When we looked at that top down, they had the best
DarkZero थोड़ा
position,
फंस
they
गई
used
थी
defense
भाई.
across the way. And
उस
Cloud9
पे
had to pushing out of the
दो
building,
साइड
and I
से
honestly
कवर
thought
तो था
maybe
नहीं
Cloud9 would
परमानेंट
suffer making
कि
that
रॉक का
move
कवर
in.
भी
They received 0 punishment for it because
थे
at
भी
the
नहीं
same
जा
time
सकती
they
थी वो.
moved, DZ tried to wrap up
जोन
the
उनके
team,
पास था,
maybe annoy
VP के
DZ
पास.
a little bit, maybe pick off a player
That's
before
why
they
they
had
are.
to deal with the potential third party that could have been
This
Cloud9.
It's
it
all
did
these
not
sorts
go
of
the
set.
way of DZ. Virtus.pro was able to clear them out, and then honestly, at that point, they were just able to slide down and clean up Cloud9. And to Cloud9's credit, they were also poking DZ in their sides as well. So DZ just ended up being sandwiched between these two squads. Not a whole lot that they could do about it, but this was a really strong performance from Virtus.pro to kick off the day.
You know, Chaotic Much, Saucer, Stay Naughty, great performance from Cloud9. I'm glad you mentioned them. They are showing up today as well. But game two, it would be all about the teams that I think. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you were going to take that one, Tiff. I think.
Yeah, I
game
want to
two.
talk this.
Walk us through Reject Winnity here.
Immediately when I saw the majority of the happenings that occurred prior to this, a lot of our teams got caught into checkpoint. The teams that made their way out of that and into Northpad, Reject Winnity controlled a large majority of the space, specifically around this rock. And then you have the opposing teams that were over on the other side, TSM including one of them, or they're just getting stuck with the ring at their back. Reject Winnity asserted their dominance and walked into one of the most nicely cleaned up matches. TSM and OMiT are just vying, trying to do whatever they can, playing for second, wrap up some KP, and Reject just had to clean it up.
And that's a beautiful thing because Reject Winnity are one of our favorites. They're one of the teams we talked about, and they have certainly shown up today, one of the top contenders. But yeah, game three would see the revival of LG.
That is certainly would, and really in a really fascinating turn of events, Serenity. This is the first time that we are seeing in the match point finals a team that is not in the same quadrant of the map, or rather that doesn't land in the same quadrant of the map, still win it all. LG coming all the way from Fisher had to make their way and
ये यहाँ पर इसने पेशेंस नहीं रखा भाई. SSG ने पेशेंस चाहिए था भाई.
Take really high placements when they're over by Climatizer.
भाई बेनिफिट था भाई. मैच थ्रो कर दिया उन्होंने. अच्छी दे दी उनको.
The difference between an SSG win and an LG win here is absolutely mechanics. It's one of the most exciting parts of Apex Legends. You can set all the right things up in your play. Phony actually makes an excellent slide to open things up for the rest of his team to follow up and take out LG. But at the end of the day, Funk and Slayer are just able to clutch up in ways that you cannot always account for strategically.
And at the end of the day, a wingman in your hand is going to make it very, very easy to win some fights, especially close ones. So LG get the job done. SSG second place, though. They'll be happy with that. More games to come here in our match point finals. But guess what? More games to come in the ALGS. We might be ending Split 1 today, but right in front of us is the beginning of Split 2. It kicks off June 1st. So if you're excited about more ALGS action, trust me, Year 4 has a lot in store. Stay tuned. We'll get back at it after a nice little breather, a little rest, maybe some travel, maybe some time with family. All these players, and certainly us casters and talent as well. It's going to be a fun one. And Lauren, as always, these splits, they contain stories in themselves. They kind of set these benchmarks of the year as we look towards champs, obviously, to round us out.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a really fun split too, because you saw on the graphic there, Alter potentially coming in. Will that affect how the Split 2 plays out? Will she end up being a new integral legend to those comps?
Well, speaking of stories in our league, there's also a lot of other people with stories in the venue today. I hear We the People is standing by.
Rain Day, thank you so much, Rain Day. So we are here. This is a special moment that we are going to share because I have a very special member of the community right here. All right, so Apex is more than a game. All right, it truly is a community. So for myself and the rest of the Apex community and the ALGS team, we want to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
What do you want to say to the crowd right now?
What'd you say?
What do you want to say to the crowd right now?
Oh, guys, listen, man. I'm so thankful for the platform that I have. You know, 5 years ago, I was so crazy. So crazy. 5 years ago, I was a personal trainer in New York City, and now we're here doing this. Still have a voice here for Championship Sunday. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart for changing my life. Thank you to my family for supporting me. But seriously, without you guys, I am nothing. So thank you so much. I love y'all, man. Love you so much.
So here's the thing. We are not the only ones that want to say happy birthday today. We have Mama Wig walking over with a birthday cake. Make a wish.
Oh. Thank y'all, man.
All right, well, guys, it isn't just one birthday that we are celebrating here as part of the ALGS community. We got another special guest across the way right there. Gaskin, take it away.
Not just one birthday, we also have another. It's also Mark Onset Hatcher's birthday today. So everyone, a big happy birthday to one of the greatest people in my life. Here's a party hat for you, Mark. And of course, a nice cake as well. And look at the top of that. Wow. It's a particularly interesting cake. Now, everyone, if you wouldn't mind doing it again, I know we've already sang it once, but maybe we can sing it to both of them together. Happy birthday, dear Uncle Greg. Happy birthday to you.
Wow.
And there we have it. And he will eat every single piece of that cake, as will I. Thank you so much, everyone. And wow, here we go. We've still got more matches of Apex Legends. Mark, sorry to do that to you. I know you hated every single moment of it.
It was great. Thank you, everybody. Happy birthday, Wig, as well. Amazing to share it with such an incredible person, but I think it's time for us to turn attention maybe back to business here, because we've got a lot of things to talk about. Dan, and of course, Match Point Finals is going to continue.
Yes, and we are starting to near match point for some of these squads as well. We're just teetering towards it. No big kind of massive games as of yet. No one really throwing themselves down. You wouldn't expect it to happen
डिस्क्रिप्शन में रुको मैं डाली अपडेट डाल रहा हूँ पहला मैच जीते VP दूसरा जीती है RC
Yeah, I think it's
and the third one
striking distance now, you would say. You're looking at the likes of Reject Winnity, LG after that win, of course, in the last game. Serenity are kind of there or thereabouts as well, but it doesn't feel like, unless it's a big win for one of those teams, that we will
second match TSM top 5
one of those teams on match point. World's Edge is going to be where we go next. We're staying on World's Edge for this next game, and it's still an opportunity for any of the teams with a win, Dan, to put themselves in that little group we've talked about.
Yeah, and there are a lot of teams, or the majority of this lobby, have found wins throughout the group stages or through the bracket stage. We still have a few teams who have yet to find a victory. Aurora, SSG, and of course we had Not yet to get a victory. That changed for LG though. In that previous game, they got the first dub on the board, and what a one to get as well. They need to change their fortunes going into this grand final. But can they make it more? Can they get another one, or at least get close to it with some points so they can get closer to that threshold?
I think one thing to notice as well with the lobby and the way that it's gone, the win hasn't kind of catapulted a team into
भाई दो funny moment हुए थे भाई उसमें बहुत सेकंड मैच में भाई मजा आ गया भाई इसमें रिवेंज लिया था भाई उसने C9 ने लिया रिवेंज लिया था C9 नहीं वो O7 नहीं है वो स्माइली फेस वाली हाँ उसने भाई रिवेंज लिया था भाई उसने अपनी टीम को मारा चैट को रहने दो ना
Yeah, somehow we still saw the likes of 07 and Elevate eliminated first on World's Edge, despite the fact they weren't being contested. But now we are going to get to witness just more greatness. What an amazing couple matches, so a few matches we've had so far, and it just has me scratching my head.
अरे वो सही है ना थोड़ा वो लोग देखेंगे तो थोड़ा चैट भी रहती है तो पता चलता रहेगा क्या कैसा है फुल स्क्रीन में देखेंगे ना बंदे
You can see LG dropping in 32 points at the moment. Reject Winnity are on 36, so they're not far off.
One thing that's very important, I think, to note about that last performance that we saw from LG, and it's the unquantifiable thing that you're looking for in a team and you're looking for in a player, right? When it comes to those clutch moments, a 1v1, a 2v1, whatever it is, if you can find a way to win those moments, they can be the difference when it comes to those tournament-winning moments. LG just showed that they were able to find the kills that they needed to survive, and close that game out. Now, speaking of LG, speaking of zones, by the way, LG are going to be very happy with where we're going to find ourselves going.
As soon as LG hit that ring console, they're going to be rubbing their hands together because this is a zone where they're going to have a lot of priority to reject Winnity, and you can see they've had ring console information, so they're going to be able to move very quickly. Depending on where they think this one is going to go. Legends Gaming down at Landslide, also going to be pretty delighted. But the fact that our top two teams here in Reject and LG both in priority zone means that we may get one of them on match point if they can find a victory here.
It's an interesting zone though, you're looking at it, right? And I think a lot of information is, of course, going to be garnered a little bit later on when we've seen that Zone 3 info. But you're kind of thinking, if it does pull towards Landslide, there's not the biggest amount of cover to play. There's not kind of stacked up POIs with different rooms and different buildings that you can get into early here and play for that long game. So when you're looking at zones, you're looking at what zone you would want prio for. This one's a little bit more difficult to judge how you approach it because of the lack of playable area. So I'm kind of fascinated to see how the likes of Reject Winnity, LG, Legends Gaming, who have good prio to this zone, actually approach things.
Yeah, how much study where do you think this circle is going to be going, and how much do you trust your idea with their commitment to said practice and research? Fnatic are making their way through just behind Legends Gaming at the moment, so Legends, despite dropping at Landslide, they're not going to have to move too far, but the downside to dropping somewhere where the zone's going to be coming is very soon, and they haven't been able to get up to the Blues or push up as Fnatic were previously. And they might find themselves in a difficult spot. Fnatic have been able to get past them here into staging, and it looks like they're going to be happily residing there for now.
Well, a little bit of a battle happening outside of Monument right now.
Through
the smoke is going to be Zach Mazer. It's going to be enough to force 07 to retreat, and understandably so. This is not a fight you want to take at this point with the extreme elevation difference between these two teams. Elevate have been quiet so far. I have to say, a little bit surprisingly, after what was a very impressive performance from them yesterday.
Well, I mean, the fact they're contested against 07, it's to be expected they're going to be a bit more difficult on Storm Point. Here on World's Edge, it's a different story. 07 on the back foot slightly. Let's jump into a listen and see how they navigate this.
They want to fight. Look at bomb floor. I'm swinging out right door, I'm swinging out right door. They're close to go to me, I'm back. I'm with that feed, right side, Let's look where I'm playing, I'm going further out. Scan, what do you have? Scan. Scan it two. One above.
Yeah.
They're close. Look where they are. Yeah. Kill, bang.
Oh, ये भाई 07 भाई again भाई. Oh my god. देखो chat देखो भाई.
Story continues between these two teams, and Natsuki is stretching all over those.
Oh my god. अरे तुम्हें पता नहीं है ना क्या हुआ था सेकंड मैच में, इसीलिए तुम्हें पता नहीं है फर्स्ट मैच में और सेकंड मैच में उनका यही चल रहा है ना. ओ भाई क्या स्कैम था. तुम अगर सेलिब्रेशन देखोगे ना सेकंड मैच का, वो लोगों ने भाई गेम सब छोड़ दिया था सीडी टूट कर. थर्ड पार्टी की कोई चिंता नहीं, उनका बंदा नॉक पड़ा है फिर भी सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे.
They're going to be a bit disappointed that they're finding themselves having to play this as a 2.
You can see Aurora, they're just going to be moving on the northern side. They would have heard these shots coming out from KINOTROPE, but decided that they can actually get into a position maybe with the possibility of holding out teams here rather than forcing themselves into zones. If you do hear commotion in Monument, all you have to do is sit up on that hillside and you should be able to pick off the pieces of those who arrive a little bit later. Speaking of later, there's going to be a few teams who are still making their way through, TSM being one of them. They're going to be on the southern side of staging, just thinking about going through that vault. But it's such a dangerous push to make through vault, right? The ambushes we've seen historically through that tunnel time and time again.
Well, one thing they do have, of course, is Verholst on the core stick, so they'll be able to get some barrels down and slow down any potential fights that do take place here. And as they walk up to the vault tunnel, there's always that moment of like, okay, is there going to be anyone here? Are we going to catch some barrels ourselves, or are we going to be able to scan and make sure that nobody is ratting inside of it? We should be able to play that for the late game. It's an interesting one, right? We're looking at our map overhead right now, and it feels like a lot of teams are wanting to bank on what side of the zone it's going to go to. There's a lot of teams kind of festering in and around the edge of the zone at the moment. There's only kind of 2 or 3 in the center.
And this is why it could be important for a team like LG, who are on that western side. They're going to have Ring Console still at Lava Fisher, so they'll be able to get the information of Zone 3 once this round 1 closes in 20 seconds. They just need to kind of hold everyone back and not get pushed in the meantime, but they should be fine.
We might be able to see a little bit of a Mia on a Mia action right now as Alliance will be taking on Tirat's 1 controller who are trying to escape, but the Bangalore smoke should give them enough cover to do so. Alliance, again, a little bit of a slow start for them, but it's what we expect from Alliance in these finals. We see them have these slow starts and then start to pick up momentum historically as the game starts to roll through. And to our 1C, speaking of the zone right now, Alliance, it's always the same story. They will have one game, but it's always the chasing teams who already got to match point.
Yeah, they need to find something a little bit sooner than they have historically so that they're not in that same position where suddenly the series is already won before they have the chance to get it done themselves. So circle-wise, again, this is why it's been difficult to predict. We're still going relatively around the landslide area. TSM are just going to be outside of it. The train tracks in the middle is maybe going to be one of the more desirable positions that teams might go for. It's Serenity who hold that spot at the moment. But TSM will have the ability to push from the southeast here if they want. If they start to get pressured, they could go all the way back through staging. You'd imagine at this point there's going to be teams that could hold you out of staging as well.
Well, VP will hold them out. It's a great job from our observer team to show you what's on the other side of the potential exit here for TSM. And you can see how difficult it is to get out of this vault tunnel late if you don't decide to make this rotation back to where you came from, like TSM look like they might be thinking about. Because you have to
VP पहले मैच निकाला था उन्होंने.
It's the tunnel exit and then you've got the staircase to try and work around it. It's just a tough fight when someone is watching it, especially a team that's so talented like VPR.
16 of our teams are within this circle as Virtus.pro are starting to see more teams arrive. This one's through the train track tunnel. But we do have 3 teams, or maybe 4 teams actually, just outside. We've got KINOTROPE and Alliance still making their way through. And 2R1C and Aurora way out.
मैं डिस्क्रिप्शन में सब अपडेट डाल रहा हूँ मैं डिस्क्रिप्शन में टॉप 5 करना
winners up in second place. Can you imagine if LG were able to find back-to-back victories here to get on to match point?
And one thing I've learned in the Apex Legends Global Series is anything is possible. And LG, what a story that would be. And they've still got a lot of work to do, of course, to even bring that up as an idea for now. But it's been a great start for them so far, as it has for DarkZero. Maybe not the jet-setting heights that we saw from them yesterday, but consistency is something that I mentioned, right? They've got 28 points at the moment. A good win here for them, and there's an opportunity for them to maybe just get within touching distance of match point. The other side of landslide through the train track tunnel, you can see SSG on your screens as well. Almost exactly the same story for SSG that we've seen for DZ.
So a big worry for me with SSG, watching that previous last circle unfold, they have still yet to find a victory throughout the entirety of this tournament, and they had a victory within their hands in that previous game. And you could argue they threw it away a little bit, but we'll speak about that later as Hackers has just taken down
nice way.
TSM Alliance come out of nowhere.
I mean, TSM have just been caught
TSM by
off guard. Hackers got that opening knock.
एक ही बचा है कि रैप से बचा है
On his own, and look at Alliance. Hackers, red Evo, effective and unlucky, already on purples. And it's no surprise to see TSM get rolled this way.
TSM still with one alive. It's going to be Reps just to try and dart around and see if he can do anything from this point. But Alliance, that is job done for them. Not only do they get a couple of kills, but they also now will hold that vault area, which will be in the zone for a little while. Now, it's not going to be an area where you're going to win from. The circle's not going to pull down to the vault, but they can walk out of the vault on landslide's side.
And the difference between walking out if you're Alliance and TSM, like we saw earlier, with the potential fight against VP, who are still inside of landslide, by the way, is they're going to be leaving that tunnel with red, 2 purples, right? And it gives you that little bit of cushion. When it comes to the fight, you can take a bit of damage before it becomes an even fight, so to speak. As now we see Aurora trying to do something similar here, but KINOTROPE is going to be up on this drill tower, and Aurora are careful that they might get caught off guard.
Yeah, KINOTROPE and Aurora are 2 of our later movers, and I don't know if KINOTROPE know, though, that Aurora aren't that far out, because Aurora is still by Monument at the moment, and if timing goes right for Aurora, they should be fine. As KINOTROPE have been spotted from landslide, it's Virtus.pro who are up in the height, just taking a few pop shots at the moment, which forces KINOTROPE to take a more defensive position.
3
They're
मैच
gonna
बड़े
have to keep
aggressive थे अब ये
moving
मैच
south
थोड़ा
here because Train Tracks is going to be the
वो
ideal
safe
position
खेल रहा है
again.
यहाँ
It is
पे
Serenity holding that spot,
Keep
and
right.
probably the best spot in the game at the moment.
This is going to be a very tough zone to win for anyone outside of Serenity at this point because there's just nowhere to play. Essentially, it's just open ground. You have the extreme difference in height between the train tracks and the area that's below that. But 07, who took that fight earlier, were celebrating it. Well, not so many smiles on their faces right now. They're getting pushed, and Alfie is down. And it's all up to Nasky, but he gets the break, and there's a little bit of damage being done here, and he might be able to do something special.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh bhai 1 HP.
1 HP in a dream for Nasky. Might be able to maybe get away and just survive for a short while longer. DarkZero have heard all this.
07.
Close to everything as well as Fnatic and Alliance posturing up against each other. 2-1C have just lost Hayaka. So all these teams that are struggling to find spots that you were talking about are starting to lose players one by one.
Yeah, and this is just unplayable areas, right? Everybody has to essentially own a piece of open ground. You're seeing now that Killfeed start to warm up a little bit. 2-1C will go down. KINOTROPE Gaming will go down. As VP still hold the height here at Landslide.
So now as Legends Gaming going to be moving from the north, you can see Aurora have actually been able to find their way into this zone. Now they arrived all the way from the northeast, but it's SSG who are very close, and of course we've seen Virtus Pro just all over Landslide at the moment, but they are spread very thin. Pricey nowhere near the rest of the team. He's a little bit vulnerable, but also in a power position to do damage.
Yeah, Pricey's got to hit the shots though. This is one of these positions where all of a sudden if 3 people lift up on you, you can find yourself in a really rough spot. Don't do that damage. Naski's still alive, by the way. Don't want to
07. Oh my god.
Certainly don't want to curse him, as Nasky is now going to have to use a little bit of movement, a little bit of movement.
Oh nice. Oh my god.
Unfortunately,
Anti.
will cut him down. It's 16 squads remaining now, as you are going to see that zone force.
17th position पे.
Landslide looks horrible at the moment, as I think reps just went down for TSM as well. Likely to see the elimination of them. It was Fnatic who just cleaned up the pieces of TSM in the end. Project Winnity, you've got DarkZero, LG, all kind of hovering over the northwest side at the moment, but it's only Project Winnity who are within the circle out of these 3 teams. It's LG who still have to move in with this next circle. Seems like a good time. Let's check in and see how the vibes are with LG.
Okay? Sliding down using everything we have. Bang all cost scope.
Sweet, how much energy do you have? How much energy do you have?
260. I'm dropping it.
Yeah, drop it.
There's 40 on the ground.
Alright, nice. 170.
They're just trying to charge their Evas. How many cells do we have?
Oh, 6.
8. I mean 2. Listen.
Drop 2 cells, Slayer.
We can very easily just get underneath the bridge here.
Take those cells,
we can stabilize for a second with smokes, and then there will be a fight that happens here between the Graveyard teams and anyone wrapping south, okay?
Yeah.
But we need to go kind of slow. These stick riders will stop shooting us once the fucking game. Okay? We are playing to kill. We are playing to fucking kill.
Let's reposition there.
We need to no half wipes.
Can we look at it right now? Like sweet to see what's going on. I see one on this crate though.
Yeah, and then the other team's right here. You see that? Watch out for T. Watch out.
हाँ नहीं होएगी ये लिमिट होगी रैप से बचा था
Yeah, key takeaway from that was LG playing for kills, and you kind of have to in this position, right? You're not in a priority spot where you can play the zone. You can see in the kill feed, Sorcerer's just gone down for Cloud9. It's Aurora who are taking this fight, and Aurora who are on top of this fight as Cloud9 eliminated. And now Aurora, they are starting to churn up these leaderboards, 24 points right now.
And this is the kind of area that Aurora start to do damage when things get congested, and they have that advantage with the heroes that they've stacked up on their way towards zone. They can pick up KP on this side and completely clear it.
Fighting teams will benefit from a circle like this because you have to fight, you have to take advantage of all of these squads that are going to be nearby on the edge. Alliance have lost one, OMiT have lost one, SSG have lost one. Get used to it. Everyone's going to be losing members over and over here as this circle closes.
Fnatic trying to clean up the remaining members here of SSG. OMiT eliminated in the meantime. Everybody is getting traded out, but not a huge amount of teams are falling quite yet. Unlucky trying to slide in with effect. Look at the carnage that's happening here on Landslide. SSG will go down finally. Aurora still looking to move in.
Oh my god,
Aurora staying as a 3 is vital here.
Second last zone है भाई 12 squad है.
Missing a step at the moment. They're still healthy. They're still shredding. Disguise will be the next team to fall, but Aurora now have Hardeki. He goes down. So does 9imps, and suddenly it's just Aurora to try and survive.
Serenity gone. Virtus Pro gone as well. All of these
My
teams
god. I'm surprised.
as he falls into the line of sight of
Reject Winnity. Important the Reject Winnity here. Still alive, still cooking, still getting points. 39 points they are at the moment. 11 away from reaching that match point threshold.
भाई खड़ा हो गया था वो.
Still pick up KP, but winning from here is very difficult because you are not around the train tracks as Fnatic also go down.
Yeah, they're going to have some work to do here. They have to clean this side of the zone, and it's going to be Legends Gaming who have just moved in front of them into the zone. Also, they've got
DarkZero. Nice.
who are on your screen right now.
And DarkZero, they're a real threat. We know from this northeast side they can
कंट्रोलर में है क्या?
if they want, which will allow them to get
हाँ
towards
भाई
the train
तभी
tracks.
भाई उसका वो शॉट लगा नीचे वाला.
Gaming are the team that
जाने.
hold center zone. Earlier we spoke about Serenity. Serenity went down during all of
समझ
that
गया था
madness,
भाई,
and
नहीं तो मिस
actually
होता, वो जो
Not Moist,
PC
who
वाला
took
होता
the
तो मिस
position
होता.
off of them. Another team that is yet to find a win yet is Not Moist. Maybe this could be the one where they start to show the form that they had in regular season.
LG having a little bit of an engagement the other side. I think they've just completely and utterly wiped Liquid Alienware, and now they control the western side of the zone. But they have to move in now, and it's not Moist.
अकेला बंदा है वो लगे.
Fox going to take some damage. Smokes
Oh my god, low.
but not enough time. And Slayer will be left on his own, trying to finish this off. It would be a huge clutch for him if he can manage to get these kills.
No.
Sure, not enough though. LG will be eliminated as Not Moist will hold.
Could be a big moment here for Reject Winnity on that northern side. It's still Not Moist though in the most commanding position. They can watch over all of this, and they have just taken down a member of Reject Winnity as well. Not Moist really in a power play spot. Maybe this could be a victory for them.
And I've got to say, MT's player cams is one of my favorite. He is so intense, completely locked in as Reject Winnity will be eliminated. Moist still in control of this zone, and they've got a wingman in the hands of Walsey.
Legends getting pinched. Legends getting pinched by DarkZero and Not Moist. This could be a DarkZero versus Not Moist finish, but there is a solo left of Alliance. And that really could change things. Here he is. It's
all on
Effect,
new
we
team.
know,
तभी
right?
नहीं हुआ.
Effect with any weapon in his hand can do some damage.
He can certainly influence fights. And there is
Oh my
some
god.
influence in front of you. Legends Gaming will be eliminated. Effect will not only get that KP, but also increase the placement points here for Alliance.
Well, now he's got Not Moist worried as well. Not Moist is still having to turn to their backs. They want to focus entirely on DarkZero here.
ये पोजीशन भाई MST है. पेशेंस रखेगी निकाल लेगी.
Circle is going to start to force DarkZero towards them. Big decision here for Not Moist.
थर्ड मैच में SSG ने पेशेंस नहीं रखा, वो नीचे चली गई थी.
Potentially still winnable
हार
for
गई.
Effect. One thing that he doesn't have is the ability
Throw कर दिया था मैच, ऐसा लग रहा था.
Playing Bangalore this time around, which means that he won't be able to hit the grad lift, creep up behind Not Moist and DZ if they do decide to engage here.
I mean, the downside here for Effect is if he does swing down through the southern side of that mountain,
इन सबको नीचे जाना पड़ेगा.
Well, DarkZero, they
टीजर
have
तो
to be
नीचे
first
जाएगी
in
ही जाएगी.
into the line of sight of Not Moist, and you can see that they know it as well.
Oh, nice nade
They're
भाई.
gonna slide down underneath them at the moment, but they take a little bit of damage. But are Not Moist going to challenge this? And more importantly, are DarkZero aware of the position of Effect?
Effect's about to swing. Oh, it's that stick as well. Suddenly they have to push on him.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Doing the damage, and Effect might just be pushing Alliance all the way here.
Oh my god. क्या था ये?
And they get their first victory here in the tournament.
Effect influences.
Nice havoc भाई, nice havoc.
Crazy shots coming in to essentially gift the position and the win to Not Moist, and boy does that put them close.
Well, what an exhilarating final circle as well for all members involved, and you can see everyone pretty happy. I mean, it's all about getting points at this moment and getting closer to that match point threshold. It does send
DarkZero थोड़ा होल्ड कर रहे खेल रही है, पता ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव नहीं है वो. मैं देख रहा हूँ जब से. TSM थोड़ा एग्रेसिव है और वो उसको मैप रीड नहीं कर पा रही है भाई. DSG कैसी जा रही है.
In terms of placement, it does put them a little bit further up the leaderboard, but Not Moist. They get that win. This was the question I was asking. Teams that haven't won so far this tournament, can they find that victory so they can have that confidence going into match point? Well, now Not Moist, they can scratch
देखना हम लोग 50 पॉइंट पे आ जाए तो वो जो जाए उसको हम टारगेट करेगा, पता है?
ओह अच्छा, अपने आप को नहीं ऊपर लाने के एवरेज.
नहीं, उसको वो जीतेगा तो
हाँ वही मतलब कि एवरेज में ऊपर लाने के लिए अपने लिए उसको डाउन करेगा. पर 90,000 व्यूअर चल रहे हैं
And then they
भाई.
were able to convert in those final
और
moments as well. But
कंटिन्यू
looking at the
रहेगा
overalls now,
गेम
looking
को.
at the scores, we are in a position where
कौन नया देखा मैच पॉइंट में.
teams, if
अभी
any one of
दिखाएंगे
those
वो
maybe a little bit
एक
higher,
मिनट के
top 8,
अंदर.
top 6, if they win this next game, there's a real chance we see someone hitting match point.
Yeah, the top
पिछले बार
teams
सबसे
on
बेस्ट
30
था भाई.
points at the moment. We can look at the
जैसे
score results, not moist. 21 points on the board
ये
to
तो
send them hurtling up the
मैच का
leaderboards. They're
पॉइंट
now only
दिखा
10
रहा.
points away from a match point,
21.
but it's DarkZero's consistency for me. They are still
What,
finding themselves in those end games time
9,
and time
7.
again.
Elsewhere, you see the kills for Alliance to the end. How important is that performance from Effect, right? Just not just staying alive, but also Alliance picking up the kill points. We see them took down. They took down TSM in that vault tunnel as well. LG again, not a game they'll be too disappointed with. Some decent placements and a couple of KP as well.
Yeah, it still pushes them even closer to the 50-point threshold. Aurora, 6 kills on the board. Fnatic, 7 kills on the board. A lot of these teams had to play for kills in that circle, and you can really see that by the score totals on our screen. As we look at the second half, though, it was a little bit more miserable for other squads. 07 got the better of Elevate yet again, but sadly, just as they had their come down from the high, they got attacked, and they got third-partied in the end. TSM not putting a point on the board. Cloud9 only 2. It's going to be a struggle for some of these teams that are starting to drift away from the chasing pack, especially when you consider that a lot of these squads had those bonus points to start.
A bit of a quiet one for the likes of OMiT as well. They've had some pretty good games so far. Serenity, I think, will be the most frustrated in that game as well. They had that great position on the tracks, but weren't able to hold it. Usually there's one fight that takes place that decides who's going to have Godspot in towards that end game, and having held it for quite, the majority of that game, to lose it in those final moments to not Moist, you look back at those games, you're like, one fight, couple of bullets could have been the difference between us being the ones who are called champions.
Yeah, circles like that, very difficult to navigate. Also, shout out the cosplay at this event is incredible. Everyone turning up and everyone looking fantastic in the crowds. They just seem to get better and better, these ALGS events, and this is the biggest crowd we've seen. So respect to everyone making their way down here on Sunday here in Los Angeles. Now, series results. I mentioned that DarkZero only 6 points away from match point now.
ये है टोटल 17 पोजीशन on the way. वो DarkZero not boy.
They might be the first team to hit match point, but the same could be said for the three,
DarkZero
4, 5 even. Teams which are following. Fnatic 35 points down in 5th. Within striking distance, 50 points very achievable without a win.
A key takeaway for me is DarkZero's consistency across both maps throughout this tournament. They are pretty much a 50-50 split, regardless of whether it's World's Edge, regardless of whether it's Stormpoint. So they don't really have a bad map, right? I would expect them to find themselves on match point after this next match that we see. Teams struggling a little bit. Obviously have to point out the fact Elevate have yet to put a point on the board. Contested on Stormpoint though, and have 07 on the rotation in World's Edge, so it's been a little bit of a difficult time.
Interesting stat line there from 07 as well. 0 placement points, but 11 points over from kills. Not quite sure that adds up if my maths is incorrect. But not quite. Hey, my maths is never good, but even I got that one. But Disguised as well, a little bit quiet from them. But Alliance, this is the kind of game you look back on if you're Alliance, right? And you're like, how important was that game in the big context of hitting match point? Because that could have been a game where one, the Alliance and Effect fall a little bit earlier than expected, maybe take a fight, a little bit of frustration comes through, but surviving and living in those moments and getting into that top 3, top 2 with a few extra KP can make all the difference. Well, one thing that makes all the difference, if you're gaming, you're sat at home right now, is a beautiful piece of Herman Miller wear. And if you're liking, if you're one of those people who likes to take care of your lower back, well, so do I. I've already talked to you about this. You should do it. Big shout out to our sponsor, Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. If you pay close attention, you'll see the newest Phantom colorways that our ALGS coaches are using this weekend. And in celebration of the Split 1 playoffs, all Herman Miller gaming products are 20% off right now through May 16th.
If you want one, now is the best opportunity to grab one. And yeah, as I said, he has stood ever taller since he has sat in one of those chairs.
Lovely stuff. All right, well, we've got to jump into a quick break now. Match point will continue here in LA. The question is, will one team cross that threshold when we get back?
So, hero, what's the plan? Let's do some shopping.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You ready for another round?
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to LA, everybody. Welcome back to the Galen Center. And if you are just joining us, but it's a perfect time to do so. The match point finals are starting to heat up, and we are in the wonderful piece of our tournament now where one team you feel might be the first to hit match point.
Yeah, I said it's business end of the tournament for a reason, right? We're going to start to see those teams getting onto match point and making the rest of the lobby extremely nervous because it could be the last game they play when it does get to that scenario. However, still no team on match point right now, so that's still good news for those who are in the chasing pack. You have got time to catch up.
Well, you can see what they're playing for right now. It's not just the money, there's that trophy as well, as we can see the faces of every single player from every single team on that main stage, locking in and getting ready to change maps as well over to Storm Point again.
I'm rolling my sleeves
Storm
up
Point
as well.
again.
I feel like I'm a bit now. I'm trying to get just as locked in as these players are. And I was mentioning, you know, the teams that have found victories, the teams that haven't found victories.
I just started doing it as well, I don't know why.
Yeah, I know, it just makes me feel like I'm going to commentate better as well. As we get closer towards match point and once we start seeing teams reach match point, I can start talking about how often these teams found victories throughout this tournament, throughout the entire regular season, and that's when those numbers really begin to count. Which teams are not going to crumble under that pressure? Which teams are used to finding victories when they need them?
Back to Storm Point then for match number 5. Just as people start to get comfortable, once again we pull the rug out and we switch that map up. Just a reminder of our standings. DarkZero needs 6 points to hit match point. In behind them, Reject Winnity. They need 9, not Moist, just behind them. They need 10. LG 12, Fnatic 15. So everybody in that top 5 within striking distance, and just behind them, you have the chasing pack who aren't too far away as well.
Well, round 3 and ring the bell. It's Elevate versus 07, but it's not just been Storm Point. They were fighting on World's Edge as well. Elevate yet to get a kill on the board.
Lasky looking to fly in. They've had to use the Radiant transfer early though. Gravelift is going to be used as well to try and get up to that height.
Let's go 07 again.
So
Oh my god.
Exchange is going to go the way of V8.
So who is there?
Like you say, no
Opponent's gone, opponent.
That one is.
Big Thermite, that's going to be a lot of ticks, and it might just encourage a drop down, and here comes said drop down, but now Nasky from behind, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Manages to close that door as well. So 1-for-1, but oh, the last player is alive.
Too low. Push कर सकते हैं भाई.
Winning again,
Again भाई eliminate कर दिया.
Because Aurora and a smirking Hardeki ruin everyone's fun but their own.
Classic Aurora. I heard a few boos there as well.
Do you want to hear something even crazier, by the way?
Yes.
Aurora have split drop.
Yeah, that's
that
what
is Hardeki on his own, who has come in and third party that. That's why he's laughing.
It's actually genius from Aurora,
It's
recognizing that there has
अरे
been a
भाई
test
वो
going down
क्या
that has
scam
been
हो गया भाई उनके
elongated at
साथ.
times, and KP is available to the rest of Aurora dropping down towards Cenote. We just get one lone member of Aurora at Ceto Station. Brilliant. I love it. This is exactly what Battle Royals are all about, right? Recognizing where the patterns are. As the downside, DarkZero's
Celebrate कर रहे थे भाई वो.
Wait, I was going to say, wait a minute though, because DarkZero might not know and might kind of split them in half here and just look for their rotate before anything else. So we see the zone on your screen. We are going to the north here.
And DarkZero are moving down, by the way, because they don't have any information on zone right now. They didn't have a ring
Oh my
console
God.
to work with, so they're trying to get to this survey beacon just so they can get any sort of info on where people are going to be going.
And the good news for both Aurora fans and DarkZero fans is that nobody really took any casualties in that little contest that we see going down. So everybody will be safe apart from 07 and E8. And I've got to say, one thing I've really enjoyed about how Aurora have approached things, they're not really willing to know, they're not playing the gentleman's game here. They are looking for the best way to get points. They are being so efficient, and they aren't afraid. We saw them hot dropping on people in groups, right? Split drop in, seeing someone drop, they're 3-man them. Any way they can get points, Aurora are using it to their advantage, and I just think that's brilliant.
दो टीम कौन है
Rules that state you can't just drop somewhere else and ruin someone else's
07 और
As
E8
you mentioned, it's been happening all tournament long. And they
हाँ भाई अभी तो वो हुआ उनके साथ क्या बोलते हैं सेलिब्रेट करने लगे वो 78 को कर दिया था वो थर्ड पार्टी आके सेलिब्रेट करने लगे तो सीडी छोड़ दिया उन्होंने भाई दो लोग अलाइव थे उन दोनों को भाई उसने अकेले बंदे ने मार दिया वो बैठ ही नहीं पाए सीट पे वापस
one of the better spots. Sadly, they lost out to Not Moist, who went on to win. So Serenity will know they need to be holding these spots a little bit better in this game.
Well, Serenity, like you say, they have one of the great spots. RC inside of the armory, but those broken armories, I always talk about it. It's such a different position than it was in the previous season because of the fact that the walls are broken. There's so many lines aside to be picked off by other teams. And Satsuki up on the high ground is looking to pick off a few shields here with his flatline.
If you're some of the teams that are in the lower half of the table now, you want to see teams like Fnatic dropping out and getting eliminated in this early game. It is DarkZero who on the other side. Again, another team you would love to see get eliminated, excuse me, if you are one of those teams. But DarkZero just don't have the same kind of info that other teams do at the moment. You can see the ring console is over here, so they'd love to be able to hit it, but Fnatic, they're just holding them off right now.
Armor checks on both sides are going to pretty much indicate this is an even fight as well. So I don't think anyone really, with 18 squads remaining, wants to engage. Zero, you can see he's made the call. He's already out scouting towards where they can play for this zone a little bit later on.
And this is impressive because this is just off survey beacon data that they've got. They've realized they saw those teams just on the northeast of checkpoint, and now they're going to go and say, all right, well, we're going to commit to the same places that others have. As SSG, who are in 7th place, 30 points at the moment. Again, a victory here, you know, 8 kills and a win, and suddenly you're on match point. This is what you were speaking about. If you're in that kind of top 8 at the moment, you are very close to being able to achieve that threshold.
It's KINOTROPE Gaming who are on the other side of this, shall we say, engagement, little bit of a poke battle between the two teams. Nobody really close enough to capitalize if a knock does come in. Zone's going to force these two teams together. SSG are already out there, though. You can see they're trying to move through Launchpad, through the Spider Cave, and away, but instead they're actually going to take to the skies to do so. Good shots through the air here from one tappy. But that bridge will belong to SSG now.
There's not many open areas on the map right now, but there is a big fight happening, and Alliance will get the upper hand to start with, and double up here.
One left, one dealt with. Legends Gaming eliminated. Alliance making quick work in their team fights at the moment, and this is more of the Alliance that we expect to see, right? A scary-looking Alliance. A team where when you team fight them, they usually get that first knock and collapse and get the job done quickly. OXL going to be popped here as well by Unlucky, and this is a great spot for them to hold to.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's an interesting spot because even though the circle might not be pulling this way, a lot of these teams that are rotating from the south are going to have to come this way, otherwise they get pushed into just carnage of all the teams that are holding on that middle side and just the northeast of checkpoint. So Alliance can potentially pick up quite a few kills if they stay there, but this next ring pull is going to be a big one. If it suddenly does shift, maybe down to the eastern side, it could be so beneficial for some of the later rotators, and in particular teams like Alliance and TSM, who have not been able to get to those nuts a little bit sooner.
Well, TSM are in a spot where I think they realize they're not going to have prior to where they believe Zone might be going, but they're hoping that it's going to shift back towards them. It's not going to do so. Everyone's kind of predicting this one, right? And we are going to be ending up outside of the drop down of the wall where those nuts are. Speaking of nuts,
हाँ देखा तो अंदर मतलब कवर में अच्छे
Now LG, they're going to be here for quite some time, by the way. The circle could continue pulling their way, and they're going to be pretty happy with it. My only worry is when teams start to force themselves through the wall, one of the first points of contact is going to be these nut buildings. And if you split yourself too thin, you become very vulnerable to someone just diving in, taking a building off you, and maybe catching one of you. So LG making themselves big at the moment, trying to take as much space as possible, and you can understand why. They just have to be well aware of what could arrive.
One good piece of news here for LG, though, is this is one of those zones where everybody who's approaching from the southern side of Storm Point is going to have to fight each other, essentially. There's like chokes you have to go through. There's only so much playable area, which means they can kind of let the game play out a little bit and guarantee some placement points before they have to make any moves. It's the opposite to what Alliance are finding right now. They have to fight their way towards this zone. They have to fight their way through wall, and here comes Hackis.
Hackis done a lot of damage to begin with. His Team Liquid Alienware on the other side, and actually there's going to be a trade, but it might not matter because Effect and Unlucky will finish the job off. Liquid Alienware eliminated, and Alliance still scoring, and they can relax. No one is nearby here at the wall. So
those squad element
I was talking about, right? Teams are naturally going to come towards them. They can take those fights, but are they going to be able to win the game? Because when they force themselves through wall, LG are going to be waiting on the other side.
But the good news for Alliance is by winning that fight, now they own the wall. So they can move through towards those nut buildings that are being held by LG, and they'll be able to scan and find out if they are split holding. They will be able to take one of the best pro positions if they can get close enough and cross to where LG find themselves at the moment. LG, of course, are going to be looking at that and thinking we can't let anyone cross without taking damage. VP's trying to work the other side, and hey, look at Aurora. They've already started to place together.
Yeah, Aurora have gone all the way round on the western edge, and it's going to be disguised. They're going to be right in front of them. They can hold the trenches for now, but Rain's gone down already. And sadly, one member of Aurora gets caught off guard.
Aurora ने निकाला था point, इसी बंदे ने निकाला था.
As well, almost immediately, which means that Aurora now are going to have to back up. DSG want to try and finish this one off as well, understandably so. But that's one of those situations where getting the knockdown shield not up quick enough, being taken down and turned into a death box here hasn't allowed the rest of Aurora to get into a position to close in. So DSG will be comfortable here. Aurora will scarper away, and I've got to say, this is looking like an Aurora reset.
Well, Disguised have got a lot of fans in the arena, and I'm sure they'd love to hear what they have to say. So let's jump into a listening with Disguised.
I can get a good game here. Tell me something.
Where did they go?
He ran over the hill.
They might try to go craft, then checkpoint and res.
I thought you see Bo.
I'm playing out here right now.
Got it. You need to get your perp.
200 off.
Well, DSG own this part of the zone right now. You can see that they're going to be trying to wrap a little bit later, I think, towards the position, of LG. But everyone who's moving from the southern side now, this is where you're going to see the congestion start to build up.
And you're going to get a lot of teams that are going to be similar as Disguised. They're going to be a little bit quiet in the moment because they're just waiting for that next zone information. There's a lot of players and teams that are in the dark because they didn't have Ring Console getting into the position they find themselves in right now. A team who may just be trying to get extra information is Fnatic, who are going to be sitting up towards Checkpoint. Remember, there is a Ring Console in Checkpoint if Fnatic would like to use it.
Oh my god, oh my god. Crack है
Aurora on that trident going back deep in towards
zone. लोग कर लेते तो निकल जाता.
I just wonder if Aurora just playing a different game at times. They're just having a fun time going through the red, ignoring every other team until the final circles start to happen.
This is why they get all three players back up again. So they get that trident, they get the banner, they get the res. And now, even though they are going to be taking a fair chunk of zone damage as it is going to be zone 3, they're going to find some evacs, they're going to get in a position to get back into this game. And you know that they will have marked DSG as a team to take down if they have the opportunity to fight them again.
Well, from one team, Aurora, who still hasn't found a victory in this tournament, to another,
SSC भाई इन्होंने तो थ्रो कर दिया था मैच में वाला.
But maybe you get to match point without finding a win, and that first win,
पूरी पोजीशन सब कुछ वही था.
Happens once you're on match point, and you save the best for last.
कट जाता.
2R1C are going to be inside of wall. Alliance are already in the bottom side of wall as well. As we turn our attention elsewhere, Cloud9, they're in a fight against KINOTROPE. This is on the southern side of zone. Mia K using the grab lift that was left to him. He's going to have to use more than that at the moment if they want to win this fight. A spray through the window isn't going to be enough, but a couple of shots into
controller, man.
Might allow them some KP, but this could be the end
of
the game. No.
Good eye.
C9 get eliminated, but KINOTROPE go down as well as Not Moist come in with the perfect third party.
Big kills for Not Moist as they edge closer to that match point threshold as well. You can see they are being shot from the distance though. It's Aurora behind them, Virtus Pro in front of them. This could be one heck of a collision that's going to happen on the southern side between three amazing fighting teams. Speaking of fighting teams, TSM versus SSG is happening on our screen. Ref's the last remaining player.
Ref's trying to pop a back.
TSM लो अरे गई तो करे कवर क्यों नहीं दिया कवर नहीं दिया उसने अच्छे से
SSG will clutch up in that moment.
Such aggression and
They're
but no, they're not going to be rewarded for it here because 2R1C, they heard what was happening and this is the danger of moving in late on this eastern side around wall. As all these teams are searching for kills. Fnatic, they're also eliminating the kill feed.
DarkZero as well. One player has fallen, but they're going to be able to get the reset. They're 3 points away now, DarkZero, from being the first team to hit match point. They are so close they can taste it.
Well, a team that's broken records in this land and has been unbelievable at this event. All they need is one more team wipe or just a play placement, to be honest. They've got such a good position in zone. Here's the fight we were talking about earlier, Virtus Pro. They've gone all the way down and it's Aurora.
Surprise, surprise, it's Aurora, right? Aurora come through, but to talk about DarkZero again, we're talking about our match points teams. They are safe inside of where this zone is going. So unless they get seized, unless they get a team just throwing themselves at them, this could be their opportunity to hit match point here. SSG eliminated in the meantime. All themselves being popped by Zero. It's a massive chance for them. But Not Moist also are overlooking DarkZero and looking to take their spot away.
There actually could be a fight here which could really impact who gets to match point first. Not Moist take out DarkZero. DarkZero will not be on it. And Not Moist will have the best opportunity to do so. Only 2 points required now for DarkZero to get there because they've got the extra placement point from top 10. Not Moist are taking every angle possible.
घर में zone
DZ are looking to hold. Not Moist are looking to breach.
dead DarkZero benefit
Guild is playing with fire. However, MT is looking for an angle here. If he can get an Arc Star stick, if he can force damage onto them, maybe they get a burst through that door. Guild takes a little bit of damage. And MT, he gets taken out. Zero, he's going to take the swing. Jump into a listening with DarkZero as they get that first knock.
oh nice oh finish yeah भाई no problem ये LG भाई बंदा कहाँ बैठा है भाई oh my god और डैमेज दिया भाई
Trying to find the bodies through the smoke, through the fire, through the flames, and Zori's going to take us down. Alliance will fall.
nice बस जोन से बच नहीं पाएंगे जोन से नहीं बच पाएंगे
LG will hold. This is what we were talking about earlier, but now Reject Winnity are going to have eyes on it, as are 201C. Also involved with a scrap, trying to push their way through from this southern side. All the meanwhile, by the way, DarkZero have hit match point with those kills onto Not Moist. So we've got our first team that crossed the threshold, and maybe, just maybe, DarkZero can have that opportunity to win in the next match.
The question is anyone going to be able to join
LG
the Slayer? He is so weak, and LG will fall. Reject Winnity, they are 4 points away. We could have 2 teams jumping onto match point when we're done here.
Aurora getting involved with the scrap as well. Disguised also involved in this one, and the revive as DarkZero have lost players here, and maybe will be eliminated, but here comes Sykes!
Here comes Sykes! He falls down out the dropship, and maybe he's going to influence if we will have 1 team or 2 teams hitting match point here.
traps
And that's the point, right? DarkZero are on match point, but let's say Sykes goes
hey, आ रहा
and actually Sykes
oh my god point ले गया भाई लूट भी मिल गई अरे भाई
And now Sykes, you can see the focus as well. The pickup, the newest addition to DarkZero, the trust.
DSG अब push कर देगी
But now you've got to go up against Disguised.
Well, DSG want to swing. They want to make sure they take
2
him
बंदे
down.
नहीं DSG के भी 2 बंदे हैं उसका एक बंदा है full team नहीं है कोई यहाँ पर
Just a few moments ago, so it's not going to be an easy
नहीं DSG के
fight. The
तीनों
last thing they
बंदे
want to
हैं
do in this situation is trade a knock with 27 seconds left on this game clock. Elsewhere, Serenity still strong in zone. OMiT holding down the rocks outside of it. 2R1C are holding the choke, but Reject Winnity have to be the focus here. They are still in that armory, and they are so far away from all of the rest of the carnage. So there is a huge opportunity, not just for placements, but for KP as well.
4 more points needed for Reject Winnity to join DarkZero on match point. 2R1C have just lost a player as Lufka does the damage from a distance. For DarkZero, they would have probably done the math, the two players who have gone down, and realized now that match point has been secured, but it's Reject Winnity. It's their turn. It's their chance to try and send themselves onto match point, but they do have to move relatively quick here from the northern side. They've been waiting here for quite some time. Two blues on their side, but two R1C are losing players.
Oh, Shaco is just getting burned alive. 2R1C will be eliminated as we're down to 5.
Target spotted.
OMiT.
OMiT.
Here comes the move now from Reject Winnity. The zone will force this play.
I'm
They
down
get that
here
jet down, and they
in
will be
the
safe behind this rock as well. So the nades, they're not going to impact them. The gen is going to be huge for them.
It's another purple for them as well, and it's important for Reject Winnity.
DSG DarkZero का बंदा भाई वो बैठा हुआ है वहीं पर, एक और बंदा बैठा हुआ नया वहाँ पर.
कमाल नहीं रहा भाई.
दो डाउन है भाई इसके बंदे.
Well, they can secure some of these kills, and maybe they're going to get the points they need. It's 2 points to go for Reject Winnity to hit match point and join DarkZero with a chance to win this tournament in the next game.
One more point. One more kill, one more placement is all Reject Winnity need after such an incredible tournament so far. And there we go with Serenity and DarkZero.
PSG.
Reject Winnity will
Oh
cross
my.
that threshold.
Now it's all about who wins this
हाँ वही
game.
बंदा था.
Still with Chu.
DarkZero को
Winnity with 3
एलिमिनेट
and
कर दिया.
Disguise up on the high ground at the moment with a full 3 as well.
So this is more important for Disguise and OMiT now.
PSG.
It's this job done for Reject Winnity.
And OMiT. DSG chasing हो रही है भाई.
Getting a little bit loud here in LA, and why wouldn't they?
गन चेंज कर लो, गन चेंज कर भाई, गन चेंज कर.
We'll bump them up even more, and enemies going to
I
get a
mean,
knock
oh, देखो भाई
ये कौन सा पोर्टल है भाई?
Take an angle, and he's got the portal to go back if he needs to, but Disguise recognized now. OMiT were weak, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 3.
गन चेंज करनी चाहिए मुझे लगता
Big
है.
points could be here for
तो वो हटानी
Disguise.
चाहिए.
Reject
चलो.
Winnity, who have hit match point, they have done their job.
आरसी तो.
But will it be done in style? With the win here, Omi's going to go down.
Oh my god.
DSG trying to trade out kills here. KINOTROPE going to drop.
Oh nice.
With the Mozambique
Oh
gets
नहीं.
one onto Timmy as well. Jumping into the portal. The DSG portal is going to be KINOTROPE. Can he get back into a position? Gets the
RC.
maybe. Win this 1v1 design for on the other side of it. The Sentinel charge in his hands.
नहीं. Bad idea भाई, bad idea.
Design full still with some shields.
Oh my. निकाल लिया मैच. Let's go.
As it is much needed points on the board to send them into the top 5 now.
कंट्रोलर win.
वो कंट्रोलर है भाई.
To introduce yourself to the grand finals with a victory like that.
DarkZero में तीनों ही कंट्रोलर है
DSG
पता
with
है.
the win. But the story is not theirs for now.
ये अभी काउंटर स्ट्राइक होता ना
Who have hit
मजा आ जाता.
points. Reject
इधर तो
Winnity
कंट्रोलर है इधर हम
DarkZero
बाउंड में
in
हैं.
this next game.
भाई वो नोज को मारने गया था भाई मेरी
Crowned
तरह.
champions of the Split 1 playoffs.
मैंने कही भाई पागल हो गए जीएस
Of course,
में.
it will be strong point again, which is brilliant news for both DarkZero and Reject Winnity, who have been able to find the majority of their wins this tournament. But it's Disguise who have this moment. Getting a victory on LAN in front of a crowd like this, especially a crowd that absolutely adores you, is a moment I'm sure this Disguise team will remember for quite some time.
Well, just remember, that lineup was very, very close to winning the LGS Championship as well. And even though at the moment they're not quite there, they're not quite on match point, if they do hit it, they've shown they can win a game in this grand finals lobby.
I think what's important for Disguise is they put themselves within touching distance of the match point threshold. So if we are to see Reject Winnity and DarkZero fail in match 6, then it means that Disguise have that opportunity to reach match point themselves and then start to be one of the real threats in this lobby.
We're going to take a look back at the winning
How
moment
they are.
of that last game as well, and it's Designful, whose portal you thought might be detrimental at one point as KINOTROPE went through, but had to pull back due to the zone closing behind him. But this is the final moment here. Designful gets that armor swap, and that's the difference maker, right? Finding this havoc, he wins one, he shreds one, and they just spots him out. You see the ping come in there? That's great communication.
And even though you say, you know, the portal might have hurt him in the end,
Yeah,
it
no,
gave him
it's
so
cool.
much valuable information of where the player was going to be. And it was just that little bit of damage as he exited the portal, which allowed Designful just to shred through those shields and give him the upper hand in the 1v1.
And it's another great example there of the clip size of the Havoc, right? I mean, you can just hold that thing down, it's going to keep firing, keep firing, keep firing until you eventually do the damage that's required to close that game out. The Sky's top of the leaderboard. 12 points for them in placements and 10 kills alongside it means 22 points will be their total. Reject Winnity get enough points with that 14 to go on to match point. So for them, it's all about winning now. OMiT, 10 points for them. DarkZero as well. Another team to hit match point.
Well, DarkZero have had six six
Yeah,
wins
so.
so far in this tournament prior to this grand
Dal,
final. Reject
you don't
Winnity
know.
have 4 wins
Dal,
prior to this
you
final
don't-
in this
I'm
entire
here,
tournament.
win
They
the
are
Alienware.
going to be
हाँ, वो चल रहा है।
to stop finding a victory with the consistency we've seen.
अच्छा, बस ये कितने मैचेस होने हैं? लास्ट मैच है क्या
The
ये?
incredible 07 versus Elevate contest.
हाँ, ये
Yeah, the
last
pop-off
match
of
is
07, but it only lasted
ये
a few
बोल
seconds once
क्या
more.
होगा?
It's been a great fight to watch, but sadly, Aurora really thought on their feet, and they decided, well, we've
Last
seen this
match
commotion
is
happening on the map. Let's
Dal,
get involved.
Dal,
I like the
Dal,
idea that
Dal,
Hardek didn't even say anything, by the way. He just jumped out the
कोई
dropship and
चीज़ों
Everyone
क्या है?
else, where are you going?
कौन अल्लाह है?
leave him to it. Leave him to it. It'll be back in a minute with
Yeah?
some
क्या
kills.
हो जाए
07,
50
like you say, it's just the kills at the moment. The
वो
placement's really
चैंपियन
up
होना
there.
पड़ेगा
TSM, very, very quiet from them.
सबसे
but
पहले
let's
किसका
remind
50 होता है,
ourselves that we were in a
वैसा?
similar situation
ना
on
ना
the
ना
LGS
ये
Championship.
तो हम टीम का हो जाएगा
We'll take a look at the
हमारे
series
वो
results now
टीम
to
को
see
चैंपियन
how
होना
we find
पड़ेगा
ourselves. And like
ये
we
डाल
said,
जीरो
Reject Winnity and
और
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, मतलब जिसका 50 हो जाए और वो चैंपियन बने।
हाँ ये दोनों ये एक चैंपियन हो जाए तो मैच खत्म हो जाए ठीक है समझ रहे हो
50 पॉइंट्स होने चाहिए चैंपियन के साथ।
हाँ 50 पॉइंट होना चाहिए
बस तो
ये दोनों
मैच वहीं खत्म।
हाँ मैच वही खत्म और ये दोनों आउट हो जाए तो फिर से मैच चालू होगा ठीक है
ओह, अरे मतलब अगर अभी डार्क जीरो जीत जाती है वाला तो मैच अभी खत्म हो जाता पूरा।
हाँ 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 मैच खत्म
ओ भाई
मैच पॉइंट के लिए चैंपियन होना पड़ेगा इन दोनों टीम को
ये दो देखो भाई
हाँ
रिजेक्ट। ओ भाई
और देखना अभी ये दोनों टीम के ऊपर कितने राह आएगा देखना इन दोनों को हराना है भाई।
हाँ इनको पहले एलिमिनेट करना
हाँ,
है
हाँ,
ये अब
पहले
आया
eliminate।
समझ में, अब आया समझ।
अब इन दोनों को मुश्किल है दोनों को हाईलाइट करना देखना डाल जीरो देखेगा तो भाई
छोड़ेगा
कोई
हाँ उसको टारगेट करेगा भाई।
हाँ
समझ गया मैं समझ गया भाई।
ऐसे 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 20 मैच भी हो जाएगा ठीक है और डाल जीरो का अच्छा रहेगा तो वो इस मैच में भी चैंपियन हो सकता है ठीक है बस उनको चैंपियन नहीं होने देना है इन लोगों का टारगेट नहीं रहेगा आपको पहले बार यही हुआ था भाई सबसे कम 100 पॉइंट लेके बैठा था पता है
अरे
100 पॉइंट हो चुका था पर उधर से TSM का जो कमबैक हुआ ना बैक टू बैक 3 मैच चैंपियन 2 मैच चैंपियन हुए 50 पॉइंट क्रॉस कर ले फिर लास्ट मैच फिर वो मैच में चैंपियन हो जाए और बाकी 2 लोग सबसे पहले 50 पॉइंट से गया वो चैंपियन नहीं हो पाए उसको देख रहा और सबके सब कुछ कर दे रहा पता है ये
समझ गया।
हाँ ये अब डाल जीरो के लिए थोड़ा टफ है क्योंकि हम लोग
दोनों के लिए
जानते
टफ
हैं
है दोनों के लिए जिनके
हाँ, दोनों के लिए टफ है क्योंकि
और दोनों के लिए बेनिफिट भी है अगर जीत गए तो भाई सीधे
हाँ जीत गए तो सीधे चैंपियन और हार गए तो देख
और मतलब कि ये उनका थोड़ा टफ होने वाला है पहले से हार्ड होने वाला है मैच ये है अब फोकस करेंगे।
हम लोग देखेगा तो छोड़ेगा नहीं
DSM कहाँ ओ 17 प्लेस पर है ये इसी चांसेस है
डाल जीरो ये
know, I've heard
हाँ
so
ये
many people
अभी
like,
पॉइंट नहीं हुआ
finally, please, just maybe have an
और इस
8-pack
मैच में हो
war.
जाएगा, इस मैच में
Today
3-5 टीम टॉप 5 आ जाएंगी
could
इसमें,
be the day.
हाँ
We keep
इसमें आ
देखना
जाएंगे।
इतना इतने सारे टीम टॉप 50 पॉइंट लेके बैठा रहेगा
हाँ 10 टीम बैठी रहेंगी लगभग, देखो तुम
हाँ
10 टीम होंगी, 36 है ना, 34 है सब,
हाँ
You can never count them out.
टॉप 10।
It's also record-breaking. Looking at
Yes.
DarkZero,
ओह माय
the way
गॉड,
that
अगर
they
निकल
get
जाती भाई
far
डार्क
out these
जीरो
lobbies,
भाई
we know that
खत्म
this
हो
is a
जाता।
team that is
डार्क
very
जीरो
kill-heavy, but
अच्छा
we
टीम है
need to get that dub.
और ये लोग
तीनों कंट्रोलर है भाई, तीन।
हाँ तीनों कंट्रोलर है तो भाई एम बहुत है एकदम मेरे को इसका भाई वो याद आता है भाई काउंटर स्ट्राइक को माउस एंड कीबोर्ड पकड़ दिया जाए तो भाई मैं भी जाके खेल दूंगा इसको ये कंट्रोलर लेके भाई पूरा बन रहा
The same with the damage numbers. Gen was well ahead of everyone else with 25k, eclipsing second place. That was effect on 20.
कंफर्टेबल रहते हो कंट्रोलर में, ये तो रहता है भाई, इधर उधर हाथ फैलाने ना कुछ, आराम से बैठ के पूरा फोकस।
अभी इधर से पीएसएम में विन निकलता है ना, देखना पीएसएम वाला जी हो जाएगा
हाँ अलग ही फॉर्म में भी कमबैक होता है फिर।
हाँ
कुछ भी हो सकता है, बस उनको जीतने नहीं देना भाई, कोई भी टीम जीत सकती है ना, बस 50 पॉइंट वालों को नहीं जीतने देना है, बस वही है।
वो फाइनल पिछले वाला फाइनल में भी पीएसएम का यही हालत था, पता है वो 19 पे बढ़ रहा था, 17 पे बढ़ रहा था, फिर जो कमबैक दिया भाई याद है भाई, बैक टू बैक 3 विन डिस्ट्रॉय।
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है भाई इसमें खत्म हो जाएगा इस वाले में, पता नहीं
इतना जल्दी ये खत्म हो जाएगा,
लग रहा है भाई मुझे। अरे जिनके अभी उनके मैच में उनके भी तो हो जाएंगे 50 पॉइंट्स बाकी लोगों के साथ में, अगर वो जीत गए 50 पॉइंट करके,
और भी टीम ज्वाइन करेगा 50 पॉइंट में।
नहीं इसी मैच में 50 पॉइंट कर दिया उन्होंने, इसी में जीत गए तो
नहीं अभी तो नहीं हुआ ना, 50 पॉइंट होगा फिर।
अच्छा फिर मतलब कि इस मैच में सिर्फ दो लोगों का चांसेस है।
हाँ
अच्छा दे देखो, ये देखो अब तुम ये मूवमेंट देखो, O7 अगेन,
ये लास्ट की बहुत खाली है, खाजरा करते रहते हैं, ठीक है
ऐसे आ रही है। ओह माय गॉड, ओ डाउन, O7 गई, डाउन कर दिया भाई। ओ भाई ये 2v4 मैच हुए, मतलब कि कितना हो गया, 3-2 हो गया, 3 O7 है, 2-8 है, अलग ही चल रहा है भाई इन लोग।
DarkZero कौन है?
DarkZero है और
रिजेक्ट विनिटी। अच्छा ये
DarkZero रिजेक्ट विनिटी,
हाँ ये दोनों टीम तो लड़ लिया तो हो जाएगा, देखना लड़ सकता है दोनों टीम, पता है कुछ भी हो सकता है। अबे लीजेंड कहाँ गए, कहाँ मर गए भाई, इसका 2 टीम है और कौन मार दिया,
स्टार्टिंग में हो गया होगा भाई। TSM is sleep now, no more expected, ये लिखा है।
ये हम बैक टू बैक चैंपियन रहा है, सीजन 2 और 3
पॉइंट्स निकालने हैं अब इसको इतना जल्दी हो सके,
50 पॉइंट करना है कुछ भी, फिर जाए मानेगा।
2 मैच चाहिए, 2 मैच अच्छे चाहिए इसको अभी, अगर कंटिन्यू 2 मैच टॉप 5 आ गई तो निकाल लेगी, आ जाएगी उसमें 50 पॉइंट्स कंप्लीट। हाँ
टॉप 5 और अच्छा चाहिए,
हाँ वही
Virtus Pro
आ जाएगी आराम से आ
are
जाएगी
going
तो
to rotate very,
और
very
एक मैच
early
जीत गई
from
इनमें
there.
से एक
Even
तो भाई फिर तो है ही
2R1C have exited
50
Jurassic
कंप्लीट
as
हो ही
well.
जाएंगे
So with the ring console information that they had, that does lend us to believe
थोड़ा
that it's
पेशेंस
going to be
रखना पड़ेगा
more
बस
north of Launchpad.
DarkZero का
All that
जितना नहीं
information
लेना
off their
चाहिए
POI
और
as
ये
we take a look at
टेंशन
DarkZero
ये
now
रही डार्क
making
जी
their appearance. Over by Cito, they're looking at Elevate.
No ring console for DarkZero, so I think that's why they've stopped over here at
तो
Cito.
देख रहे हो भाई
Also could help them with that
controller
rotation
power
too.
दिखाते
They also have the survey beacon
भाग
that
रहे हैं
went in when they
भाई
exited
रैम
out of
पार्ट हो
Wales.
ना
A
ऐसे
few more
मतलब
teams taking the trident.
ट्राइडेंट वाली खत्म ही हो जाए
Oh, two rats on controller. They've ratted very well here as they see a team come down and just
ये एसएसजी को डाउन किया भाई एसएसजी के डाउन किसको किया इन लोगों लेजेंड्स को किया
Two rats on controller living up to their name, gonna be able to call out Koiful from Legends for going on the other
इधर
side.
होराइजन होता तो बन जाता पता है इसका फॉल डैमेज नहीं है होराइजन का
निकल जाता आगे निकल जाता
हाँ आगे निकल जाता
Stormcatcher, teams like KINOTROPE are still on
ये
that
तो
south side.
ओह हाँ यार इसका तो फट जाए भाई
They see play
अरे DarkZero को मार दिया देखा
हाँ
देखा
डार्क जीरो का जीरो गया भाई
हाँ हम हमें चिल्ला रहा हम हमें चिल्ला रहा देखा
अब पुश करेंगे वो लोग डार्क जीरो को पुश करेंगे भाई खुद हार जाए पर डार्क जीरो को नहीं जीतने देंगे
अभी हमें चिल्ला रहा देखा
तो कैसे भाग रहे हैं भाई
And it's a very interesting proposition from here, Vicky. What do they do? They're on match point.
इतना आसान नहीं है इधर से चैंपियन होना आप टीम आप टीम पर है दो टीम टीम पर टीम पर और टीम पर देखना
in this tournament before, but it's
और भी मेरे हिसाब से और भी अरे भाई 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 देख रहे हैं इसके ऊपर अलायंस आ चुका है भाई
No team in the vicinity, the third party right now.
स्कैन मारो
So
स्कैन मारो
to
स्कैन मारो
avoid this bang ult, it's still going to be able to have the space necessary before they decide if they really want to
टर्बो
contest
चार्जर
in
पिन
this
रखा
direction
हुआ
or
है
if they
भाई
want to wrap around.
I mean, TSM are used to fighting in these buildings with all the contests they had over there at Lightning.
ये रही डार्क जीरो
Wait for it.
और ये सरप्राइज ओह माय गॉड सरप्राइज भाई खत्म
हाँ
ओ तेरी
अब क्राउड का रिएक्शन देखना क्राउड का रिएक्शन देखना
किसका
क्राउड चिल्ला रहा देखना
कौन क्राउच
अरे जो डॉलर है
हाँ क्राउड हाँ वो तो चिल्लाए भाई क्या चिल्लाए भाई
हाँ
ओ भाई
तो उसको भी पता है और ये इसको नहीं ज़्यादा रिकवर नहीं करना देना
पॉइंट्स ले लिए ना काफी पॉइंट ले लिए भाई तो अकेला बंदा है बैनर ट्राई कर रहा था वो बैनर ट्राई कर रहा था
हाँ नहीं करने देना ना वो
हाँ भाई
हो जाए तो और एक मैच खेल रहा है अभी और एक मैच होगा ठीक है और ये है आरसी
ये गया
ये गया हो गया
ओ तेरी
हाँ
क्या हंस रहा है अरोरा ओ भाई भाई अरोरा भाई देखो क्या स्माइल कर अपने बंदे को लेने जा रहा है भाई एक बंदा तो अलग ही है उसका
अब इसको एलिमिनेट करना है फिर एक मैच होगा ठीक है
हाँ इसको करना है रिजेक्ट विनिटी इसको तो किल्स भी नहीं चाहिए कुछ नहीं चाहिए इसको विक्ट्री चाहिए बस है ना
हाँ हाँ Only champion.
Only champion.
Ah, that's super last
Activated from the other side to get some scans going, but enemy does have that Nox grenade to try to funnel out this team from inside. Nice tick damage here. Timmy looking to try to engage at a different off angle. They have to cycle through here. Enemy taking a little bit of damage, but this fight taking a bit longer than they would like. On the other side, Reject Winnity still waiting patiently in here. They have to move eventually in less than a minute.
He's got no right number.
Okay, Bang ult goes down. LG doesn't have a pylon. They've got nothing to soak up those missiles coming in, so this should push them off the roof. But Slayer still there, the one who has to hold it down with the barrels. Are they really retreating at this point?
Meanwhile, Sky's letting up the feed, finally engaging here. Serenity is eliminated.
And that was just to the north, right? I mean, Disguise might come down the zip line on the top of your screen very soon, as well as elevate.
निकल रहे हैं वो निकल रहे हैं लोकेशन से निकल रहे हैं
They're lurking.
T8 भी है भाई
All from kills in this game. Just being a menace. How many other teams can they mess with? Imagine if they took out
लो
both match point
LG के साथ हो गया LG के अरे भाई
As they're looking to
हाँ बोले
engage right
यार
now onto LG. Don't forget about
ये क्या भाई
coming in from the north side by that zip line. The beams that come in, they got the knockouts of Funk and Slayer, and now it is only Sweet alive as a wrap for LG.
Disguise creeping down the hill as well. Meanwhile, reject of Scarpet. This is fantastic.
Oh, DSG आ
Wow,
गई
leading team's chances. Above
T8 है सामने
points.
Contact.
Rejects go closer.
इसको 4x यूज करना चाहिए भाई 3x नहीं करना चाहिए मेरे साथ
Pylon, where the zone has actually shifted. So 2R1C, remember, they moved out of Jurassic to the northeast.
4x से प्रैक्टिस करे तो बढ़िया है
Hitting some shots with that Sentinel.
जो मिला वही कर रहा है भाई
नहीं उसने वो 4x 8x सब छोड़ दिए थे ना वो इसी से खेला है
अच्छा वो इसमें कंफर्टेबल है
हाँ वही मैं कह रहा हूँ देखा उसको
deciding if they want to try to just leave it here, call out the solo that is Sweet still in the circle.
Oh, देख लिया
Could grab the kill onto that one.
करने जा
Round 2, if you've got enough meds, I mean, well, one med kit, 4 syringes, maybe they'll grab some more here. Yes, does resupply, probably worth it at that point. I mean, Disguise, they've been cooking all season long. Rampart, you know, now we're seeing them trying to make the Wraith work here in the finals, and sitting in 5th spot.
She's checked me.
They are trying to make that case.
अब ये इन मत है
Look at this
reject कहाँ पर है चलो
are nicely set up inside that building.
let's see
कोई नहीं है भाई
कोई नहीं है
Finding themselves pinch, whereas
Alliance TSG तो आ रही है Trident से आ रही है नहीं Trident EV लिया
but while TSM try to find some space here, there's a lot of space to actually coexist with in Pylon, while this fight now happening on the north side.
ये देखो इनसे का चालू हो जाए
एक नॉक हो गया उनको जैसे पता चला कि ये बंदा है ये टीम है पुश कर देंगे भाई वो नहीं छोड़ेंगे बिल्कुल उनको भी पता करना पड़ेगा कौन सी टीम है कि नहीं पता
अरे इल्लाल ओले ओ इल्लाल जुमला भाई हाथ दे भाई
को मैं बात करके आया भाई
ना आया
But there's not a huge amount of cover. There's some rocks, you got some palm trees around there, maybe a broken building.
You also have a quarter of it with the mountain in that circle, also a fence line that exits out of Jurassic into Pylon. And you also have that high ground mountain that you could overlook the squads that will have to rotate in funnel from the Pylon side. KINOTROPE already getting ahead of the curve with that choke point.
Aurora right in the thick of things here. They're just about under Virtus Pro. 11 points to match point for them. Very doable in this game.
And they hit that here though. His reject Winnity still holding down this north side in less than 20 seconds, so they will have to start moving. They're trying to gatekeep Disguised.
Yeah, Disguise coming in here. The setup with Watson inside this tunnel is good for keeping Disguised out, but it's the next move that Reject Winnity might struggle with. But first, can they move through Timmy and co?
Even if you take this fight, you know there's going to be at least 3 squads waiting to gatekeep you. Huge with that Arc Star. Trying to close in the gap, they back away, but Reject are playing this so passively.
I think he timed going back through the portal to avoid the damage. Big plays. There we see the Wraith coming into it just a little. But they can't use the portal anymore. Watson fencing that one up.
Design always showcasing what that Wraith can do, as the Lions are in trouble. Rufa gets knocked right here. Mia K, the last one alive. They found some loose traders. LG get eliminated in your feeds. Now Mia K, one shot. Wingman shots coming in. Can he make the miracle happen? No, he cannot. KINOTROPE get eliminated. Alliance stay alive in this lobby. And look how many teams are coexisting here.
Okay, so that's Reject trying to walk this one in. You can see, though, Cloud9 have a much better position ahead of them. Alliance getting stuck in the zone with DSG.
Oh, and Elevate are going to also be able to get the res off the zap. Using the nade effect, the last one alive for Alliance. The Skies have cut them off on this rotate. You see the pings here, he's trying to heal up. He gets a one-shot, Design goes knocked.
Oh my God!
They are just enough to eliminate the Skies here. And he's got the Moby.
This man is so locked in right now. The banner's right there for him. But the question is, do Reject know this? They're right across him. If they move now, they've got the Bangalore. They can make this cross and stop Alliance coming back in. I mean, look, Effect has clutched up every fight we've seen him go into so far, but this 1v3 would be incredibly hard. Let's listen in with Reject. The crowd cheers as our second match point team goes down and we secure a game 7. Look, I maintain it was the right play there by Reject to go for that fight, yet they cleared it out successfully and maintained their shields. They would have had an awesome position going into the final circle, but Fnatic with the third party removed the chance for their brethren to get in.
We got to see some more Apex here in this lobby. Aurora now gonna get the knock onto Yanya. They try to take the roof here. Oi Rain though gets beamed. Now Hardeki maybe looking to see if he can try to at least get that rest. There you go. Also having to reset himself, popping that shield bat. You see the scan as well. They also have the gold knockdown shield as Hal hiding in between a rock before managing to get away, at least to go into the high ground, because there's Virtus Pro on the other side.
Moist very close to their match point eligibility. You know they're counting these points. 2 more.
Liquid getting eliminated here, but C9 may put a stop to that match point. Goal in mind for Not Moist. They go out. 2 points away. TSM get eliminated, Not Moist. Hasta la vista, OMiT. Lefka and Blast still alive, but C9 controlling this building, having the high ground here. They've been here for quite some time too, Genome, as they still have those blue Evo shields.
Aurora. They've only got 3 kills so far in this game, but they're looking like they've got a chance to move up as well. Fnatic, I'd say, will most certainly do it. They're in an awesome spot. You can see this getting beams. These buildings don't offer as much cover as they used to. All of those players trapped in the stairwell.
And this fight, winning this fight would put them at match point 2, but C9 put a stop to it 4 right now as Fnatic now down to a duel playing on the outskirts of this building. They pick up the wingman, they do not let it go before backing away.
It looked like it could have been a shoe in there, but they lose Leica, the kill leader for the tournament.
Oh my. Another one. Another one. This is Respawn corner right now.
Oh, they can't do without him. Leica is back in. OMiT and Cloud9, I don't think they're going to move out. They're too close to each other. Maybe some nades come in, but... Oh. All right, Fnatic, the other problem is, as this round starts to close, Vicky, this zone shrinks. It will take Fnatic out first. They are in a position where they have to make a move.
Unless OMiT and C9 distract each other here, as C9 now having to exit from this building, engaging on this fight. Saucer are gonna get the beam with the Havoc. Gold extended energy mag here. Naughty gets the next knock here. OMiT get eliminated. Our last 5 squads left. The Fnatic already went ahead and rotated and could gatekeep C9.
Cloud9. They actually get all the way back up.
Can they get the battle before Fnatic swing with a wingman headshot? That's it. What? No, they go out on 49.
Are you kidding me? E8, the Grim Reapers in this lobby are slowly climbing themselves back up into the top part of the leaderboard. 3 squads left.
Elevate started with nothing. They are up to 14 kills.
How do you go from 0 to 100 like this? E8 with an insane comeback story. With 21 points for right now, but 14 kills is crazy. As Aurora having that slight low ground, they have the lifeline care package for some extra makeshift cover.
Unusually for them, they've played it a little bit slower, not bullying people out with the red armors. They actually managed to tick it up with the placement points this time. 48 points for Aurora. Every other time we've seen a team on this score, they have gone down. If the other teams are guessing correctly who these teams are and taking them out in time, then I'd be very impressed. But they are really trying to make sure that the fewest teams possible are going to be on match point for match 7.
The fact that Aurora are 2 points away from also hitting match points. 38 points right now. They are neighboring Virtus Pro. Team that rotated very quickly from Barometer. You see that scan coming in. And with the lifeline, this could be a huge game changer as they slowly inch their way into that next circle.
I mean, VP on a single kill right now.
Oh,
no!
No
It's
way!
happening!
Again? Hardecki's the first one to get knocked from Aurora, but none of these teams could push first, though, so it's a bit of a stalemate as the circle's closing in behind their backs. Oh, another stick! This time onto Zap, the Radiant Transfer, the conduit, that can also control so much space with that ult.
Oh, you've never been that happy to have 125 shields.
हेलो टॉप 3 भाई कौन है?
It'll consume that Arc
दोनों एलिमिनेट हो रहे हैं
other side, VP teaming up to take down 9 Impulse and Aurora. I don't know if they can live through it. Can they just get a knock? Maybe a finish here? They need
Aurora,
the 2
Aurora.
points.
Rain gets it to cover for right now. They try
Hey,
to
solo है ये.
find him at an angle, but he's safe until he's forcing it out from behind the Moby. Our last 3 squads, Aurora is trying to get away, but he's stuck in the caustic gas.
अरे
He doesn't survive it. They don't make match point. Elevate come in.
ओ भाई
From 0 to 100.
ये जीत गई ये ओ तेरी 2-7 के साथ फाइट ले रही थी.
हाँ
अरे भाई अनएक्सपेक्टेड हो गया. OMG चल रहा है चैट में.
So angry.
E8 OMG.
Play these early games. Or play the game down.
ओ तेरी कैसे भाई
Elevate. Drop
कोई
one of
एक्सपेक्ट तक नहीं कर रहा होगा इन दोनों के बारे में. O7 और E8 के बारे में.
land lobby.
ये एक दूसरे से खेलने आए भाई ऐसा लग रहा.
Must be nice when you're actually able to play the game for once out here. 07 saluting E8 from afar. Back to the lobby, that is. Huge game here for Elevate. The crowd cheer to give them the energy. But can we talk about the teams that were about a point to 2 points away
Yes.
from being alongside DarkZero and Reject with that match point?
So many. So close. Fnatic
भाई
1
अब
point
दिखाएंगे
off.
रिप्ले
Not
दिखाएंगे.
Moist. Aurora
हाँ.
2 points off. Couple of other teams work their way up closer. VP consistent up into the top 10 again now on 40.
अरे उनके लिए वह नहीं पड़ता जिन्होंने EV उन्होंने लिया था ना E8 ने लिया था ना EV.
Literally had to come out
हाँ
of the Healing bracket
ये
to
वही तो
actually
उनके
be
लिए
the
सही था.
last
बोला
spot
कहीं भी
allowed to
मतलब
get
कितनी
into
लोकेशन
this lobby,
जंप
and
करके
are
कहीं
still
भी जा
within the
सकते.
top 6.
By 1
और
point.
पता था भाई जो दूसरी टीम है वो एक जगह पर होगी साथ में.
Actually insane. Okay. While we take our breath, I want to hear some thoughts from
हाँ,
Winnity,
99 से
because
डाउन
Elevate
कर
are
दिया
making
था
a
भाई.
comeback story of a lifetime.
I'm not going to steal his thunder, but some would say levels as Elevate rise up to the occasion in more ways than one. Not just for the moment, with the crowd, with the lights, in
अबे
this
क्या
arena,
जो है ये
but with the
हद है.
game. One of the biggest LAN games we have ever
चमक
seen, especially in a match point finals. We'll check if that broke a record. It certainly could have been the biggest jump we've seen from 0 to 30 points in one game.
Yes, I
from
need
Elevate.
to
Rain Day,
drop
Lunar
a
Explosion,
Raven.
Dia, Spider Tip on the desk to break it down. Guys, we've seen so much happen, but it is starting to get tense. Still, two
ड्रॉप
teams
मतलब
on
क्या
match
मतलब कि
point,
उनको हटा
and
दे
that
टीम
hasn't changed even after all the fireworks.
Yeah, and I think those three
क्योंकि
teams
क्या
that
लिख रहा है
just barely missed out on
Yes,
it
I
by
need to
1 and
drop
2
a
points
Raven.
respectively have to be in physical pain because they were all literally in scenarios where they were trying to get one more kill here just to ensure that, and they
Oh,
couldn't
7,
have it.
E8.
And when it's DZ and Blue on match point with how they've been playing, it
ये तो
could
नॉर्मल
happen.
ये तो
I'm
नॉर्मल
not
है भाई
surprised. I don't think
बाकी
anyone
तो
is
ओवर
that
लग रहे
DarkZero is on match point at this point.
तो
They've
वो
been
पहले से
dominant
चलती आ
in
रही है
getting great scores throughout these games, but they haven't got a win yet. Reject Winnity, though, they have, and they are the first APAC North team to be on match point since year 2 when Fnatic was on match point. So this is a huge run from Reject Winnity. What they're doing right now
भाई
is
उनसे तो
relatively impressive.
उनसे तो सही था उससे वो
certainly
कोड
is,
पता नहीं क्या
and
पहने भाई ऐसा लग रहा है
wildly
कोई
enough, while it's
सोलर
unprecedented
सिस्टम
on the
पहने हो
international
भाई
stage,
वो तो
we
अलग ही
look
था
back
भाई
at this split and say that they absolutely saw it coming with
वो
the
तो भाई
statistics
तुम्हें
that they were
गर्मी
able
लग
to put
रही
up regionally, and then with their performance in group stages, it's hard to say that
देख
we're
देख करके
underestimating Reject Winnity when we've clearly been singing their praises throughout all of Split 1 playoffs so far. What
कौन
I think
आया
is
कौन
still
आया
surprising and really surreal to most
50
people
पॉइंट प्लस
is
कौन
that
कौन आया भाई
DarkZero, for the longest time, we talked about it yesterday, have felt like gods, and now we're seeing that realistically, the playing stage between them and Reject Winnity is actually relatively even.
And two different styles, Tiff, right? As we look back at round number 4, which is coming up in just a moment, walk us through how these styles are blending against each other and also having an impact for both teams. It's not like one is winning out. We're seeing almost a tug of war between what is going to be successful. And while Not Moy's got their first win in game number 4, there was still so much from all these different regions.
Final circle.
Yeah, it was absolutely
Match
crazy, and
4.
I think a lot of this is going to allude to exactly what Glitter said when she was opening this up.
ये देखो ये देखना तुम
Bleed and would elevate be the one to find
ये
the
वाला
success.
नहीं ये वाला नहीं ये वाला नहीं वो तो सेकंड मैच था
Number 4 back to World's Edge.
इसमें
We're not
इसमें तो वो जीती थी ना इस वाले में क्या
here
बोलते
in the crowd are expecting
हैं डार्क ज़ीरो जीती थी
another day in the office, already sitting on about 7 eliminations here, and the way that they're approaching this, Walt's doing a really good job of holding these angles, forcing those enemies around. But when you just hold high ground and then you completely swarm around them, this is where Effect was staring down the barrels at DarkZero and going massive. And all Not Moist had to do was third party and clean it up.
And what a story. Not Moist barely getting their visas, getting entry into the country, and then doing
Match
this.
5
I'm sure that
in DSG वाला
yeah, match 5 though would see DSG, who have got a lot of fan representation in the building, show up big time.
Likely one of my most exciting games of the tournament because it's also when we saw Reject Winnity hit match point at the same time as DSG and Reject Winnity played this
इसमें टॉप 5
game
कौन था भाई
really
दिखाया
well.
नहीं उन्होंने
This
दिखा
was
दिया
another one of those situations where the last 3v3 did come down to execution. One of my favorite parts of it was seeing the way that Reject Winnity were also willing to play around a Wraith, and you can tell that they've clearly got experience in APAC North where the meta is a lot more flexible than in other regions because they actually have the presence of mind to turn DSG's cooldowns against them, use the Wraith portal to disengage, and while it ultimately comes down to an insane 1v1, the actual winners of it was really the audience because this crowd lost their minds at a DSG win.
I would almost say an insane decision for Design to try to go for the no-scope charge Sentinel shot instead of just reloading the Havoc, man. But he was feeling it. They felt good about it. A team that felt good about their chances was Reject Winnity. They were so close to closing it out in this last game, but a perilous fight with Fnatic, and of course before then to close out Effect on Alliance ended up changing the course of their history, maybe the history of this tournament. Lauren, what do we think about this play here? Is part of it just how they're getting to this point, so don't stop it, or should they have been a little bit more patient now that these things can cost them the tournament?
And I think that's literally what they're going to be asking themselves in this situation. Was it the right choice to make? Now, originally, right? They had one spot where they get really low and they try to make a move in. They decide to play a little bit smarter, and they keep going back into those aggressive moments. And when you're going up against a squad like Fnatic, with the way we've been seeing them play, it's a little bit rough. But then moving forward to this final circle, we thought Aurora was one of those last 3 teams that was going to be able to get on this match point. They
अगर EV नहीं होता ना तो नहीं निकाल पाते वो
really looking to get involved in. I think
टीवी
they
की
were
वजह से
hoping the
निकाल
other
लिया भाई
teams
ये
around would try and go back and forth with each other and they could maybe avoid it. When it's down to just Oirain, he actually does a
Horizon भी
decent
था,
job
Horizon भी जा
of at
सकता
least
है।
avoiding a lot of the chaos.
नहीं,
Like everybody
होराइजन
knew
उनकी टीम
where
में
he
कहाँ था
was when
क्या
he
उनकी
moved
टीम में?
behind this rock to try and get this battery
ये
off. Still alive, still wrapping around.
This was a really, of course, critical game for a lot of teams that were near match point. You talked about Moist a little bit earlier. What stands out to me and a lot of the audience, of course, is E8. In this series, both a cautionary tale and an inspirational one. Of course, having 0 points coming into
Horizon
this game. They're really showing the devastation of taking a contest on match point, and at the same time, a 30-point game is incredible.
Insane,
Tim.
I mean, look, I know Clara's out there somewhere in the
Yes,
crowd.
yes,
Just
yeah.
she's losing it right now. 30 points is, well, quite frankly, almost unprecedented. Because you thought we got a crazy one in groups, but for a finals, a match point finals lobby, to drop almost a third of the lobby is insane. Shubi, Zap,
अभी
and
कितने
Zap
लोग
there.
50 पॉइंट में जाए देखना पड़ेगा।
All I gotta say is
Top tier.
I don't think they're going to be losing any tiebreakers in this one.
No. We just got to get them there.
I think that they're going to win the tiebreaker for biggest game. By the way, if you are tied in points, it is your largest game that would separate you from the team you are tied with. So I think that they will be okay. But the story of Elevate is even more interesting. A team that we knew not necessarily having a chip on the shoulder. That's more DarkZero coming in after 8 months, not even making finals after winning 2 lands and being touted as the best next to TSM. But it's more of a story of, I wouldn't say being forgotten, but it's close. Zach Mazur's been such a strong pro from us.
Oh,
But
seven.
hasn't gotten to this level in
Zero.
recent memory. Maybe
DarkZero,
all with
zero.
this team supporting him. And so when you look
हाँ
at
डार्क
Elevate,
0-0
it's really a story
अब
of
उनको
how
जरूरत नहीं है
watching,
पॉइंट की
a
इतने के
player
लिए खेले
who is blooming into
आज
their own.
तो
And it's
जीतना है।
exciting to see, and it feels like the energy is here in the building.
TSM को है भाई जीतना भी है पॉइंट्स भी लेने हैं
ये देखो अभी भी
उल्टा
अच्छा
17 से 18 पे आ गई भाई
Although he was in a different region at the time, Zero, Sweet has been around
अरे
the
अभी
block
भी नहीं
quite a few
पहुंचे
times,
वो
and yet he's very infrequently
Oh
lumped
my
into that
God.
category. I think
अभी भी इन दोनों
a lot of doubt was on
Target
people's minds
करेंगे
coming into this season because he had to reorganize a whole roster,
Seven.
and he hadn't quite reached the
मेरे
heights
को
that
नहीं
he
लग रहा
like
कि ये सब
Sweet
जीत
and
पाएगा
Al
इस
had
बार।
in the past. We're so
No,
used
no,
to
no,
seeing
no
IGL
chance.
to, after a while,
इधर कुछ फायदा होगा ये
looking for a team
18
constructing
पॉइंट
one and
पे
then ultimately falling out because they can't quite get
दिल्ली
things right.
बहुत
It
दूर है
already happened to
इसके
Zach
मुझे
last
3 से
split.
7
To
में
see
जो
him
है वो
come
जीत
back, you
सकते
can
हैं
tell he is
नहीं
not a
VP
quitter
भी
and
है
neither are
OMiT
his teammates.
And look at this board right here.
ये दोनों तो अभी भी है
Are
मैच
less
पॉइंट
than
पे
2 points away from landing on
ये दोनों
match
मैच
point and
पॉइंट
joining
में है
Winnity and DarkZero to have a
इसके
chance
बाद
to win
Fnatic
this
बॉय
tournament. LG
Aurora
very close
LG
behind, a huge run from
भाई
them
सबके
from the
30
elimination
ऊपर और
bracket
30 से ऊपर है
yesterday.
टॉप
We'll see if
50
they can pull it off, but big shout outs
हाँ
to Virtus.pro, OMiT, and
अभी कितने पॉइंट
Serenity,
मिले थे फर्स्ट
teams
वाले
that
को
many people did not have being on the left side of this bracket
था
all tournament, still
20 मिले थे
showing
शायद
up. Again, it has to
अच्छा
be mentioned,
20
TSM
था
in 18th place, 19 total
TSM को यार ये
points.
मैच टॉप 5 तो
Alliance,
करना था
33
भाई
points. It may look like they're in 13th, but
क्या
they're
कर
still
रही
having strong performances. It's just the bottom 5. We're wondering where they are. We know where 07 has been with that contest earlier. It's all unfolding here. Still 2 teams on match point, which means if DarkZero and Reject Winnity do not win next game, we will go again. But for now, let's go down to Stella.
Hey y'all, I have the best section. Look at all these beautiful signs. But I do want to point out one special fan. Now, I want her to introduce herself. So if you could tell her to tell us where she's from and what her name is.
हाँ
My name is Dina, and I'm from Japan.
देखो
Now, we can see
मुझे
on
भी
your
नहीं आती
sign
भाई मैं
that
भी
you
तो नहीं बोल
have
पाता
almost all the teams here. Can you explain to us who exactly you're rooting for?
ये लिख रहा हूँ everybody win धन्यवाद
बहुत चलते रहता है पेट का लगी मत
Fnatic, KINOTROPE, and Reject, and DSG,
जी
and Legend Gaming.
लेजेंड गेम पीछे बैठा है अरे
So she kind of loves everyone here, which is great. Now, I've heard that you have been coming here way before doors open, and you're the last person to leave. Is that true, and why?
最初から最後まで来てらっしゃいますけど、それ本当の話ですか？最初から最後まで会場にいらっしゃいますけど、それ本当の話ですか？
Right.
Right. आंसर ही दे दिया भाई खत्म ये हुई ना बात भाई savage answer भाई
All right, now who do you think is going to win? I mean, we are so close to having so many teams at match point. Who do you think is going to win?
私のイエージューススピッツワンペイオフ、誰が優勝すると思いますか？
I don't know. Because everybody very strong.
I love that. You're absolutely right. Everyone here at ALGS is so strong. Vicky, Gino, please take us into the action.
Thank you so much, Stella.
ओए बाप रे पैनिक तो कर रही होगी भाई 10 कैमरे लगे सामने खड़े हैं भाई ये तो भाई अलग है
Yeah, I didn't get to kind of my head up.
Stylish style.
As we pointed out, one of the
teams
doing that right. And obviously, it's a legend that stands out. You put the fences, you can see them from miles
I
away.
mean,
They are going to make a beeline for that. It's always in the back of their head. Okay, we know Regent's a match point. We need to be watching for them.
That's not the only thing that teams could use to identify them as well.
खतरनाक इंटरव्यू दिया उस वन
The infamous Bangalore skin that we've seen too as well, Gino.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most notable
Time
outfits.
Catalina, I believe.
Obviously, time like that.
That's the Bangalore skin that Zero uses.
टॉम पॉइंट और वर्ल्ड एज बस यही हो रहा है मैच ओलंपस उसमें होता तो भाई थोड़ा मजा आता है उसमें उतना ओपन एरिया नहीं है इन दोनों में ओपन एरिया है भाई वर्ल्ड एज
इसमें ज़्यादा ओपन एरिया है ना
वर्ल्ड एज में ज़्यादा है टॉम पॉइंट में थोड़ा कम ही है वर्ल्ड एज में तो है ही ओपन
और वो वो मैच क्या है अभी जो चल रहा
that they have a 50-50 win rate on both Storm Point and
अभी जो
World's
चल
Edge.
रहा
Neither map has had one sway over
और
the other for this
लेफ्ट
team
जो है
as
हिल है
or rather we've seen so far from
कोई मैच तो
Regent.
चल रहा है अभी मैच में स्टॉर्म पॉइंट और ब्रो के
स्टॉर्म पॉइंट वो इन्होंने है ना जो खेलता है
ओलंपस
ओलंपस वो सबसे ओपन है
हाँ वो सबसे ओपन है
हाँ
वो कहाँ है इतना ओपन मुझे नहीं लगता वो ओपन है
वो सबसे ओपन है
ये है सबसे ओपन मैप लगता है ये वाला जो अभी स्टॉर्म पॉइंट ये देखो कंपास नहीं लगा मुझे कभी से बहुत सी लोकेशन है भाई इसमें कवर ही कवर है हर जगह मतलब अगर तुम अच्छा फ्लोर की बात करो तो ओपन है उसमें स्टोन नहीं है ना बगल में से पत्थर कवर लेने के लिए वैसा ओपन है भाई तो कह सकते हैं वो फ्लैट है बिल्कुल उसमें तो कहीं कहीं पर ही है बस Where is 07? 07 देखना है भाई
Kind of crazy, actually.
Starting 07 की फाइट देखनी है.
I mean, sorry, they're giving Thermal Station up to Disguise. I mean, if you just go back a year, Vicky, these guys were going at it, tooth and nail every time over at Thermal.
It's rotating around here. I mean, Disguise gets Thermal. Next time we see World's Edge, Alliance move over to Dome, but at least they will have that survey beacon to work off of.
Oh, this is a...
I
like this circle because...
अरे बंदे कह रहे हैं Where is 07? Starting में 07 की फाइट देखनी है.
वो 7 इधर है मोन्यूमेंट में. हाँ ना भाई. DarkZero इधर है.
PP के साथ है 07 PP.
जैसे लावा स्टेशन में लूट रहा.
it's going to be very tough to make it as a solo.
LG इधर है यार इधर ही तो है वो फेमन
हाँ इधर ही है एलजी के साथ ही तो
अबे
The Nox grenade,
अभी
the
और
smoke
किसी
अभी
ने
सारे ना जाए यार
coming
इसके
in.
पास
But other teams now in the vicinity.
SRN
As
कुछ
LG
कुछ नहीं
rotate
है
around landslide is Serenity that have made an appearance. Legends Gaming want no business right now. They were around the tunnel of landslide, have already rotated and called in the evac tower, while Serenity has a hype over LG.
एलजी ने थर्ड मैच निकाला था भाई
Yeah, and with how it works at the moment,
LG अच्छा
really
बन
do
रहा
get
है
information so often at landslide, which very much helps Legends Gaming. That said, they're only at 30 points.
ये 10 एलिमिनेट
15th
करा
spot at the
पहले
moment. A long way
हाफ
to go.
टीम मिलते
Sitting
20 टीम मिलते
alongside
10
is
एलिमिनेट करना
Serenity
है
on 36.
पता तो चले कौन सी है डार्क जीरो सब एक जैसे तो कैरेक्टर लिए हैं कुछ पता नहीं चल
We have teams like E8 in the last game farming.
ये नाम
वो तो बस यही है कि नॉकआउट हो अगल बगल कोई तो पता चलेगी हाँ फाइट चल रही है
हाँ
एक्सपेक्ट कर पाए थर्ड पार्टी पर्सन तो वो कर सकता है बस
Watching the rotate here from Not Moist, they've won so many fans since their stint as Team Burger. They take the evac
वल्करी
here
अल्ट तो
over
डरावना
to
लगता है भाई मुझे हम
R1C.
एएलजीएस में स्ट्रेट जाती है ना वो वल्करी ये तीनों को ले जाए भाई कोई अगर स्प्रे मार दे तो अच्छा
होता है होता है
कंट्रोलर वैसे ही है भाई उन्होंने
2
पकड़ा है
less 1 on 2 less इसका नाम अच्छा है हम लोग खेलने 3 on 2 less
Everyone has seen as the challenges to the throne to be able to take it away from DarkZero or TSM. Sure, there's a couple of other teams that are ahead of them for the moment. Reject and Fnatic, of course, at the top of those, but
Very doable though.
47
48 points,
point.
reject
Reject
Winnity.
Winnity.
You can see the pings coming in too. I mean, with this composition, very similar to the Cossack.
अंदर के अंदर चल रहा होगा
It's
जीतना है
denied more
जीतना है
space
तक
away
तक
from
तक
these teams
तक
trying to force their way
हाँ
into these buildings.
ये सब इधर खड़ा है
Playing by the edge here. They love this rotate, by the way, from this back end of Overlook, which is fantastic too. With more of these squads going to be
ये सब
rotating
क्या
in
खा
that
रहा
side,
भाई
the
कितनी
teams
का
that
खा रहा
we look
उधर
at that are inside
अरे
of the
इतना
building
नीचे भी
Overlook,
नहीं चलना चाहिए वही तो कुछ ज्यादा ही लोग
07, C9
कुछ
and
ज्यादा ही लोग हैं
Spacestation.
अगर ये लोग पेशेंस करके भी ऊपर खेलते हैं ना थोड़ा
against KINOTROPE
वो
here.
तो भाई आ सकते
KINOTROPE really haven't got
इतने
started
के लिए
today. But
अपना
LG
अपना
LG
गेम
से
प्ले
हाथ
होता है
फाइट
भाई तो
चालू हो
get
जाए
them halfway to match point.
With that first knock here, they have the advantage. Funk does have to reset, while
Yeah.
Slayer is trying to peek for him.
इन्हें को डाउन किया
While they do take this fight versus KINOTROPE, we know that Reject Winnity are in the vicinity on by the fragment east side. Funk has to pop this Phoenix, get more time wasted away. Getting the Mia K knock though, they want to capitalize.
Can't believe he's getting that Phoenix kit off right under their noses.
Oh, dropping it right into the open hands of Sweet. He gets the crack, he's chasing from right behind, maybe trying to spit a little bit of tension as KINOTROPE.
गलत चला गया भाई
But he is
वो पीछे चला गया
Oh, they do get one tappy down.
नहीं
Trying to chase here, you can see
हाँ
with
नहीं
the X-ray, they've got them right there.
ए
It's just a matter
अब
of
नहीं
time.
बचने
There's not
वाली
even
भाई
a
हो
third
रहा
party in the vicinity just yet. But as this prolongs and you try to chase,
हम क्या कर रहा है
अरे अरे
the horizon out of
अबे
this lobby. Sweet finally gets KINOTROPE back.
होराइजन का
Now they
मूवमेंट
decide
बहुत
once
अच्छा है
again, the closest team to them
पता
is
है
probably DarkZero from the north side
हाँ
of the survey beacon in Grandma's house.
And as we
ये
said,
देखो
47
आज
points,
तो
that's
एलिमिनेट
halfway
करोगे
to
कोई
match point for LG. It's a rough couple of days, but they're showing up when it matters. And, you know, we've been talking to fans throughout the weekend. I can't tell you how many have come up and said they want to see Sweet win this and take it out with LG. It's been such a long
हमें
time.
इधर जीती जा रहा भाई
If he could do it, I know there's so many fans he'd make their day out there.
DarkZero, all eyes on them. They're looking at the teams that may still be in Monument. You see the pings, that's LG as we've seen before. Jen taking some shots to get the crack already. Going to be taking the balloon to see where they want to go here, but wanting to probably stick onto that high ground as the circle is going to be cooling by the rock side of Overlook.
Reject playing a little more gatekeepy here over in Fragment. It's not going to serve them that well, honestly. I mean, something that we've seen them struggle with, like in that last zone at Jurassic, Vicky, was that Watson's great if you can get into the circle and then set up. But if you have to try and force your way in,
Aurora,
that's where Caustic is a better legend.
Oh, Aurora on the other side of DarkZero. Look at this, Aurora 2 points away from being at match point. The nade being set in Hardeki's side.
तो ये तो आ गई है
Before
उसमें.
they decide to just give this rotate over to DZ, they've called it in an evac because right behind them lingering, it is Elevate on their rotate through Epi.
Both teams have a reason to not want to take this fight. Aurora 2 points away. It's risky to take this fight. DarkZero, they're only worried about the dub right now. Aurora will get out first. DarkZero prefer to take these sort of circles just in.
Aurora already now tune into Alliance. See the pings coming in through this choke, but it is Liquid on the other side of this hill. But as this fight goes on, the third party is right around the corner. OMiT, hearing this fight, wondering if they can get involved themselves. Two rats from Controller also stuck outside this circle alongside Liquid.
19
And we're just not seeing a huge pile in towards that overlook north where this zone is going. I mean, rarely have we seen them go towards the Vault Tunnel or over to the silos in Overlook. Every time circle on World's Edge at the moment. Going up north.
Alright, revealing themselves to Rats and Controller on full blue. Take some shots at
Here
OMiT.
DarkZero.
Not only the high ground,
DarkZero was
edge of
Aurora.
vantage. Aurora though, DarkZero dropping down from the high ground as they find nine
करने के लिए ready.
Trying to
Oh,
engage
whoa.
distance. You see the camp, Zero walked in.
Aurora.
Scan here, but do they fully commit seeing another team
थर्ड
in
पार्टी भी हो
distance?
सकती है. देखो बैक हो गए लगा था. दिख गया तो उनको लॉन्ग रेंज में बंदा एक और.
Beast of the Hunt popped. They're taking damage. They're still watching their back. It's a 2-1 split right now. Sykes not with DarkZero currently. They've managed to get the reset there. Aurora back up to 3. Nades go in. If these hit.
Gets another crack, but
अरोरा कर क्या रही है भाई? डैमेज ही लिए जा रही है.
almost getting that knock. Does get the shield break, but I love the angle that we're currently seeing from Zero with Jen having the high
निकले भाई अल्ट मार के कुछ.
Elevating disguise coming in off the back. Okay, Sykes is now moving a bit closer. He's given up the high ground and gone over to try and get a different
गई.
angle.
जाना ही था भाई. इतना टाइम मत नहीं लेना था रोटेट. अब वो अपना अल्ट बचा रहे हैं भाई.
Oh, it's in the corner, bro. It's fine. I'm not heavy. I'm on the defense.
I'm in the car now, bro. I'm not on little bridge anymore.
No, you double XL. Double XL. Hey, come here.
Are we gonna fight them?
Yes, double XL, please.
40. I'm not heavy.
Kind of dying.
Come back. I'm not heavy. No
Okay,
heavy.
I have 3 XLs. I have 3 XLs.
Yeah, I
Yes, I'll give you some. I'll give you some.
Yes, please. I'm
थर्ड
थर्ड पार्टी हो जाए बस.
I'm gonna pop all 3 XLs and I'll have Costco.
Yes.
Nice, stop. Can we just rotate now?
No, you wanna kill him?
No.
I have a therm.
Okay,
DarkZero not willing to push in any further. And many other teams over at Fragment are going to.
It is LG right alongside Liquid. They have followed them as Serenity are looking for an opportunity to try a third party. Circle closing in less than a minute. And LG want to prioritize getting away from this fight and trying to get onto the high ground because they know another team is in the distance. It is OMiT that have finally rotated out of the choke from Geyser.
Come on, one more fight, LG. That's all you need to join the others on the 50+ threshold. OMiT. 30 seconds left until the next ring starts closing. They might try and go through Ghost Town here. LG leapfrogging between these buildings, but they've got Alliance and Serenity stuck in 2 ahead of them.
Just so many teams waiting for them.
Snugs
Alliance Serenity. You also have to think about Legends, Fnatic, also in no name. Two rats, one controller are going to probably force their way on that south side. They're going to get pinched by Not Moist. And guess who also is playing by the Overlook side? It is TSM as Reject Winnity on the high ground.
जैसे बातें लगा
Alienware
है
below them, Elevate coming in behind. Come on, Reject. Can they get across to the zip line? Do they want to use one of these evac towers? They are within the zone. They don't actually have to move right now.
Oh, they see the team right in front of them though. They take those shots. Still trying to hold on to the high ground as Liquid and Elevate are right behind Liquid. Playing a little bit split here as Reject have won the high ground, setting up that nade, but they can't give this up, or else EA will take this hype for free. Gets the next crack.
Team streaming in though, all the ones from Fragment causing chaos down below, while Alliance, Elevate will come in from behind them in the zone right now.
Alliance
This
गया
guy's on the low ground here while looking on the other side. Not wanting to get involved here. DarkZero in a great spot over here because also nobody's playing underneath here. Like we usually see teams coexist.
Hey, DarkZero रेड शील्ड हो गई है भाई बंदों की
Reject Winnity though, on the other hand, are in the
Alliance
line of 3
eliminated.
other teams.
Fnatic have moved up to match point here.
ओह नाइस
But that might be it for them.
किल स्वैप कर रहे थे और ये Fnatic गई चलो आ जाएगी आज दफा उसमें आ गई
Ending their run in match 7.
ये सब
लेन दो तीन
मुझे लग रहा है दो तीन मैच और होने वाले हैं बस
लेन 2-3 मामले जिंदा है
हाँ वो दोनों टीम वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ
वो उसके बीच एक चैंपियन हो जाए तो भाई हो जाए ये बार मिला है भाई
आसान नहीं चलाना है
In God's spot. Where have we seen this before?
देख रहा ये मिडिल टीम खड़ा रहा है
11 squads left in our lobby.
Oh, he doesn't take the shot just yet. I also heard a Kraber on the other side. Misses the attempt.
थोड़ा बहुत पता ना ये बहुत हल्का चलता है शॉट इसमें बंदा खड़ा हो तभी लगता है शॉट
Coming up from stacks, they like
वैसे नहीं चलती है बिल्कुल वैसे नहीं
but they don't want to engage this DarkZero.
सही प्लेस ले रहे हैं भाई सही प्लेस लिया उन्होंने
They're caught off guard.
I love this push here though. They had to get aggressive to prevent the rotate, or else not Moist could have gate kept them. As Spacestation also flying in, right alongside TSM engaging in that fight. Burholz gets a first stock onto Phony.
I think that was a really smart move here by DZ. So many other teams were going to start coming in from the northwest side of the map, so they cut off a lot of the side angles.
TSM बैठी हुई सही पोजीशन पर TSM सही पोजीशन अभी तो
TSM with the number advantage from Spacestation. Now Reject Winnity trying to also
reject Winnity.
from that low ground, but they will be pinched between Aurora, Legends looking at them, and then Disguise. Maybe
ओ भाई दोनों टीम है भाई गड़बड़ लग रही है मुझे भाई
चलो
हाँ एक तो डाउन हुआ भाई अभी कर सकते हैं वो लोग पुश कर दो भाई और TSM को डाउन किया चल रहा ओ भाई DarkZero गया क्या ये गया ये गया बढ़िया भाई DSG आ गई ऊपर उधर DSG आ गई ऊपर भाई टीम ऊपर go not moist
to themselves right now. This is the DarkZero that wins trophies, Vicky. They put so much damage out.
DarkZero का chance है
of land for themselves in every final circle. They're commanding half of it to the
TSM ऐसे एलिमिनेट हो सकता है
एलिमिनेट हो गया TSM
हाँ
ओ भाई
हाँ ना भाई TSM का रहा हिस्ट्री का रहा भाई DarkZero को एलिमिनेट करो भाई
DarkZero बची हुई है वो तो एलिमिनेट हो गई है विनिटी
हाँ अरे O7 तो देखो भाई
O7 ना जीत जाए भाई सही भयंकर मजा आ जाए भाई अलग ही सीन हो जाए पूरा मोबो रिस्पॉन देखो भाई DarkZero नहीं सीना लेजेंड्स पोजीशन पर है DarkZero भी पोजीशन है भाई उसके ऊपर, DSG से बेटर पोजीशन है भाई DarkZero की।
DarkZero is just in such a good position in May.
भाई इसकी पोजीशन ज्यादा बेटर है भाई।
Oh, the 140 off the Kraber onto the solo, but you can't expose yourself. The pressure is on. Legends Gaming, look at DarkZero. These guys have to eventually go up that zip line.
ओ भाई रैप कर देगा, रैप कर देगा।
He's got his teammates' banners. Is there a chance he gets them back into this?
ओ भाई भाई ट्राई कर सकता है बंदा, बंदा ट्राई करेगा। स्मोक है उसके पास है ना?
हाँ।
अरे भाई।
They can make a move with Design and his portal. They got less than 45 seconds on the clock and they already got the scam.
That's a killer point, Vicky. If they've actually got that, Zero goes down to Koiful.
Koiful, the MVP.
DZ भाई उसने नॉक किया, एक नॉक किया। भाई, ओ माय गॉड। गड़बड़ आ गया। लो वो तो दोनों डाउन। ओ भाई। ओ भाई।
आप तो होगा नहीं।
एक ही बंदा बचा है। बैनर ले रहा है।
आप क्या कर रहे हैं?
भाई वो रैप O7 ने क्या किया? O7 गया क्या? O7 गया क्या? O7 ने रैप नहीं किया। O7 गया। O7 नाइस गया।
अरे देख
अरे भाई। ओ माय गॉड।
अबे
नहीं सब देख। एजेंट सभी है। अल्ट पे खेल गया वो। DarkZero भाई सही डैमेज दे रही है। डाउन हो गया। 3v1।
Eliminate. चलो ऑरेंज गेम होगा
भाई। लेजेंड्स है भाई। ओ माय गॉड ये कौन है? O7 भाई। O7 क्या कहा था मैंने भाई? O7 पहले E8 पे O7। अरे भाई याद हो गई भाई। ओह गॉड क्या चल रहा है ये? सैल्यूट। सब सैल्यूट दे रहे हैं भाई। देख रहा हूँ। अरे भाई। भाई ये ऐसे जीती वैसे O7 इनका भाई वही चल रहा है, टक्कर का कुछ चल रहा है सीन भाई। सब सैल्यूट कर रहे हैं भाई। Five kills, placement 1, 17 points ले गया लगभग। भाई मजा दिला दिए भाई O7 8 ने। ओह माय गॉड।
भाई वो अकेला बंदा था। वो सबको इन्वाइट कर दिया भाई।
पता उनको लूट भी मिल गई थी पीछे, वो लूट निकल गए थे। लूट लेकर आए भाई पूरी वो होल्ड करते रहे।
Pulled attention with DarkZero. They were focused on that fight. This guy's part of that too, by the way, when that circle was closing. And Nasty stayed naughty. He had to die for them to have at least some time to get the
अरे भाई
मजा आया भाई। आनंद आया भाई।
मुझे DarkZero से ज्यादा से O7 का मजा आया भाई। मुझे लग रहा था ये जीतेगा भाई।
Aurora, Legends Gaming,
भाई ये बंदा आया कोई कहीं का पीवो पर वो नॉट वो टीम है ये।
7 teams in match 8 and LG are right behind them. 3 points
अरे
away,
बैक
but
तो
it's
दिखाओ।
going to be crazy. I mean, eventually, Genome, right?
क्या देखा?
Oh, maybe one day, but I mean, when you look at the quality of the other 13 teams, I see no reason why we can't keep going. I mean, 07, they're not on match point. They just took one of the most incredible dubs you've seen. VP have been playing great. TSM, never count them out. 2R1C have struggled today, but have had a great tournament so far. I mean, there's just so many teams that I feel like could put a stop to the 7 teams who now have a chance to lift that trophy in the middle of the stage.
I just, honestly, between what we saw from those last squads, Disguise, with those placements, when Stay Naughty went down, that was crucial for them to also get that extra point. Nice. I mean, you have to also imagine what that does to your mental, right? You were so close. Last 4 squads alive.
अब मुझे लग रहा है कि अब ये तो नहीं आने वाली इस मैच में, लेकिन ना जल्दी डाउन हो जाएगी डार्क जीरो। Fnatic देखो सब आगे आ गए हैं।
On the team who takes out the IGL from DarkZero.
I mean, my lesson later.
They would have just felt like it was theirs for the taking, right? I mean, they had Godspot, they had the Kraber, they had the Space. They'd done everything right. It genuinely felt like DZ had put themselves in a winning position. So to not close that out, heartbreaking.
I mean, look at Sykes. It's a heartbreaking situation to be in. He does not look happy. I mean, he comes so close. After he lost that fight, looking at this final circle, breaking down what happened here. DarkZero, I mean, look at this. They took shots at Nasky. He stays alive. And then with perfect timing, here comes the Saviors, Legends. And with the gold knockdown, Jen tries to get it, but the nades placed by Koiful was perfect. Well, he turns around,
का दिखा रहे हैं, 07 का दिखा रहे हैं।
He mows down enemy. They come back. They have the death boxes right there too. They're splitting the wealth as they're living off the sticks, and then they're gonna look and get front row seats to the Legend v DarkZero endgame fight.
Damn, even enough to pop the ult excel and get that one last bang ult in.
Right, so position ले लो।
This is so crazy seeing Ampy slide through. They killed Disguise on top of that. So not only did they find the last 2 members of DC, but they also were able to get another extra KP onto Disguise.
I wonder if the other teams just thought that they weren't going to be a threat. I mean, you can see them dropping in with no ammo, no attachments, but also no fear.
But watch this! Look at Nasky, watch this! Look at this, doing it standing up!
खड़ा हो गया था भाई पहले। Thank you for.
Oh my god.
मजेदार टीम है भाई।
That's just the Nasky way.
उसका अलग ही चल रहा है भाई। बस ही मजा ऐसे करते करते भाई निकाल ना ले भाई। क्या सीन होगा भाई सही में। अलग ही सीन होगा भाई। Legends के मैच में।
KP game as they come in second. 07 with 5 KP. Even looking at DZ, I mean, we saw them frying.
14 kills भाई Legends के में। My God.
Taking them out. 7
DSG 1 kill.
That's kind of the hurtful thing for DZ, right? Is that
हाँ वो नीचे ऊपर निकले जिप लेके निकले थे।
All I'm saying is that players have changed their mind, but something that has remained consistent, Genome. Johnson and Guess will be guessing those next 2 series, so I don't know. Match point, and we get all these 7 teams here at match point on the second half here. Even Fnatic with 6 kills. Now at the series results. Look at this, all the way down to the skies. There was that 1 point difference to put them on the match point group.
LG didn't manage to squeeze out those last couple of kills. Kind of lost track of them throughout all the chaos there. So close, but I guess
Hello? This guy is not my Aurora Legend. Oh my god, up to.
Just the fact that this guy is also here in the crowd, I know he must be going absolutely crazy to see those boys at match point.
I'm happy
Who
man.
would host the trophy above their heads. We're gonna have to find out on the other side of this break because we got some more Apex Legends here for Match Point Finals.
ये थर्ड मैच है, फोर्थ होगा अभी ये।
थर्ड मैच तो हो चुका है ना?
नहीं मतलब कि जीतने वाला, चैंपियन वाला।
हाँ, अभी देखना मजा है। यही ऐसे TSM ना आ जाए।
TSM तो 17 पर है भाई।
यही ऐसे देखना TSM
अगर आ गई तो निकाल लेगी वो, इतना पता है मुझे। अगर वो आ गई तो निकाल लेगी वो। अब बस वो आए तो पहले, बहुत नीचे है भाई, 17 पॉइंट्स। अगर एक मैच जीत जाए भाई, ये मैच जीत जाए तब बड़ा जाएंगे भाई।
As we take a look at that trophy, which all of these teams are so desperate to get their hands on. The crowd here in LA has been absolutely ridiculous, by the way. We were stood up on that analyst desk, Dan.
हम लोग watch करते हैं ना,
DZ fell in that final moment, and we just got hit by a wall of noise.
I put it on social media, goosebumps every single game, even every single kill, every single elimination. At the moment, the crowd is erupting, but it means we have more Apex Legends on our screen. How much longer is the big question, with the amount of teams now on match point being 7. You'd think statistically at this point we should be finishing it here in 8. But a fun fact for you, we've never finished on World's Edge in recent tournaments. Ever since we had Storm Point added into the pool, it's always been Storm Point as that final map. But we have World's Edge to play again. Maybe we can change that record here today.
Multiple teams.
DSG है, DSG है। ओ भाई DSG है। तेरी।
Will we get the chance to join them?
50 पॉइंट।
World's Edge is where we find ourselves now.
Not moist भी है भाई, जो चैट पर आया था पीवो पर।
In what could be, and I always love to say this, could be the final match of our match point finals.
Well, DarkZero and Reject Winnity had their chance to be
but
now they're joined by Fnatic, Legends Gaming, Aurora.
मुझे लगा 2-3 बस 2 या 3 गेम होने वाले हैं बस। खत्म है बस। सभी आ जाएंगे क्योंकि अब तुम पॉइंट ही देखो कितने बचे, सबके हो गए हैं भाई। TSM कुछ कर दे, बस यही है। अगर उसको आना है कुछ करो।
चश्मा पहन के चल रहा है।
चश्मा पहन के? ब्लैक चश्मा है क्या?
हाँ।
ब्लैक है भाई। लो भाई हो गया चलो। ये होने वाला थोड़ा खतरनाक सा।
With so many teams now on the precipice of calling themselves a champion, World's Edge may be the final battleground for these teams to decide who's going to be our champion here at the Split 1 playoffs.
Can be a very difficult map to navigate. And if you get caught on the wrong side of a circle, World's Edge can be so difficult to try and find your way through any sort of team that might be holding you out. But everyone's going to be nice and friendly off drop, and suddenly all that adrenaline all has to turn down a little bit. You have to be calm, you have to be focused, and you need to start thinking about where you're going to move. Do you have a ring console? Do you have the information that we have on our screens? Now, this is great news for the likes of SSG, KINOTROPE Gaming, Elevate, Cloud9. None of those, however, are on match point.
Yeah, I was just taking a look through here. Our match teams really with great prio to this zone. It looks like it's going to go deep into Climatizer as well. A very tough zone to access if you're not there early. So
O7 BP, अरे वो सेम उतरे हैं भाई जैसे पहले उतरे थे OSM और BP।
हाँ वही तो उनका ड्रॉप है ना।
What might be quite a long game here.
Yeah, disguised are going to have to move all the way from thermal from the southwest all the way to the northeast. Like that is one of the toughest zones they could have got after reaching match point. But again, very difficult for Reject Winnity on that side.
trials for DarkZero. They have to move all the way from west to east. It doesn't sound great, really, for many of these squads. So that means you need to try and do something special. Try and come up with something different. How deep is your playbook? Also, can we just reiterate what an insane and ridiculous win we just saw from 07? And I'm quite happy we saw the whole crowd saluting because they deserve it. What a performance it's been so far in this tournament. And who knows, another victory here, they might just keep it going.
I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that 07 have given us some of the most special and memorable moments so far in this tournament. However, the most special and memorable one, of course, would be for them to win that trophy. And they're taking a step towards doing so, like you say, with that win in the last game. But one team who's taken a step to being in a great position for the end game here is going to be Elevate Gaming, taking the backside of Climatizer. SSG are going to be extremely
8 teams हैं भाई, 8 teams हैं.
Legends Gaming, who also, of course, in the last game, found themselves on match point.
Yeah, Legends on match point and find themselves in a really good spot. Not to mention Koifel, kill leader at the moment on 16. They have been
8 team नहीं, 7
the story
teams.
of Strafe and Flame, when we got to see what he was able to do at previous tournaments, now see him thriving in this situation.
And the crazy thing is, Koifel as well is a sub. Elsewhere, we're going to see a little battle going down. The Skylate's going to hit. A Liquid Alienware are taking on a line.
ये और अगला मैच हो सकता है बस मैक्सिमम. अब नहीं होने वाले ज़्यादा. 2 मैच ही बचे हैं मैक्सिमम अगर होना. या तो इसी में खत्म है अगला मैच में. इसी कौन बनता है भाई? किसको सपोर्ट करने वाले हो भाई तो?
That will be the end of things for Liquid Alienware. Out first as unlucky. We would say it was a 1v1, but it was kind of a 1 versus a 1 HP.
मैं ये ऐसे ओपनर रिवाइव थोड़ी करता मैं भाई अपना क्यू डाल के.
Western side, it's similar for Fnatic as they've got to move. And all these, I think almost every match point squad has had to move quite a far distance across the map. The only team that maybe doesn't get included in that list is Gaming, who are in one of the better positions out of all of those teams on match point. But they're only on blues, and that's going to be a pattern, and also maybe one of the reasons why we see World's Edge not being where we finish things, because it can be very difficult to kind of find a victory when everyone plays a little bit more zone heavy when it comes to this map.
One thing I will say that I think has really helped Legends Gaming in some of those end circles and final moments is the Watson, right? We've seen that interception pylon be so vital in allowing them to not just hold positions down, but actually aggressively to be able to cross ground and not have to worry about caustic ult, grenades, whatever might be coming towards them.
What kind of violent move from put
cross into positions maybe others can't hold. So for them, that Watson pick has been so vital to their success. But I want to talk about some of our other match point teams, right? DarkZero, Disguise, just mentioned Fnatic, Reject Winnity. They're all going to be coming from the west side of World's Edge here, and there's a very, very good chance that we see them clash on the edge of that zone at some point.
Disguised coming into today's grand final, the victory they had found was on World's Edge, so that's something that they can go off. Stormpoint hadn't been as kind to them, however, we've seen in the grand final. Aurora, they've been the villains. Can they be the biggest villains of all and suddenly snatch victory away from everyone else in this lobby as they too are on match point? But it's a different game because we've not seen Aurora find that victory prior to today either.
I will say, and you will confirm this, what did I say? Who was going to win this? I said Aurora.
I said Aurora 9. You said Aurora. So we could both be wrong.
Yeah, we probably both will be wrong. But anyway, Effect and Alliance and the rest of the troops after that win a little bit earlier on are going to be looking pretty healthy with those Evos, and they're going to be moving from the southern side of zone through the choke just above Lava Cypher. You can see TSM making their rotate as well, and they've found some good Evo perks on their way. So Imperial Howl's going to have that red Evo, purples for Reps and Verholst as well. But I think one slight concern for me with TSM has just been their fighting so far today. They just don't look quite in sync.
But when you look at teams that can be the difference maker, that can continue this going into match 9, TSM are a squad that have been have found a victory so far this tournament, and historically can just find that extra clutch factor when they need to. But are they just too far behind here in 17th position, still requiring 24 just to get to that threshold, let alone even thinking about getting a victory?
Well, here at DarkZero, and I think out of all of the teams who are on match point in this lobby at the moment, I think mentally they're the ones who are going to be tested the most in this game, because They know that was an opportunity in that last game. They had a great position. They had Kraber. They had red armors.
DarkZero
About as good an opportunity
is
as
not
maybe
going
you
to
could hope
find
for.
it.
Now, obviously, there's a lot to do in those situations, right? They
Is
still
that
have a lot
the
of
kind
work
of
to do,
thing
still
right
teams
there,
alive.
right?
But now going
One
into that next
don't
game, knowing
need
that
to
opportunity
do
is slipped away, and there's more teams now, 7 teams in
What
total,
there?
that have a chance to
DarkZero
take this
let's
tournament.
have a
You have to wonder what the vibe's going to be like. Is it going to be
काफी
positivity?
टीम
Is
है
it
भाई
going
अब
to
तो
be maybe
कुछ
looking
कह
back
नहीं
on
सकते
what
नहीं
you've done?
DarkZero in
Just
their
the
hand.
general kind of energy in the comms, is it going to be the same as the last game? Questions to be asked, and again, questions that will be asked of any team who find themselves in that situation.
Yeah, DarkZero on their rotation, we're just trying to find some information of either where that circle is going to be going or at least where the other teams are currently residing. Reject Winnity have a spot to hold here within the next circle. But if that zone does keep shifting up towards Climatizer, they're going to have to move. Now, Alliance are an interesting one for me as well. If we do see Alliance get onto match point, right, they're one of the best teams that we have from top 5 conversion rates, from getting into that top 5 and finding a victory from it. As you can also see in the kill feed, Virtus Pro have just lost a couple of players as well. But this is an ambush that's waiting to happen. And it's Fnatic who could potentially be on the wrong side of it.
Alliance in that vault tunnel. It's going to be interesting to see what route Fnatic do take. As you can see, the other 2 members of Fnatic are taking a different route altogether. They've gone through the Geyser choke, not the vault tunnel itself, so wouldn't be surprising to see all 3 of them meet up, but it's the timing of it. Are they going to meet up at the same time, or is one going to be left lagging behind as Alliance burst out of that tunnel, and now we're going to find our answer. Like it takes some damage as all 3 players from Alliance try and collapse.
Yeah, they're going to want to go fast here. They only got 2 on the scan. They know where there is a straggler behind, and now they got all the information of stragglers behind. Still, they want to try and press this advantage, try and get involved in the scrap whilst they have the extra player.
Well, Fnatic have managed to just about regroup here. The bang-up gives them enough time just to make sure that this is a 3v3 engagement if they wanted it to be, and not a 2v3 where one player can get picked off nice and easily. So Alliance, they set the trap, and for all intent and purposes, you have to say Fnatic maybe took it, but Fnatic managed to regroup in time to not be affected by it.
But what a difficult position this is for Fnatic to win the game from here, right? They're currently being held by Alliance. Even if they were to get through Alliance, you've got the likes of Not Moist who are also on this southeast side that will be their next job. It's almost like Gladiator. You have to go through task after task and then eventually get into the zone. Well, look at this, though, for a play. DarkZero trying to attempt to take the northern side, and it seems like a good time to jump in for a listening with the leaders.
Get spokes there.
Yeah, second up. I got both charged. Batting.
Nothing.
I spiked on them, I spiked on them.
Right at the ledge.
I'm gonna save for Bangle, for truck.
We don't have a lot of time. There's a lot of barrels here, I can't see. My card. Not really, I don't know.
I'm gonna
bro. Yeah,
I'm gonna bang out. Yeah. Bang out.
Why do I can't kill myself? Can you back with me?
I spiked you, I spiked for you.
Blow armors. Yeah. He's cracked, killing. I ulted. Okay.
I'm getting late.
Getting it.
I was like, okay.
You okay?
No, we're not in. Swinging.
Get to fight them sides.
Is one damage in there, man.
Where they at? On the spot. I gotta go to them. Batting. In my ult.
I'm gonna bounce them. Batting.
Taking one really hard. Song.
I'm coming.
I'm gonna arc them. I'm ready. Kidding.
इस जोन से ही ना नाइडो मर जाए
Okay, left side.
Yeah, swinging.
I'm making right now. Scan one. Yeah. Left back it. Back hitting. Prevent anything? Any you two?
Yeah. I'm baiting it.
हमें उधर से
हाँ उधर से ही पड़ रहा जोन के बाहर पड़ गए ये लोग ले लो अब कॉन्फिडेंस डाउन अब अपने नहीं निकाल पाएगा देखना अब नहीं निकाल पाएगा मैं जानता हूँ
आ जाए
मुझे पता था वो हुए तो फिर नहीं होगा भाई
और ये जाए भाई
Two 2 members will fall. 1 player still alive for SSG who manages to get away. But look at the position they have in zone, Dan. They are in God spot.
And you can see why DarkZero wanted this position, why DarkZero made that play. But sadly, getting stuck in that truck just left them in no man's land for too long. And the zone and then, of course, SSG came not long after. Now, reject Winnity.
Zone वाली पोजीशन. Zone भी तो बनने वाला है वहीं पर
away from them, they will be within a chance of winning this game, depending on how
aggressive others
are around them.
एक टीम में 7 कितनी 6 टीम बची हैं अभी.
हाँ बोल रहा है एक टीम जाए.
हाँ एक टीम.
2R1C as TSM
ये तो थी नहीं.
start to get rolling a little bit here with some kills.
That's one.
So still 6 of our 7 match points
अभी भी रोटेशन दे रहा है.
TSM भाई प्लीज भाई सेकंड पे आ जाओ थोड़ा मजा आए.
अबे यार.
TSM ओ भाई एलिमिनेट.
हाँ.
अरे तेरी.
जान क्या रहा TSM का.
Try and slam yourself somewhere and hope you can just stay alive.
अबे अबे इधर किधर है.
ओए वो क्या निकला.
In the kill feed elsewhere, you can see KINOTROPE Gaming and 07 are having a little scuffle. Alliance underneath.
TSM का क्या चल रहा है.
07 trying to scarp away at the moment.
कोच भाई उनको एनर्जी प्रोवाइड नहीं करा पा रहा है.
It's certainly going to slow them down. Look at the amount of damage they did take from that bang on, but now they get shot in the back. They're not quite sure of their angles here, and this is looking like it's a little bit awkward for them.
उसका काम होता है भाई अगर कोच ही अपना काम नहीं कर पा रहा सही से.
All 3 members of KINOTROPE are still alive, and Nags gets thirsted.
जिम्मेदारी होती है तो मान लेगी टीम.
Captain.
Not moist inside of the compound.
टीम परफॉर्म नहीं करे फिर कैप्टन की जिम्मेदारी नहीं रहती है फिर.
दिखता है भाई. Taken down in the kill feed by pricing from VP as well with a sentinel. MT.
कैप्टन टीम.
Mr. 360.
ये देखो ये मारेगा. 140.
5 bullets to work with here for Not Moist. And
SSG eliminate.
He can control so much space with this Kraber as SSG will also fall.
Yeah, SSG gone down. Now only 13 squads remaining. 6 of them still on match point. That's almost half the lobby at this point. As Alliance are very much focused by Aurora, who are one of our match point teams, and they've just got the opener onto Hackis.
Aurora gets that first off. They're trying to thirst it right now. Now they can just breathe, knowing that only 2 members of Alliance are pushing up on the 3 of Aurora. Elsewhere, though, Disguised are looking to make a little play here on the back of what we've just seen between Aurora and Alliance.
One of the benefits of Disguised composition, you do have that rate, you do have that portal, you can get out of dodge sometimes, but they're in a very difficult spot at the moment.
They've got to think about getting to zone though, that's the problem. Strafe in Flames got away. Legends Gaming on match point, but just with a solo player available. And he's been scanned by a Bloodhound as well. Elsewhere you can see, Nasty got the thirst. And it looks like 07 is still having an influence on this lobby. Strafing Flame will fall, as will Legends Gaming. Another one of our match point teams will fall.
5 remain. Fnatic still alive and still approaching from the south here. This has been an incredible rotation where they've been able to survive. All the meanwhile, Alliance have just fallen. Fnatic finds somewhere to call home, but it's not particularly safe. And Aurora just lost one of their rotation. It might be 2, it could be all 3. And another match point team goes down.
And it's Disguised, the team who was so close at the ALGS Championship to causing what success we've seen. Well, now they solidified themselves as one of the best in the world, and you would not say a win here for them would be anything like an upset.
4 match point teams left. 6 squads to try and make a difference and send us a little bit further. Disguised. They've lost enemy, but this is the advantage of having a Wraith. Maybe an opportunity to get that res through the portal.
Timmy's going to hit the port. Can they get the body through, though? Can they get the res? Fnatic are thinking the same thing at the moment, trying to get Leica back to his feet, but Yuka F will go down as well. Satsuki now, even though they've got Leica back to his feet, has to
It's looking dicey for Fnatic, dicey for Disguised. LG, though, are slowly approaching. They're getting close to match point. LG actually only 1 point away from match point, but might not even make it.
LG वही है ना लेजेंड गेमिंग से ना है ना
ना लेजेंड गेमिंग मार चुका है
तो बढ़िया वो
लेजेंड गेमिंग
MST नई टीम है
I think they're going out wide, so this team's going to move in a second. We need to stay. We're gonna move now. Yeah, we need to step up. I can't see them. Getting it. Get more traps down. Running at us, running at us. I can't see anything.
Là đâu thì là không ra đây có thể.
Right here, right here.
Ông
Can't see anything. They're on me, they're on me, they're on me. Careful, careful, careful. I got the barrel in the corner next to you. I'm backing up.
पेशेंस रखना भाई, सब पेशेंस रखना टीम को, जो चैंपियन बनना है।
बैंडल हो ही रहा है भाई, जिसका है हक तो आया।
डीएसजी के 2 ही बंदे बचे हैं, देखो एक गया है ना।
एलजी एलिमिनेट, एलजी मैच।
ओ सो विनिटी का क्या हुआ? रिजेक्ट विनिटी का।
रिजेक्ट विनिटी पता नहीं।
एमएसटी O7 एलिमिनेट, Fnatic एलिमिनेट। Oh my god, no more TV eliminate. Oh my god. TSG इसके पास healing ही नहीं है भाई।
विनिटी हमें भी जिंदा है, पता है।
ओ यही तो है। TSG को मार दिया भाई उसने। TSG गई भाई। रिजेक्ट विनिटी, रेड सील्स।
भाई ये चैंपियन वाला अच्छा होगा। वही नया क्लाउड 9।
हील करेंगे, हील करना चाहिए, बढ़िया। SRN हीलिंग नहीं है इनके पास। ओ भाई वो 3
हाँ
आरसी सही आरसी कह सकते हो। पोजीशन नहीं, आरसी की बेकार है, पोजीशन बेकार है भाई इन लोगों की। और ये बताओ 3 टीम बची है ना, 1-1 में जीतने वाला कोई नहीं है, सिर्फ यही अकेली है। रिजेक्ट यूनिटी है बस।
The regional final winners of APAC North, the informed team coming into this tournament, and they know this is the best opportunity they will ever get at lifting that trophy.
C9 SRN दोनों नहीं है भाई, दोनों नहीं है। रिजेक्ट यूनिटी जीत सकती है, दोनों पुश कर देना उस पे तो हो जाएगा भाई। एक मैच और हो सकता है भाई। नहीं अगर ये दोनों पुश कर देना भाई, एक मैच और हो सकता है, क्योंकि एक ही है चैंपियन के लिए, एक ही लिए क्वालिफाई। दोनों क्वालिफाई है नहीं बाकी। यहाँ पर स्केल्ट में स्केल्ट नहीं आ सकता है क्या? ओ ये अब गए। Oh my God! जीत गई विनिटी जीत गई।
हाँ
समझ गया, विनिटी जीत गई। वो निकल ही नहीं पाई भाई, C9 तो निकल ही नहीं पाई।
हाँ
Oh my God! Holy moly!
चैंपियन
भाई।
चलो DarkZero का मेरा जीजी हो जाए। मैच विनर।
अरे वो लोग पता नहीं क्या कर रहे थे।
DarkZero क्या कर रहा था भाई? DarkZero क्यों कर गए?
उन्होंने गलत पुश किया था उस पर, वो सर उन लोगों वो गलत हाउस था वो भाई वो।
I mean, it's the first time in years we've even seen an APAC North team get onto match point, let alone win the entire tournament. Finally, we will crown a new champion that is not DarkZero, that is not TSM.
DarkZero, not TSM.
Winnity, that will ring around this arena, that will ring around the Apex scene as they dominate this last game here in the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
What else is there to say? I mean, what?
Let's go.
Match point never disappoints. Apex Legends and the ALGS never disappoints. We have had records broken from amount of kills in a game for games 1 in a row. It has been an incredible
ये सब 17-18 प्लेस पे है ये
feels like we keep surpassing it every single time we get to one of these events. Dan, we've got our winning moment. I mean, talk us through it.
It's incredible to watch this one back, because when you look at Reject Winnity's POV, right, where they're looking across, and at one point they're probably asking, where are the other two teams? And the other two teams kind of just waiting, hoping that maybe the team would do something, and maybe they would move first. Played for this position so early on. And you mentioned that, Watson, right? When we look at the meta, we look at the legends that are used, who can make the difference? Watson allowed them to hold that northern side because of those fences, because of that pylon. And it looks so simple when you watch it back for them, but it was the work they did to lead up to that point. And I cannot imagine what's going through the minds of those players right now, because it had got to the point where everyone was almost expecting it to be the likes of TSM and DarkZero.
Well, those three gentlemen, ice cold in those final moments. And this is a moment they would have dreamed of. Put your hands together for your winners of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Reject Winnity.
DarkZero 아주 좋습니다. 맞아요. 우리가 모의권이 한다는 게 우리의 봤다. 우리는 몸을 다 못 받아는 야약을 가야. 왜냐면 왜 나야 지난 아침
सपोर्ट भाई हो गया भाई चलो
Crowd, how about that? I mean, absolutely insane. Guys, before the beginning of this LAN, there was a lot of talk that NA or EU was going to win. Now that you guys are holding that trophy, what do you have to
चलो
say?
भाई चलते हैं let's
대회 초반에 뭐 북이다 유럽이다 뭐 어느 지역이다 막 말이 많은데 지금 어떻게 어느 지역이 최고인가?
제가 지금 최대한 겸손하게 말하고 싶은데 그냥 저희가 최고입니다.
I just wanna speak very humbly, but I will say we are the best.
Now that we finally have a team representing Asia